Chapter 1. The Fourth Shinobi War. The war that finally brought peace to the ninja world. A lot of lives were lost in the war. Many friends, brothers, sisters were lost in the conflict. But they died knowing they are trying to make a difference. And they did make a difference. The war was won. Tobi was killed by the hands of Uzumaki Naruto and Killer Bee, the last two Jinchuriki still alive. They teamed up with their tenants and used all of their power to end his terror. On the other side of the battlefield fought the five Kages against the newly revived Uchiha Madara. The battle was long and taxing. Madara earned his right to be called one of the strongest ninja to have ever existed in the world alongside first Hokage. But even he couldn't stand up to the five Kages. The battle lasted for several hours, but in the end he was defeated and sealed forever in Gaara's sand fortress. Kabuto was defeated by the Uchiha brothers Itachi and Sasuke. His goal finished, Itachi returned to the land of the dead. He gave Sasuke one final advice to stop his quest of revenge and return to his friends and brother. Sasuke told him that that won't happen and that he will have revenge upon Konoha. He will stifle their laughter and kill them all. But first he will crush their hope, their hero Uzumaki Naruto. On his way to face Naruto, he was confronted by his old comrades, the Rookie 11. They tried to stop him and convince him to return to Konoha. He refused and just laughed maniacally, saying, "Do you really think I could ever return to Konoha and live happily ever after with you all? The only reason I will return to that weak village is to destroy every single villager, every single ninja, every building till there is nothing left but dust." They all saw him for what he really was, all except Sakura. She still hoped that there is some light in him. She tried to persuade him to make him see reason. She even told him that she loved him and that she would do anything for him. Sasuke's only answer was to draw his sword and activate his Sharingan. Shikamaru took charge and started ordering his friends to take battle formations. He knew they stood little chance against him without Naruto. But even though chances of victory were next to none, he will give it his all to protect his friends, his family, to protect Naruto, the village pariah who saved them all. The battle that ensued was epic. But even though Sasuke was outnumbered, he was still holding his ground and was fighting back. Shikamaru, in a desperate move, ordered his friends to attack him at the same time while Sakura attacks him from behind and uses her strength to penetrate through his Susanoo. The plan worked flawlessly till the last moment. Sasuke was focused, trying to give Susanoo enough power to withstand their attack. He was too focused to notice Sakura moving behind him and gathering all of her chakra in her fist to end his life or at least cripple him. It all went downhill from there. Sakura stopped inches from hitting him. She just couldn't do it. Images of young Sasuke flashed before her eyes, all the moments they spent together with Team 7, all the laughter, sadness, all the battles they've won together. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I just can't do it," thought Sakura. At that moment Sasuke noticed her and turned around and used Susanoo to try and stab her. He looked in her eyes and saw her smiling. It was a peaceful smile. She knew what was coming. Shikamaru and others tried to warn her and all started running towards her, hoping they would make it. Fate was not on their side that day. The sword from Susanoo struck Sakura through her stomach. There was no sound heard from her. She had a peaceful expression on her face and you could see a lone tear escaping from her eye. Sasuke was unaffected by this and with a flick from his wrist threw her towards her friends. She was caught by Ino, who was already crying while cradling her pale and cold body. She hopelessly tried to heal her. She used all of her chakra trying to save her. She looked into Sakura's eyes and saw that this is one battle that she won't emerge victorious. Ino felt so hopeless at that moment, exactly when her sensei Asuma died. She couldn't do anything. The tears just wouldn't stop coming. The remaining rookies all formed a defensive circle around Sakura and Ino, all staring at Sasuke with all the hate they could muster. Sasuke just stood there impassively, acting like this is an everyday thing for him, killing his friends. "Do you still wish to fight me? My goal is Naruto and not you weaklings. You cannot hope to win against my hatred. You don't know pain like I do. You live your perfect lives with your families and lovers, laughing all because of my family's sacrifice." Sasuke said. "Shut up, you maniac. You have no right to judge us. We were not responsible for the massacre. We were kids back then, how could we be responsible for what happened to your family?" shouted an enraged Kiba. Kiba's right, intervened Sai. You cannot blame the actions of your brother on the whole village and us. What happened to your family was because of your brother and no one else. Shut up, said a shaking Sasuke. You know nothing of what you speak of. My brother was a true ninja, a hero. He made the ultimate sacrifice. And for what? Just so that all of you could continue living in your fairy tales. Shikamaru saw that talking to him was pointless now. He was too far gone, nothing could save him now, not even Naruto. Right now the most important thing is to save Sakura, every single second counts, thought Shikamaru. He turned towards Sakura and Ino and saw his longtime friend crying over Sakura's. Didn't know if this meant that she is already dead or something else. While he was concentrating on Ino and Sakura, Sasuke once again activated his absolute defense and attacked Susanoo. It all happened too fast for the rookies to react. The ethereal being fired multiple arrows towards them. They couldn't do anything. Ino was too engrossed in trying to heal Sakura to even notice the danger coming upon her. There is nothing they could do. Any technique they could use to prevent the arrow from hitting took too long to activate. Shikamaru closed his eyes and smiled to himself. So this is it, huh? Dying at the hands of my one-time friend. What a troublesome way to go, thought a smiling Shikamaru. Sasuke could see fear in their eyes and took pleasure in that. This is the end for you, said Sasuke. Then something happened. The earth started to shake, the trees were shaking. In a split second, a yellow blur shot forward and deflected all of the arrows. Sasuke's eyes widened at such speed. Who or what was that? Naruto? Impossible, no one could be that fast, not even him, said a surprised Sasuke. When the dust settled, you could see a lone figure standing before the rookies. His blue eyes slitted like a fox. He was covered in yellow chakra and had weird black markings all over his body. What power, what chakra, what is this? How did he get this strong? Is this the power of Kyuubi? Thought Sasuke. Hello, Sasuke, said Naruto. His shroud receded. He was breathing heavily. I'm still weak from that fight with Tobi, thought Naruto. His friends breathed and were saved. About time you arrived, smiled sadly Neji. Naruto turned around and gave them all a reassuring smile. Shikamaru gestured towards Sakura. When Naruto turned his sight towards Sakura, his heart broke. There she was, his love, all covered in blood and barely holding on. Naruto narrowed his gaze towards Sasuke. If looks could kill Sasuke right then and there, would surely die 1,000 times over. How low you have fallen, Sasuke, said Naruto in a sad but firm voice. She was in the way. She brought this upon herself, said Sasuke smugly. I can't fight him right now, I'm exhausted, and I can't fight and keep them safe at the same time, thought Naruto to himself. He turned towards his friends. They were all tired and hurt. They could barely stand, let alone put up a fight against Sasuke. He made his decision. Sasuke, leave, this is not the time and place for us to have our fight. Not yet, said Naruto, surprising everyone present except Sasuke and Shikamaru and Ino, who was still oblivious to the outside world. In 1 week, Naruto, in 1 week we fight. Meet me where it all started, said Sasuke while disappearing into the ground. Naruto lowered his guard and turned around to face his friends. They were happy to see him alive and unharmed. Naruto gave them a small sad smile in return. He started moving towards Sakura. He was a few inches away from her. She was so small and his eyes so weak, fragile. Sakura-chan, he whispered. He got on his knees and took hold of her hand. This woke Ino. She looked up at him. Naruto said, a crying Ino. She couldn't finish that sentence. She wouldn't. This can't be happening, she thought to herself. Why her? It isn't fair. It's okay, Ino, whispered Sakura. It's okay. My time has come, croaked out Sakura. Ino's tears just wouldn't stop falling. Her best friend was dying in her arms, and there was nothing she could do. Sakura-chan, whispered sadly Naruto. She turned towards him and gave him a small smile. Hey Baka, smiled Sakura. Naruto laughed sadly. I screwed up again, huh? I'm still a burden to you and everyone, said Sakura. Don't say that, Sakura, you were never a burden to me or everyone else. You are going to be alright, so please stop talking and let's get you some help, said an exhausted Naruto. No, this is as far as I go. My journey ends here, said Sakura. She started coughing after that and spat a small amount of blood. Everyone tensed seeing this. They all knew it. These were Sakura's final words. Ino took hold of her hand and squeezed tightly, showing her support and telling her she is there for her. Sakura recovered from her coughing fit and turned towards Ino. My best friend rival. You were always there for me when I needed help. You were there for me when Sasuke left. You let me cry on your shoulders even though you were equally hurt by his departure. But you stayed strong for my sake. I thank you for everything you've done for me. You are the best friend anybody could hope to have in their life. I want you to find a man who is going to appreciate you for who you are and love you no matter what. Promise me that, Ino, said a now smiling Sakura. Ino didn't respond. She just squeezed her hand even more tightly and gave her a forced smile. That was all Sakura needed. No words were needed to be spoken. She turned her head towards Naruto, who has started crying. Naruto. He looked at her. I'm sorry, I was never a good friend to you. You were always there for me in bad and good. You were the pillar that kept me going. You gave me hope of seeing Sasuke again. My only regret is that I couldn't return my love towards you. For that I am sorry, said Sakura. It's okay, Sakura-chan. I don't care anymore. As long as you were happy, that was enough for me, cried Naruto. Sakura smiled. Thank you, Naruto. I hope you find happiness in life. You deserve it more than anyone. Sakura turned her gaze towards the sky. It started to rain during their conversation. She could feel her strength leaving. It won't be long now. My dear friends, this is where we part way. This is my final wish to all of you. I want you all to get a family, have kids, and live a peaceful life. I also want you to look after the baka here. God knows he needs a good ass kicking once in a while. Everyone laughed at her joke. She smiled serenely and closed her eyes. She took one last breath and whispered just loud enough so that everyone could hear her. Goodbye, said a smiling Sakura. With that, her body went limp. Ino started crying even more and embraced her body, not letting her go. Naruto lowered his head and cried silently. Everyone bowed their heads, all crying, mourning for their lost friend, comrade, family. They stayed like this for an hour. Later on, they returned to the base, Naruto carrying Sakura bridal style, Ino right beside him holding Sakura's hand, while everyone else formed a circle around them. When they arrived at the camp, Tsunade and other Kages were already waiting for them. When Tsunade saw Sakura's body, she nodded solemnly towards the group and led them to a secluded tent. Ninjas of all villages bowed their heads and showed their respect for the fallen ninja. They laid their body inside the tent and stayed with her through the night, saying goodbye for the last time. In the morning, she was given a proper burial while all of the army stood there and mourned for her and all of the friends they lost. The rookies were there giving each other support and shoulders to cry on. Naruto looked at his friends and saw what hate can do to people. He swore on his blood, on his father and mother, on his godfather, that he will end this once and for all. He turned around and started walking towards his tent to gather his equipment. Ino looked at his retreating back. Good luck, she whispered. She turned back and watched the fire. When the burial ended, the Kages proposed a celebration for all the men and women who lost their lives defending their families and friends. Everyone attended except Naruto. He was already moving towards his destiny. The rookies and Tsunade knew this and let him go. There was nothing they could do except believe in Naruto, the child of prophecy. A week passed. The day of the battle has arrived. Sasuke and Naruto stood opposite each other just like 3 years ago. Both hardened warrior legends of their own right. This was it. Everything would be decided here. They clashed. The battle that ensued could be felt all around the world. The battle lasted for several hours. The victor was unknown. All of the rookies and their senseis and the Ichiraku couple stood by the gate of Konoha waiting for the return of their hero. They stood there not moving an inch for 2 days. 2 days later, a figure could be seen moving towards the gate of Konoha. The figure was walking slowly without a care in the world, a smile plastered on his face. His hair ruffling in the wind, his blue eyes shining peacefully. His shirt was torn, his pants were barely holding on, but despite everything he still walked towards Konoha smiling all the way. When his friends saw him they all ran towards him and tackled him on the ground crying tears of happiness. He did it! He finally did it! Despite all odds he emerged victorious just like always in his life. He rose from a boy who tried to survive on the streets to a man who brought peace to elemental nations. They all laughed finally free with no worries. Tsunade approached Naruto. His friends let him go. Tsunade smiled at him and gave him a bone-crushing hug. She let him go after a few minutes and gave him a kiss on the forehead and said, "Good job, Gaki." The rookies smiled at this show of affection. They all knew their Hokage saw Naruto as her son. They were family. They all were. A family of ninjas. They will stick by each other forever no matter what. Kakashi gave him his patented "I smile" guy, shouted something about youth. Kurenai, who was just about to pop, gave him the biggest smile she could muster while rubbing her stomach. Shikamaru decided to speak up and ask the question that plagued everybody's minds. "Naruto, what happened?" Naruto's smile turned into a sad one and answered, "If you all don't mind, I would rather not talk about it right now." They all understood. Even though he was lost in darkness, Sasuke was still his brother. The man who acknowledged him and became his rival in life. They couldn't imagine how painful it must have been fighting against him, knowing one of them would die. They nodded in understanding. He would tell them when he is ready. At that moment Chuji's stomach grumbled, easing the tension that formed. They all started laughing while Chuji just scratched his head in embarrassment. Tsunade proposed a feast to welcome the return of Hero of Konoha. They all agreed while Tsunade went to inform the village of Naruto's return. The rookies decided to catch up and went to a nearby training ground. Kakashi offered to escort Kurenai to the hospital for her checkup. She agreed and they went on their way. Guy decided to join them and was shouting youth all the way to the hospital, much to the irritation of Kakashi and Kurenai. In the evening the whole village celebrated Naruto's return. Tsunade announced that this day will be a national holiday, for this is the day that Uzumaki Naruto brought peace to the world. The villagers and ninjas all agreed and gave a toast to their savior. Naruto was smiling the whole time. His wish was finally granted. He was acknowledged by everyone. He was no longer the demon child but a ninja of Konoha. Present time, 2 years later, we can see a figure kneeling in front of the memorial was wearing the standard Jonin flak jacket, black umbu pants. He had a black headband tied around his forehead. He also wore a red cloak over his figure with black flames decorating the bottom of the cloak. There was some writing written on the cloak. It said Sage. His hands were tracing over certain names. Father, Mother, Eros, Nin, and Sakura, whispered the figure to himself. "I miss you all. I wish you could be here with me." The figure smiled. At the same time someone else was walking towards the memorial stone with a bouquet in her hands. She wore a purple top and a purple skirt that went down to her thighs. She had her headband tied around her neck. That person was Yamanaka Ino. She was smiling while walking towards the memorial stone. When she got there she saw a figure there kneeling. She didn't know who the person was. She wasn't anyone that she recognized from the village. All she saw was a red cloak and an inscription that said Sage. "No, it can't be him. Is that Naruto?" thought Ino. She started walking towards the unknown man. The figure noticed her and turned around. Ino lost her breath. The man was definitely handsome. He had wild blonde hair, blue eyes, tan skin, and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. "Wait, whiskers!" Naruto yelled Ino. She ran towards him and enveloped him in a hug. The figure in Naruto was a bit startled and surprised at first but composed himself and returned the hug. Ino was laughing into his chest and crying tears of joy. Her friend was finally back. After 2 years he finally came back. She realized she was still hugging him and started blushing a bit and moved away from him. She hit him over the head yelling, "Baka, where were you? You left without saying goodbye to us. Nobody knew where you went." Naruto picked himself up from the ground and started scratching his head and laughed sheepishly. "Sorry about that. It was kinda on short notice. I was training with the toads. I needed to complete my training just like Eros and Nin did." Ino's anger subsided a bit. You could have at least sent us a message or something. We were worried about you, idiot. Said now a bit more calm Ino. I guess I lost track of time. Sorry. Said Naruto while giving her his foxy grin. Ino let out a breath. Who could stay mad while looking at that big goofy grin of his? Once a baka, always a baka. Said a smiling Ino. Hey, that hurt. Said Naruto while pouting. Ino just laughed at his expression. Naruto joined her after a few seconds. They laughed for a few moments, just enjoying each other's company. After the laughter died down, Naruto asked her, who are you here for? Asuma-sensei and Sakura. I come by here every month to bring fresh flowers for them. Naruto nodded and made his way over to her and stood by and waited so that she finished praying. She stood after a few minutes. I can't believe 2 years have already passed. It all seems like it happened yesterday. Said Ino solemnly. Naruto nodded and they just watched the stone in silence for a few moments. Ino finally perked up and said, alright, that's enough of the depressing stuff, it's time for some fun. You, mister, are going to take me out for lunch and you are going to pay. Got it? Said Ino in a tone that said she won't take no for an answer. Naruto smiled, still as bossy as ever. Hi, Ino. That's right, and you are still an idiot, responded a smiling Ino. Hee hee, alright, where do you want to go? Asked Naruto. Ichiraku, shouted Ino. Naruto was surprised by her answer. He didn't know she liked ramen. Since when do you like ramen? Asked a confused Naruto. Since you left. I can see why you enjoy going there every day. The ramen is great, the stand has this homey feeling and the owners are the nicest people I know. Responded Ino. Naruto smiled at her, a true happy smile. Ino liking ramen, I've seen it all now. Ha, laughed Naruto. Ino playfully smacked his arm and pouted. Sorry, I couldn't help myself, responded a grinning Naruto. Alright, Ichiraku it is. Hold on, Ino. This might feel a bit weird, said Naruto. Ino didn't have time to ponder on his word. She was suddenly embraced by him and they flashed away a second later. When she opened her eyes, she was in front of the Ichiraku stand. She didn't even realize she was still holding on to Naruto, who was smiling down at her. When she woke up from her stupor, she looked at him and saw a pair of blue orbs staring down at her. I could lose myself in those eyes, thought Ino, who was blushing while looking up at him. Naruto saw this and smirked. Ino shook her head and turned her head away, trying to hide her blush, but to no avail. Naruto was smirking the entire time. Ino turned back and shouted, What? You were blushing. Like what you see, Ino? Teased Naruto. Ino's response was to blush even more, but she recovered quickly and hit him over the head while yelling Baka. She walked towards the stand while Naruto was trying to make sense of his surroundings. She sat down on the stool and was momentarily joined by a still grinning Naruto. She let out a breath and yelled, Hey old man, I'm starving here. You could hear someone coming from the back cursing something about blondes, interrupting him during his break. Naruto stood transfixed watching the door. The door opened and out came an old man in his 50s. Blondie, that's the 3rd time this week that you came during my break. You are killing me, said the old man while crossing his hands over his chest. Yeah, just give me 2 Yamanaka special, said a smiling Ino. Ichiraku just grunted and turned towards the other customer. He stood there and just observed the young customer. Then something finally clicked in his mind. Naruto? Asked Ichiraku. Naruto in response just unleashed his foxy grin and scratched his head. Naruto, it really is you. My boy, you came back. Where were you? We missed you. Hold on a second. I am. Get over here. You won't believe who is here. Yelled Ichiraku. You could hear someone tripping over some pots and cursing. Out of the back came a young girl. Dad, this better be good, I was enjoying my break, said an irritated girl. Look, pointed Ichiraku towards Naruto. When Ayam saw Naruto, she shrieked in delight and jumped over the counter and enveloped Naruto in a hug. Naruto was caught by surprise and fell off the stool. They landed in an awkward position with Ayam straddling him. Ichiraku grunted. Ayam realized what happened and got up quickly and blushed a bit. Ino, who was watching and saw them in that position, felt something stirring in her stomach. She didn't know what it was foreign for her. She put it out of her mind for now and just listened to the conversation between the three. They had a lot of catching up to do. Alright, let's give Naruto a break. He just came back, he must be tired and hungry, said Ichiraku. Sorry. Alright Naruto, what will you have? Asked a smiling Iam. 10 Uzumaki specials please, answered a happy Naruto. Coming right up with it, the father and daughter duo went in the back to prepare the meals for the two customers. Naruto turned towards Ino with a raised eyebrow. Yamanaka special? Yeah, I'm kinda a regular customer here, so we decided to name a dish after me, grinned Ino. Man, it seems a lot has changed around here while I was gone. I can't wait to catch up with all my friends. What have you been up to, Ino? Asked Naruto. Well, I made Jonin just like the rest of the rookies. I was offered to take a team, but I declined. I took a job in the hospital. I'm the head psychiatrist. I help ninja and civilians deal with traumas and stuff like that. I still take an occasional mission so that I don't get rusty. What else? I was Tsunade's student for a year. She taught me a lot of medical techniques and Shizen showed me some stuff about poisons. I'm thinking about learning a new element. All I have right now is my clan techniques and the stuff I learned from Tsunade and Shizen. I want to branch out a bit to have more versatile techniques. Just in case you know. That's great, Ino. I'm happy for you. If you need help with the element, I would be happy to give you a few pointers, said Naruto. Thanks. I'll think about it. What about you? What changed with you? You must have gotten a lot stronger, asked Ino. You certainly got handsomer, thought Ino. Well, I mastered wind, water, and lightning element. I'm Chunin level in fire and earth. In a few months I will be a master in sealing. I know some genjutsu. I've perfected my taijutsu. Genjutsu skills are still non-existent. And that's pretty much it. I might have missed something, responded Naruto, pride evident in his voice. Ino was shocked. That's amazing, Naruto. You did that in just 2 years. How? You need to be a genius to learn all that. Not just a genius, a freaking super genius, responded a flabbergasted Ino. Naruto laughed a bit. Yeah, well, having a fox sealed inside you has some benefits, answered Naruto. Oh, sorry, it must feel awkward talking about Kyuubi, said Ino in an apologizing voice. No, it's okay. I got over all that, and so did Kyuubi. He is a good friend and a better partner. We worked out our differences during the war. Once you get to know the big furball, he is kinda nice. Just don't tell anyone, he is kinda shy about that. He doesn't want his reputation to be ruined, said a grinning Naruto. Watch it, kid, I can still kick your ass, grunted Kurama. Come on, it's just Ino. She won't tell anyone. I hope. The last part was whispered so that Kurama couldn't hear him. I don't like it, but it's your ass on the line. But you certainly know how to pick him. That's one fine specimen of a woman you found there. And I've seen how you were looking at her, you can't deny you were checking her out, teased Kurama. Naruto blushed. Shut up, you oversized furball. She's just a friend. Now go back to sleep, answered a blushing and irritated Naruto. Kurama just laughed in response and fell back asleep. Ino was watching Naruto, who blacked out for a second. His eyebrow was twitching and he was blushing. I wonder what's going on with him, thought Ino. Naruto? You in there? Asked Ino, who moved closer to his face and waved her hand in front of his face. Naruto opened his eyes and saw Ino dangerously close to his face. His blush deepened. He could feel her breath against his face. It was so warm. Her eyes were beautiful, her lips so inviting. Kurama started laughing in the background. That woke Naruto up from his daydreaming. Yeah, Ino, I'm alright, stuttered Naruto. Ino was in the same situation as him. She was blushing profoundly. She didn't even realize that she was that close to his face. She quickly moved her face away from his and turned towards the counter. I was having a talk with Kyuubi. He doesn't like it when I share stuff that involve him. said Naruto, who recovered a bit from the awkward situation. Oh, I thought you were thinking, but then I realized that it is you and that you don't think ever, responded Ino in a teasing manner. Naruto grunted and pouted and said something about bossy blondes. While this was happening, Ayam was watching the two blondes conversing and saw them blushing and gained an evil smirk. Teasing time, thought an excited Ayam. She walked up with their meals. Here you go, Naruto. Dad says it's on the house. Thanks, Ayam Nekken, said Naruto. And Yamanaka special for your girlfriend, teased Ayam. Both blondes turned bright red at her remark. Naruto suddenly found his bowl very interesting, and so did Ino. Ayam just laughed at their expressions and went back to help her father with the cooking. They ate their meal in silence, not wanting to face each other after Ayam's teasing. When they finished their meals, Ino was going to pay for her meal, but Naruto offered to pay as a thank you for a warm welcome and a good laugh. Ino thanked him and smiled. Such a gentleman, thought Ino dreamily. Well, it's been fun, Ino. It's time I go see Tsunade and get my beating for leaving for 2 years, said a slightly nervous Naruto. Ino laughed at his predicament. Well, it serves you right, you big idiot. She gave him a hug and kissed him on the cheek and then quickly ran away to hide her blush. She yelled thanks for the meal. We should do it again sometime, and then she was just a blur down the street. Meanwhile, Naruto was still in ecstasy from that hug and kiss. Wait, did she just say we should do it again? No, I must have heard her wrong, right? Kurama was again heard laughing in the background. Naruto gained a tick mark on his forehead and clenched his fist while shouting in his mind at his laughing partner. Damn furball. Well, I'm off to a good start. I wonder what else Konoha has in store for me. Alright, here we go, time to get my ass kicked, said Naruto while pumping his fist into the air. Chapter 2. Hokage's office. It was a day just like any other for the 5th Hokage, Tsunade Senju. She was currently doing paperwork, the bane of her existence, and at the same time indulging herself with a bottle of sake. After the war, things slowed down in the ninja world. The villages have formed a permanent alliances with each other, so the threat of another war is non-existent. Another good thing about this whole peace thing is less paperwork, considerably less. It's been a good 2 years for the 5th. The only thing missing is her ball of sunshine, her local knucklehead. Naruto. It's been 2 years already. You better come back soon or I will beat the shit out of you, thought Tsunade. She was unaware of a figure climbing her tower. She is in for a nasty surprise. Couple of minutes before Naruto was walking towards the Hokage tower. The people were looking at him and were wondering who this person was and why was he so familiar. The people who did recognize him bowed their heads in respect and gave him a happy smile. Naruto responded with a small smile and with a slight bow of his head. Well, this is new. People are genuinely happy to see me even after 2 years. And what's with the girls? They are acting weird, thought Naruto. You could see groups of girls talking to each other and occasionally taking a glance towards Naruto and giggling. Naruto just gave them a small smile and continued his trek towards the tower. He was taking his time enjoying in the scenery, taking in the sights of Konoha. It has been too long. I miss this place. Glad to see Konoha recovered from Nagato's destruction, thought Naruto, who was smiling the entire time. Minutes later he could see the tower in his sight. A wave of nostalgia hit him. All the memories he experienced in that tower came rushing back. The time he spent with Gigi, Grandma Shizen, Eros and Nin. Those were some of the best moments of his life. Yep, I definitely miss this place, thought Naruto. I wonder what Bakon is doing. Probably drinking or sleeping, lazy old hag, smiled Naruto. An idea formed in his head and a grin spread across his face. Why use the front door when I can use a play from Erosenen's book, schemed a grinning Naruto. He used his camouflage jutsu taught by Eros and Nin and started climbing the tower. He reached the window and saw Tsunade actually working. Now this is a pleasant surprise. Grandma is actually working, thought a surprised Naruto. She narrowed his gaze and saw a bottle of sake on the desk. No wonder she's working, she's probably drunk and isn't aware of what she's doing, thought Naruto. Time to give her a heart attack and get my ass kicked. He took a deep breath. Bakon, yelled Naruto. The effect was instantaneous. Tsunade spat all of her sake across the room, knocked over her table with all of her paperwork now lying on the floor, and messed up. Her personal umbu responded quickly and apparate in the room and were surprised with the scene. They could barely contain their laughter. You could hear a couple of snickers coming from their mouth. But they quickly stopped when they saw an angry Tsunade. The leader made the best choice of his career and ordered his squad to return to their hiding spots. "It took me all morning to file this paper. I'm going to kill the man who did this," raged Tsunade in her mind. She turned around and was speechless. Minato, thought Tsunade. "Tsunade, you are drunk again, seeing ghosts, and it's not even 2 o'clock yet," thought a mildly drunk and confused Tsunade. Naruto was laughing hysterically on the windowsill. He was laughing and there were a few tears in his eyes. Too bad he didn't have a camera with him. That would make a perfect picture. Tsunade recovered and saw a laughing blonde with whiskers sitting on her window. "That damn brat. Scaring me and then laughing at me. I'll show him," she smirked, thinking how she will get even with him. She walked towards him and picked him up his collar and grinned evilly. Naruto stopped laughing and opened his eyes to come face to face with the murderous gaze of Tsunade. Crap, here comes the pain. He prepared himself for the pain that was coming. Tsunade gathered all of her strength and flung him across the room, where he impacted with the door and the wall behind it. The entire tower shook because of the impact. Chunin's assistants were running amok, trying to catch the falling items and try to salvage what they could. Naruto was desperately trying to remain conscious, but it was proving to be quite a difficult task. He eventually managed to recover from the atomic bomb he just received. "Damn, she still packs quite a punch," thought Naruto, who was holding his head trying to clear his dizziness. Tsunade was tapping her foot in irritation and waited for Naruto to pick himself up. "Is that how you greet someone after you haven't seen them for 2 years?" yelled an angry Tsunade. "I swear you are even worse than that old pervert." Naruto just smiled in response and scratched his head and walked towards her. "Hey, somebody has got to keep you in shape, otherwise your old ass will get rusty and dusty," said a grinning Naruto. Tsunade moved towards him till they were only a couple of inches away from each other. She was glaring at him for a couple of moments, but relented soon afterwards. She hugged him tightly like a mother would. Naruto hugged her back. He heard her whisper, "Welcome back, Gaki. It's good to be back. I missed you all," responded Naruto in a quiet manner. They stayed like that for a couple of seconds and then they separated and smiled to each other. Tsunade went back to her chair and picked up her desk and called for Shizen. Naruto sat down in front of her and waited for the questions that were coming. "So where were you? Your messenger toad wasn't very forthcoming with information. He only said you were training and nothing else," questioned Tsunade. "I was completing my sage training with the toads. There was still a lot of things I had to learn. That took me about half a year. After that I focused on mastering my elements and I studied sealing. I must say seals are very interesting. No wonder my father and mother enjoyed studying them," responded Naruto with a faraway look, thinking about his parents. Tsunade smiled at him, thinking how much he looked and acted like them. He definitely was their son. "Minato Kushina, you would be proud of the man he became," smiled Tsunade. At that time Shizen came in through the hole where the door once was. She saw the mess in the room and sighed deeply. "I'm too old for this," thought a tired Shizen. She saw Tsunade talking with a person with a red cloak with black flames in the bottom. The figure turned around when he heard footsteps. Shizen's heart started beating happily. Her brother came back. A tear escaped her eyes and she smiled happily. Naruto saw her and stooped up and went to her to give her a hug. "Hello, Shizen Nekken. I missed you," said Naruto. Shizen just hugged him tighter. They separated a couple of moments later. Shizen went to stand next to Tsunade, who was smiling at their interaction. "I'm sure you both have a lot of questions, so fire away," said Naruto, who made himself comfortable in his chair. They spent the next hour just chatting away, asking questions and basically catching up the lost time. Meanwhile, a certain blonde was skipping happily down the main street of Konoha. She had a huge smile on her face. People were looking at her funnily, thinking she's crazy or something. Ino paid them no mind. She was happy. Her friend came back. She had a lovely lunch with a handsome man and she is free from work today. She spotted someone walking down the street. It was one of her oldest friends and teammates. "Shikamaru Tamari," yelled Ino. Woman sighed Shikamaru. Temari elbowed him in the ribs. Shikamaru grumbled something about girlfriends and their heavy punches. Hey Ino. How you've been? You certainly look happy. What happened? Responded Temari with a small smile. Shikamaru just gave her a small wave and a smile. Ino and Temari formed a nice friendship when Temari moved to Konoha when Shikamaru asked her to move in with her after 2 years of relationship. They spent a lot of afternoons together just chatting and gossiping while Ino was doing the gossiping. Why wouldn't I be happy? I just had one of the best mornings of my life, said a smiling Ino. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, his mind already working full speed. It was unusual seeing Ino so happy. Sure, she was always loud and smiled, but not like this. This was different, very different. Oh, do tell, said an intrigued Temari. She was genuinely interested. Whatever she did must have been great, seeing she wore that big smile on her face. I just spent lunch with our local sage, winked Ino. Temari made a confused face. Shikamaru smirked. He already connected all the pieces of the puzzle. There's only one sage that could make Ino smile like that. Troublesome. I'm guessing the idiot is finally back, said Shikamaru lazily and with a small smile that showed he was happy to have his friend back. Ino nodded vigorously, her smile never leaving her face. Temari realized who they were talking about after Shikamaru's idiot remark. There's only one idiot and a sage in this village, Naruto. Naruto's finally back. He has a lot of explaining to do. Gaara and Kankuro will want to hear of this, said Temari. Well, I will leave that up to you. I'm actually planning a gathering of the rookies to celebrate Naruto's return. Would you two come? Questioned Ino, who was still smiling. Man, her face must be hurting from all that stretching, thought the narrator. Of course we would love to come. It's been a while since we've seen that baka. Right, Shikamaru? Said Temari, who gave Shikamaru a stern look, saying he will definitely have to go. Troublesome was Shikamaru's defeated answer. Great. Let's meet up at 8 in the Akimichi barbecue shop. I will notify the others. I will also stop by Naruto's place to tell him about the meeting and persuade him to join us, said a smirking Ino. Troublesome blondes, said Shikamaru. You certainly want to spend a lot of time with Naruto. He just came back and you were already planning the wedding, said a laughing Temari. Ino slightly blushed after that remark and Shikamaru noticed it and smirked. Naruto, you certainly work fast, thought Shikamaru. Shut up. It's nothing like that. He is just a friend. Sure, he's handsome and everything, and his gorgeous blue eyes and those whiskers marks give him this feral look, but that doesn't mean I like him or anything, said Ino, who didn't even realize that she started daydreaming about Naruto. The couple just smirked and laughed a bit. Sure, Ino, whatever you say, said a giggling Temari. Ino glared at the couple and muttered something about annoying couples who think they know everything. After that they separated and promised to meet up in the evening. Ino started walking towards Chuji's house to make a reservation, and then she would notify the others. Later on, Naruto was finished being interrogated by Tsunade and Shizune and said his goodbyes to the two, saying that he is tired and wants to go to sleep. They nodded in understanding. They knew he must have been exhausted after all that training and questioning, not to mention from that super punch from Tsunade. Naruto used the rooftops to get to his apartment faster and to avoid any interruptions. He was there in a couple of minutes. He opened the door and was surprised. He expected his room to be all dusty and messy, but instead it was all clean and shiny and it smelled of flowers. I wonder who took care of my apartment, thought a confused Naruto. He noticed a picture on his nightstand. It was the picture of the old Team 7, the picture which he broke before the war, but someone fixed it. Someone must really care about me, thought Naruto. He shrugged and put the thought of his mind. For now it wasn't important at the moment. What he needed right now was a long hot shower. With his mind made up, he strolled towards his bathroom. He turned on the shower and waited for the right temperature so that it wasn't too cold or too hot. Satisfied, he took off his clothes and stepped in the shower. He could feel his body relaxing, all the tension and stress just washed away. I needed this, thought a relaxed Naruto. In the street in front of Naruto's apartment, Ino was currently walking towards Naruto's apartment. She told her friends about the gathering to celebrate Naruto's return. They were all thrilled to hear of Naruto's return and couldn't wait to see him after such a long time. With her mission finished, all she needed to do right now was to tell the star of the show of their little gathering. He is probably still with Tsunade. I'll just leave him a message and hopefully that idiot will notice it, thought Ino. She climbed the stairs of Naruto's apartment building and walked towards his apartment. She took her spare key, which was given to her by Tsunade, so that she could take care of his apartment during his absence. She inserted the key and turned it. There was a click which signified that the door was now unlocked. She entered, but she was not alone. At the same time, another person stepped out of the apartment wearing nothing but a small towel over his lower region. Ino blushed like never before. There before her stood a god among men with a body that everyone would kill for. All those muscles, that perfect tan, that sweat, drooled Ino. Naruto was faring a bit better than Ino. He was startled at first when he saw her walk into his apartment. Thank God for this towel, or this would certainly be a very awkward situation, thought a relieved Naruto. He saw that she was checking him up and that there was actually a bit of saliva gathering in her mouth. This is going to be fun. Payback time for that kiss, grinned Naruto earth to Ino. Is anyone there? Said Naruto. Ino didn't respond and continued to stare at him. Naruto just smirked. Come on, Ino. I know I'm gorgeous, but please show some restraint. You are practically undressing me with your eyes. Not that there is much to undress. Teased Naruto. Ino snapped out of her staring and looked away so that she wasn't looking at him directly. Don't flatter yourself. You ain't that special. I've seen better. Her statement would have more merit if she wasn't still blushing and occasionally stealing quick glances to his body. Are you sure? I think I saw you droll a bit earlier. It's okay. I won't tell anyone. This will be our little secret, winked Naruto. Shut up, idiot. Don't just stand there. Get dressed already. Responded Ino while trying to give him a stern glare, but it wasn't working. Naruto laughed and turned towards his bedroom and put on some regular black t-shirt and some pants. He walked out and saw Ino sitting on his couch. Well, she's certainly made herself at home, thought Naruto. He didn't care, this is Ino after all. She doesn't ask, she just takes what she wants. So what do you want, Ino? Miss me already? Oh, how come you have a key to my apartment? Questioned Naruto. Ino turned towards him and was disappointed to see Naruto fully dressed. Her show was ruined, cried Ino in her mind. Don't push your luck. I just came by to tell we're having a gathering to welcome you back to the village. All of the rookies are coming. We are going to meet up at Akimichi's barbecue restaurant at 8. And no excuses, if you don't get there on time I will come for you and drag you there myself. Glared Ino. Seriously? You didn't have to do that for me. I was going to pay everyone a visit tomorrow. But this is actually better. I'll be there, no doubt about that. You didn't answer my last question. Why do you have my key? Responded Naruto. Oh, Tsunade gave it to me one day. I asked her to give it to me so that I could clean your apartment. I didn't want you to come back home and sleep in a dirty apartment. Said Ino in a calm manner. I see. That was very nice of you. You've been doing a lot of nice things for me lately. First lunch, then this gathering, and to top it all off you've been taking care of my apartment. I don't know what to say. I'll make it up to you. I promise, responded a mildly shocked and surprised Naruto. Why would Ino be this nice to me all of a sudden? We were never actually close. She's certainly changed a lot, thought Naruto. It's okay. You don't have to do anything. You've already done enough for me and for all of us. You deserve a break once in a while. Smiled Ino. Naruto smiled back. This was nice to him. Nobody ever helped him and showed him this kind of kindness apart from back on Eros and Nin and Gigi. It felt good, he felt warm. Anyway, my job is done. I need to go home and prepare for this evening. I will see you later in the evening. Take care, Naruto. See ya. Said Ino, who was already walking out of his apartment. Bye, Ino. See ya, responded Naruto with a wave. I guess I should also prepare and look in my closet what I have to wear later in the evening at Kimichi restaurant. Where's that idiot? Questioned an irritated Kiba. Calm down, Kiba. He's not late yet. He still has a couple of minutes. He knows what will happen if he will be late," said Ino with an evil smirk. "Troublesome blonde," said Nara lazily. "What was that, Shika? I couldn't hear you." "Speak up," said Ino with a glare. "All right, everybody, let's calm down. No reason to get angry with one another. I'm sure Naruto will come any minute now. Let's catch up in the meantime. It's been a while since we last gathered like this," said Niji in his stoic manner. They spend the next few minutes waiting for Naruto, chatting and joking around. 8 p.m. sharp, the door to the restaurant opened and in came Naruto. He wore a black muscle t-shirt with some blue swirls covering the edges of the shirt. He wore simple black with some hint of red shinobi pants. His headband was tied around his shoulder, allowing his hair to fall down freely across his forehead. All in all, he looked good, judging by the looks he was receiving from the female patrons in the restaurant. "Hey guys. Long time no see," said Naruto, using his foxy grin to avoid any beating for leaving for 2 years. "Naruto," they all yelled. They stood up and went towards him to properly greet him, using man hugs, and for the girls some awkward hugs. "How you've been, man? You certainly had us worried. If it weren't for Tsunade telling us you were training, we would have sent out a search party for you." "Idiot. Next time leave a message," growled Kiba in the end, but there was no malice in the end, just playfulness. They all took a seat so that they can more comfortable while they talk. Naruto took the seat between Ino and Shuji. Across from him were seated Shikamaru Temari, who was leaning on his shoulder, and Shino. To the right side of the table were Lee, who was barely containing his youthfulness, Niji and Tenten, who seemed to be very comfortable with each other. On the left side were Kiba Hinata, who Naruto noticed wasn't as shy as before. She was still blushing, mind you, but not as much as before. With them was also Sai, who was smiling, and not his fake smile, but his real smile. Just another person who was changed by the child of prophecy. "Yes, sorry about that. Everything happened so quickly. I came home from that war celebration, and next thing I knew I was summoned to the realm of the Toads. They told me that my training wasn't finished and that this is a path that all sages of the Toads need to take," responded Naruto with a tinge of regret in his voice for leaving his friends without a proper goodbye. "Typical. Whenever you leave, it's because of training. The training trip with Lord Jiraiya, the mission to get Tsunade, the mission to conquer your bijou, and now this. Will you ever stop trying? You know it's hard for us mortals to keep up with you," responded Kiba in a fake hurt manner. "Huh. I can't help it. Training is relaxing and fun for me. It's not my problem you can't keep up my," said Naruto with a smirk on his face. The two friends glared at each other, but it lacked the aggression. They relented a few moments later and just laughed while others joined them. "Anyway, it's good to have you back. Gaara and Kankuro will be thrilled to hear of your return. You were sorely missed. This place needed some color back. It was getting kinda boring, and this lazy idiot wasn't any better," said Temari while sending a glare to Shikamaru, who just shrugged his shoulder and let out a sigh. "Thanks, Temari. I'm guessing you two finally got together, huh? It's about time if you ask me. You certainly were stubborn about this whole relationship thing," said Naruto in a happy tone. "Yeah. It's been 2 years now. We realized after the war that pretty much anything can happen, so we went for it. After a year, Shikamaru asked me to move to Konoha. With some negotiation with Gaara, I was assigned as a permanent ambassador for Konoha. Yep, life has been great so far. How about you seeing someone, or have you found her already?" said Temari while sending a look towards Ino, which Naruto caught. He blushed and tensed a bit, but nobody noticed except Shikamaru, Shino, and Niji. They looked at each other and smiled. Well, Shino just raised his eyebrow. Ino was in the same position. She was finding her lap very interesting, and she was fidgeting a bit. Lee, who was going to explode because of all the pent-up youthfulness, decided to shout his opinion. "Yash, Naruto-kun, your fire of youth is burning as bright as ever. I would love to test my youth against yours. If I lose, I'm going to run around Konoha 1,000 times, and if I can't finish," yelled Lee in his normal manner. They tuned him out for the time being, at least until he stops describing his ridiculous training. Naruto and Ino were just glad to change the subject. "That's great, Lee. I would love to spar against you. responded Naruto with a kind smile directed towards his energetic friend. Lee responded with an equal smile. Anyway guys, I'm dying to know what you've been up to. Judging by Ino's fantastic progress, I can't wait to hear of your exploits, said Naruto. Ino blushed slightly at his subtle compliment, but she recovered fast. I'll go first, interject Kiba. I'm a Jonin. I'm in charge of my own tracker team. My team is one of the best in the village, just behind my sister's. And I'm dating the prettiest girl in the village. With that, he gently squeezed Hinata's hand and gave her a loving smile. Naruto looked at them and saw the love. He would still have to talk to Hinata about the whole confession thing. But that can come later. I'm happy for you guys. You deserve it, smiled Naruto. Ano, I'm a Jonin and I'm helping in the hospital. I'm helping them with the studies about healing creams and lotions. I'm also helping my sister Hanabine become a good clan head, said Hinata with a slight stutter in her voice. Naruto smiled at her and gave her a compliment. So I went next. I'm the leader of the root program which Tsunade approved. We are collaborating with her and her Umbu. I made some changes to the program. I molded it after the Umbu but still retained some of the features from before, said Sai with a small smile. Wow. Not bad, Sai. Always knew you had it in ya, said Naruto with pride. Thanks, Dickless, teased Sai. Naruto gave him a hard look and glared at him. Everyone just laughed at their bickering. Some things never change, they all thought. Since I already talked about myself, I think Nara here would love to pick things up. Right, Nara? Said Temari while sending some motivation towards Shikamaru ribs. Troublesome. I'm a Jonin and I help Dad in the intelligence and strategy department. And I have to take care of a troublesome girlfriend, responded Shikamaru. Oh, shut up. You know you love me, you big oaf, said Temari while giving him a kiss on the cheek. Everyone smiled at their affection. They certainly are a weird couple, thought the rookies. Chuji went up next, who was no longer fat as before. He was still rough around the edges, but much better than before. I'm also a Jonin and I'm in charge of my own Jonin team. They are a lively little bunch. They bicker a lot, but they've got potential. My dad also started to train me to become the clan head. He thinks I'll be ready in a few years. I'm also dating someone, but that's a secret for now, said Chuji. Damn, Chuji. That's a lot to take in. You certainly were busy, smiled Naruto. Thanks, man. We all can't be heroes, so we've got to content ourselves with normal mortal stuff, said Chuji with a smirk. The others joined him. Haha, very funny, Chuji. You are all heroes in my eyes, you know that, smiled Naruto. They gave him a smile in return. It's nice to be appreciated. Yash, my turn. I'm also a Jonin and have my own team. They are all shining with the power of youth, yelled Lee, prideful of his team. Naruto smiled and told him he would love to meet his team. Shino decided to end his quiet time. Hello, Naruto. I'm also a Jonin and a poison specialist. Tsunade founded a new department for poison research and put the Aburame clan in charge. My father is the head of the department and I'm his assistant and next in line to take charge, Shino said in a stoic manner. Phew, Shino. Busy as a bee, huh? Smirked Naruto. Shino nodded at his little joke. Tenten took charge. I'm a Jonin also. I'm the leading weapons specialist in the village. But I'm not like the rest of these maniacs. I took a job in the academy to teach kids the value and importance of weapons. I like the simple things in life, said Tenten with a bit sadness because of not achieving as much as her other peers. Tenten, that's awesome. I always respected teachers ever since I met Ichiraku-sensei. Don't sell yourself short. What you've achieved is nothing to snort at. You should be proud of yourself. I know I am, said Naruto with a big smile. Tenten brightened and thanked him for the show of confidence. Niji took hold of her hand and smiled at her. Naruto noticed this. Another couple, huh? I'm away for 2 years and you are all paired up, said Naruto. Well, not everyone. Ino is still free. Teased Temari. Shut up, you big blonde bimbo. Blushed and glared Ino. Naruto just laughed at their bickering, and so did others. Naruto saw that there was no anger present in their arguing. The others were used to this, and they knew they were good friends. Well, I guess I'm last. You know what they say. Keep the best for last. Joked Neji. Holy shit. Did Neji just make a joke? Shouted a shocked Naruto. Others just laughed at his expression. They've gotten used to the new Neji. Shut up. I wasn't that bad before. Said Neji in a hurt manner, but was still smiling. Yes, you were. Remember you had that huge stick in your ass. Smirked Naruto. The table started shaking because of the laughter. He has a point, Neji. You were pretty stuck up. Said Kiba, still snickering. Others nodded in approval. Yeah. That's in the past now. Anyway, I'm a Jonin and the head of the branch family. I'm helping Hinata teach Hanabi how to run a clan. I must say, Hanabi will make a great clan head. Ever since she started hanging around with Konohamaru, she's certainly changed. She mellowed out and became more humble, good qualities for a leader to have. Said Neji. Konohamaru, huh? That sounds like him. I wonder what he did. Said Naruto. I must say, guys, you've blown me away with your achievements. I'm proud of all you guys. It looks like I have to catch up to all of you, huh? I'm still a measly genin. Said Naruto, hurt by his rank. Ino raised an eyebrow. I thought he was Jonin since he wore a Jonin jacket. She filed that away for later. His friends laughed at his predicament. The hero of Konoha and Elemental Nations, still a genin. That's just priceless. Laughed Kiba. Bite me up, responded Naruto with a friendly glare. They laughed for a couple of moments. So I'm sure we've all been dying to find out about your training. So fire away, Naruto. Said Neji after he calmed down. Others nodded and paid close attention on his next words. Naruto told them all about what he did his training with the toads, training his elements and seals. To say they were shocked would be an understatement. They knew he would get stronger, but this was insane. Nobody could improve that much in such a short time. But then again, this is Naruto we're talking about. He makes the impossible possible. With that, the evening ended. They each went their own way. The last ones there were Temari, Shikamaru, and Ino Naruto. It's time to go, Shika. I'm tired. Said a tired Temari. Shikamaru nodded and took her hand. They waved at their friend and said goodbye. Well, I guess it's just you and me, Ino. Said Naruto. Ino smiled. Let me walk you home. It's been a long day. Thanks, Ino. I appreciate it. They walked towards her home in a blissful silence. Ino decided to ask a question. Hey, Naruto. Naruto. You said you weren't Jonin. Then how come you were wearing a Jonin flak jacket? Questioned Ino. Oh. That wasn't my jacket. It was a memento from my father. It's one of the few things I have left that remind me of him. Said Naruto, who had a small smile on his face. You know who your parents are? Said a shocked Ino. Naruto nodded. Yes. I knew for a while now. I found out before the war, actually. Said Naruto. Seriously? How come you never told us? Don't you trust us? Questioned Ino, slightly hurt by his decision. Of course I trust. I trust you with my life. But it was too risky back then. My heritage would bring more harm than good. So I kept it for myself until everything settled down. Responded Naruto hastily, not wanting to offend and anger Ino. Well, everything's settled down now. I'm all ears. Smirked Ino. Now where's the fun in that? Let's make a game out of it. If you manage to find out the identity of at least one of my parents, I will teach you one of my techniques. The time limit is 1 week. If you lose, I get to, you know what, let's keep it a surprise. I promise it won't be something perverted, and you can always say no if you don't like my idea. Said Naruto. Ino pouted because she really wanted to know about his parents. But she would content herself with a little game. I mean, how hard can it be to find out about his parents, thought Ino. If you only knew Ino. I don't like it, but okay. If you say so, said Ino. Great. There are no rules. You can use whatever means necessary to find the necessary information, said Naruto. Ino nodded, liking the sound of that. They were so engrossed in their conversation they didn't even realize they were standing in front of Ino's house. Well, this is it. I'll see you later, Ino. Sweet dreams, said Naruto. Likewise, Naruto. And thank you for walking me home. That was sweet of you, said Ino, who gave him a small hug. She turned towards her house. She turned back and saw Naruto still standing at the same spot, stunned because of the hug. She smiled at him and went inside. Man, she's hugging me a lot lately, said Naruto with a smile. With that, he started walking back towards his home, reminiscing about today's events. He couldn't help but think if every day is going to be so good. And that's a wrap. Next chapter, some training, Ino searching for information, basically the development of their relationship. Chapter 3. It was 5 a.m. in the morning. Normally people wouldn't even dream of thinking of getting up at that time. Sadly, one particular ninja didn't have a choice in the matter. The reason one alarm clock from the deepest pits of hell was ringing out of control. What the hell, shouted Naruto. The alarm scared the bejesus, something I heard in Top Gear, out of him. Who the hell set up my alarm to beep at 5 a.m. in the morning? I'm going to kill that idiot. Whoever he is, he's a walking dead man, yelled in irritation Naruto, who was in the process of picking himself up from the floor of his apartment. He walked towards his nightstand where the clock was while rubbing his temples, trying to clear all the morning fogginess. He saw a note behind it. Dear Gaki, this is payback for before. Love back on, said the note. Damn, I just got pranked by a 50-year-old woman. I'm losing my touch. You may have won this battle back on, but the war will be won by me, Databao, vowed Naruto. He proceeded to raise again the clock repeatedly so that this never happens again. He sighed. There's no way I'll be able to go back to sleep now. I might as well make the most of it. Ramen time, mused Naruto, who pumped his fist in the air at his end remark, but immediately regretted doing that because the fogginess returned full force. But first, a long and relaxing shower. With that, he strolled towards his bathroom to take a well-deserved shower. After 20 minutes or so, he came out of the steamy shower and changed into his ninja clothes. With that, he left towards his destination. Ichiraku, here I come. He was nothing but a blur while jumping across rooftops towards his destination. Ichiraku. A few seconds later, an old man could be seen yawning behind the counter, trying to wake himself up. The man in his old age wanted nothing more than to pass on his restaurant to his daughter, but alas, that was just a wish. His daughter, while extremely capable, is still just one man and woman. And that is not enough to run this place, especially now when the Black Hole aka Naruto returned. Let it also be known that Ichiraku doesn't like to be scared shitless, as would be seen in a couple of moments. Old man, yelled Naruto at the top of his lungs. And then it happened. It all happened so suddenly. The knife appeared out of nowhere. Seriously, it's like it came from the heavens themselves to aid their owner. Next thing Naruto knew, something was flying past his head, inches away from his eyes. If it weren't for his insane reflexes, he wouldn't be able to see the finer things in life, like Ino's firm ass and long legs. Whom he liked, thought both the narrator and Naruto. Note to self: don't ever scare old man again, thought a very scared Naruto. Naruto, don't ever scare me like that again. I think I had a small heart attack, said a painting Ichiraku, who had a hand over his heart area. Sorry. I didn't mean to, I swear. Please don't throw any knives, please, said a pleading Naruto. Oh, sorry about that. Reflex, I guess, said an embarrassed Ichiraku, who took a play from Naruto's book and scratched his head in a very Naruto-like manner. Reflex, my ass. Not even seasoned ninjas have that kind of reflexes. Seriously, you are like a demon in disguise, smirked Naruto playfully. Haha, very funny. Laugh all you want, I'm still the one that decides if you get any ramen or not. Grinned Ichiraku. Please don't take away my ramen. Don't take away the nectar from gods. I'll do anything, please, begged Naruto, who got on all four and bowed his head in submission. Ichiraku just laughed at his response. Ah, I miss this, thought the bemused old man. Settle down. While I would like to punish you, this place still needs money to operate, and you do contribute a lot of it. So all is forgiven for now, said the old man, who was pleased with his witty remarks. Yup, still got it, thanks, old man. Now bring me my drug. 5 miso ramens, please, said a now smiling Naruto, happy to escape old man's judgment. With that, the old man excused himself and went to work. His place took an also yawning Ayam. She's clearly not a morning person, judging from the state of her hair. Morning, Nachan. Sleep well? Teased Naruto. Ayam just flipped him the bird and sat down on the stool behind the counter and proceeded to fix her hair. A while later, she finished her morning routine and started chatting with Naruto. No girlfriend today. What happened? Did you do something to piss her off after 24 hours? Teased Ayam. She's not my girlfriend, yelled Naruto. Seriously? People need to stop saying that. We've just happened to have met at the memorial and went to lunch together. No big deal. Friends do that, you know. So what if she saw me naked? That was an accident, said Naruto, who realized his slip-up and quickly put a hand over his mouth while blushing. Oh? Naked, you say? You certainly work fast, Naruto. Never thought you were such a ladies' man. Giggled Ayam. Oh, shut up. I had a towel protecting my manhood, grumbled Naruto. Ayam just continued to giggle, which caused Naruto to give her one of his brotherly glares. You know, one day I will pay you back for all of your teasing. As soon as I find out that you are seeing someone, all hell will break loose. And that's a promise, Databeo. Vovu, Naruto. That shut Ayam up. She was seeing someone, but they were keeping it a secret for now. Oh man, I had to go overboard with the teasing. I hope he forgets about this whole thing. Oh, who am I kidding? This is Naruto, of course he won't forget, thought Ayam, who was regretting her actions, but not for long. Still, it was worth it. Yeah, keep dreaming, Naruto, responded Ayam quickly. She went to the kitchen to get Naruto's dosage of ramen. The duo returned and talked with Naruto about his plans now that he's back in the village. He said he'll just go with the flow. One thing he will definitely have to do is become a freaking Jonin. Can't stay Jonin for life, you know. With that, he bid the duo goodbye. Well, time to burn of these calories. Some light training should do the trick, said Naruto to himself. He went towards his favorite training ground, the one he and his perverted master used to use. The perverted training ground. As soon as he arrived, a wave of memories attacked his mind. The time when the pervert taught him how to water walk and summon. When they used to spar together, laugh together, eat the frozen popsicles, or when he yelled at him for peeping on women at the waterfall. All good times. I hope you are happy wherever you are, Erosanin, said Naruto, who looked up to see a bright blue sky and saw a smiling Jiraiya looking down at him. He closed his eyes and smiled back and stood there for a few moments, just letting the wind circle around him. All right, time to sweat. He proceeded to do some light jogging and some strength exercises. After that, he focused on his elements. He made 100 clones and divided them into 4 groups of 25. Each group would either take fire, water, earth, or lightning to practice elemental manipulation, while the original one would tackle wind. I've already mastered wind, but there is a level beyond that. Kakashi told me once that there were some users who could control the airflow with their chakra. Well, time to test that, said Naruto, who took a lotus position on the ground and started to focus. If someone were to be passing by, they would see a bunch of Narutos practicing the elements. Some would be burning down trees with their chakra, some would form whirlpools on the lake, others trying to make a boulder, and some trying to create small sparks of lightning on their fingers. There would also be a lone Naruto meditating and be surrounded by a small twister. Truly a remarkable sight. After an hour or two, Naruto finished with his light training. Yes, that was light. There was some progress, but not as much as he would like, but still, Konoha wasn't built overnight. He has time. He decided to go back to the village and visit Bakon and see what she's doing, or visit some of his friends. Kakashi maybe. I haven't seen him since I returned. I wonder what that pervert's doing, thought Naruto. While he was jogging back to the village, he heard someone yell out in frustration, obviously displeased with something. The sound was coming from one of the nearby training grounds. The ever-nosy Naruto decided to investigate. When he arrived there, he saw a young blonde yelling a leaf in her hands. He heard only bits of what she was saying, like stupid or why won't you work or his favorite bite me. He snickered a bit and laughed at her frustration, but decided to end her misery and help her out a bit. He jumped down from the tree and walked towards her. "Hey Ino," yelled Naruto. Ino was still yelling at the leaf but stopped when she heard Naruto's voice. "Naruto? What are you doing here? Are you following me?" teased Ino. "You wish," smirked Naruto. Ino pouted and turned away from his, faking hurt at his remark. "Haha, you lost again, Ino, sorry. But seriously, I was training nearby and I was returning to the village and I heard you yell at someone or something in your case. Seriously, Ino, you've got a big set of lungs on you. I could hear you a mile away. You should use that and make your own personal jutsu like the screaming jutsu. Man, imagine that. That would certainly be ranked as an S-ranked jutsu," laughed Naruto. Ino hit him over the head using a small amount of chakra in her fist, just enough for him to stop laughing. She tapped her foot in frustration and glared at him while he was trying to pick himself up from her haymaker. "Now is not the time to be charming, Naruto. I'm losing my mind here. I've been doing this exercise for over an hour now and still nothing. It's like this damn leaf hates me or something," growled Ino. Naruto, who recovered from the smash from hell, said, "Maybe I can help. Just tell what you want to do and maybe I can give you a few pointers," offered Naruto. "Really? You would do that?" questioned Ino, happy for his offer. "Of course. I told you yesterday. If you need help with anything, just use your newly named screaming jutsu and I'll come by running," said Naruto playfully. "Shut up, idiot. I'm not that loud," said Ino while pouting. "But I do need some help. This thing is bugging the hell out of me. I found that I have a water affinity and found a book where it says that the first exercise is to try and soak a leaf. It said I need to be silent and deadly just like water to perform this exercise, whatever that means. I've been trying this for an hour now, but still no progress. I'm considering venting out my anger on something, but this leaf won't do. I need a live target for that," said Ino, who grinned evilly in the end while looking at Naruto to see a red dot on his forehead and target written over his head. Naruto saw her look and thought of a quick getaway. He decided to distract her for the time being by helping her. Hopefully her anger will fade away. I can help you with that, Ino," responded Naruto with haste. Ino perked up at his response, her anger forgotten for the moment. "I've been in the same situation as you. I did this exercise while I was with the toads. Man, I must tell you, the exercise was a pain in the ass for me. It took quite some time to finish it," said Naruto, reminiscing about his training. "Well? How did you do it? Don't make me wait, idiot," snapped Ino, desperately needing an answer. "All right, Ino, no need to blow a gasket. The elder toad told me in order to complete this exercise you need to think like water be water." I was like, "What?" This earned a laughter from Ino. "Yeah, that sounds like you, all muscle but no brains," quipped Ino. Yeah, moving on. As I was saying, you need to relax. The secret to this exercise is to remain calm and let the chakra flow through your body to your hand. Envelop the leaf, calm the leaf in a manner. When you do that, explode. Use all your chakra you can and speed up the process of enveloping the leaf. Here, let me show you. Naruto demonstrated her on how to do it. A second later, the leaf was drenched in water. Ino was astounded. What she was trying to do for the past hour was done in a second. Wow, he's good, thought Ino with a renewed vigor. Ino got to work. Naruto's voice was resonating in her head, guiding her. Okay, Ino, remain calm. Think of something peaceful, thought Ino. Images of Naruto's laughter and smile appeared in Ino's mind. Not that, idiot. Find something different. A clearing full of flowers came next. Oh, that's better. But then Naruto could be seen running towards her, carrying flowers in his lap. Ino sighed internally. This is going to take a while. Naruto was watching her focus, trying hard to complete this hellish exercise. She looks cute when she's focusing, thought Naruto, but quickly shook those thoughts out of his mind. Bad Naruto berated Naruto himself. He saw that this is going to take a while, so he suggested to Ino that she takes a set near the lake to help her calm down and at the same time find inspiration by listening to the sound of water. She nodded and they both took a set near the edge of the lake. Ino took a leaf into her hands again and restarted on the exercise. Naruto was bored. He couldn't look at Ino because he would get certain images in his head, so he was looking around the area finding nothing of interest. He turned back towards the lake and got an idea. He smirked. He stood up silently and walked into the lake till he was knee-deep in the water. He prepared himself. "Hey Ino," said Naruto with a hidden mirth. Ino opened her eyes and saw Naruto crouching with his hands in the water. He wouldn't thought Ino. But he would. Naruto moved his hands and splashed water all over Ino's body. Ino yelled in surprise. "How dare he! I'll show him," thought an angry Ino. Nobody messes with a Yamanaka and gets away with it. She tackled him and they fell into the water with Ino on top of him. Underwater, Naruto could be seen smiling. His idea worked. Ino took the bait. Ino was also smiling. She didn't know why, but she couldn't stay mad at Naruto for long. They emerged a couple of moments later still laughing. "Sorry, I couldn't help myself. But hey, it worked. You are more relaxed and calm now, right?" said Naruto through his laughter. Ino, who was laughing, had to admit he was right. This certainly helped with her tension. "You are such an idiot, Naruto, but thank you. I do feel better now. But don't think you can do this every time, you know. Next time there would be hell too?" grinned Ino. Naruto gulped and nodded furiously, not wanting to anger the blonde. "Yes ma'am," saluted Naruto. "Good," said Ino. "Hold on Ino, let me do something about our clothes," said Naruto. Ino didn't have time to ponder on his words. She was suddenly attacked by a small gust of warm wind, which felt damn good in her opinion. A few moments later they were dry and warm. She thanked him for his help. With that she went back to work. Naruto took a seat by her side and watched her try to perform the exercise. They stayed like that for an hour, with Naruto giving Ino tips and Ino trying to soak the leaf. At the end of the training session, Ino managed to partially wet the leaf. It wasn't much, but it was progress. Ino thanked him for the help, saying she will pay him back somehow. "No need, Ino. You've done enough in the last 2 days to last a lifetime," responded Naruto with kind smile, showing appreciation for everything she's done for him. Ino smiled and just sat there for a while, striking a conversation. Ino wanted to use this opportunity to find out something about his parents. "Naruto, what were your parents like?" questioned Ino in a humble tone, not wanting to bring out any bad memories. Naruto smiled and looked up at the sky. "They were everything I could ever hope for in a parent. They were heroes in every sense of the word. They sacrificed their lives in order for me to live. They did it without hesitation, proving how much they loved me," said Naruto with a sad smile and a few tears escaping his eyes. Ino smiled at him and also shed a few tears at his story. She took his hand and squeezed it gently, showing her support and telling him it's okay. Naruto nodded in appreciation. "So did that answer your question, Ino? Any closer on finding out who they are?" quipped Naruto with a grin on his face. "Well, it's a start. I'm still nowhere close to finding out, but I've got time. I'll just follow the clues and solve the puzzle." "No problem," exclaimed Ino. "Good. I'm looking forward to next week," responded Naruto. Ino smiled and nodded. "So do you have any plans for the afternoon?" questioned Ino. "Not really. I was thinking of visiting Kakashi. I haven't seen him since I returned. I want to see what he's been up to while I was gone," said Naruto. "Oh. Well, usually he's at Kurenai's house in the morning helping with the baby," said Ino. Naruto raised an eyebrow, obviously surprised. "Huh? You mean Kakashi the pervert spending time with Kurenai the pervert hater?" said a surprised but amused Naruto. Yeah. Ever since the war, Kakashi's been helping out with all the baby stuff. It's actually very sweet of him. I know Karina is very grateful for his help. And so am I. Karina needs all the help she can get. Being a single mother is a tough job. She needs some alone time for herself. Although I have suspicions about the two, they've been very comfortable with each other lately," said Ino with a narrow gaze, in the end not liking the idea of not knowing something juicy. "Man. Kakashi a babysitter. How about that?" smirked Naruto. "What about his reading habits? I'm pretty sure Karina doesn't like the idea of a pervert being near her baby?" questioned an interested Naruto. "Oh, you don't have to worry about that. She took care of that early on. You should have seen Kakashi's punishment when he walked in one day with his book in his hands while the baby was in Karina's hands. She used a yaoi genjutsu on him. Kakashi didn't stop twitching for a week. After that he only reads that stuff when he is alone and nowhere near Karina," answered an amused Ino, who could barely contain her laughter while remembering that particular event. Naruto joined her. He could already see the scene playing in his head. "Man, I wish I'd been there to see that," thought Naruto, clearly amused at Kakashi's situation. "If you want, we can go there together. I wanted to visit Karina for a while now. You should see her son. It's the cutest little thing, he looks just like his father," smiled Ino. "Man, you must really like the little bugger," remarked Naruto with a smile. "I do. And you will to trust me. Just one laugh from him and you will be his slave forever," winked Ino. Naruto laughed. "All right, lead the way to my new master," teased Naruto. They walked back towards the village and towards Karina's house while chatting about random things that happened during the 2 years that he was gone. Ino tried to gain additional information about his parents, but Naruto wouldn't give any conclusive answers. Karina's house. Karina was in the process of making a late breakfast. She had the luxury to sleep in a bit today courtesy of her now regular guest Hatake Kakashi. Some would wonder, what isn't a class ninja doing at 10 a.m. in the morning taking care of some kid that isn't even his own? And so did Karina, frankly. The change happened so fast. One day we are nothing more than acquaintances, the next he's volunteering to watch little Asuma, mused Karina. It must be the war. This was his second. Perhaps he realized something during the war, thought Karina. But she decided not to squander this gift from the heavens and just go with the flow. She liked his company. When he is with her and Asuma Jr., it's like he's a different person. He is no longer the ninja that strikes fear into the enemy's hearts, but a thoughtful friend. In the last 2 years or so she got to meet the real Kakashi. Kakashi, who went through 2 wars, who lost both of his teammates and his sensei. Kakashi, who lost his father at an early age. And she has to admit she likes this Kakashi. She found out that he can be quite loving, kind and sincere when he wants to be. They spend a lot of time together actually. They had lunch together regularly and sometimes even dinner. Breakfast was a regular thing. She can't even remember when he wasn't over for breakfast. And those late night walks around the village, sighed Karina dreamily. "Wow, don't go down that lane, Karina," thought Karina to herself. "Can't start dreaming about Kakashi now, can we?" "Right," thought an unsure Karina. To be honest with herself, she wouldn't mind going out with Kakashi. She likes his company, he's thoughtful, great with Asuma Jr., he makes her laugh. What more could she possibly want? Karina sighed. "I need a second opinion," thought Karina. She was woken up from her thinking by a knock on the door. "I wonder who that is," thought Karina. She went to open door, passing by Kakashi, who was keeping little Asuma company and playing with him with some cubes. Karina opened the door and saw twins. Seriously, they look so much alike. Ino. What a surprise! I haven't seen you in a while, said a surprised Karina while in the process of hugging Ino. Yes, sorry about that. Work was killing me. I had to work double shifts because some staff members took vacations. But it's over now, so I decided to visit my favorite nephew. Smiled Ino. Karina smiled and nodded. She looked towards Ino's twin brother, who was just standing there with a happy smile on his face. As soon as she saw those whisker marks on his face, everything clicked in her mind. Naruto yelled Karina, who gave him a small hug. "You've returned. About time if you ask me." This village was lost without you, remarked Kurenai with a small smile. Hi Kurenai-sensei. Long time no see. Looking good by the way. Winked Naruto playfully. Kurenai nodded in appreciation, thankful that he noticed she got rid of the baby fat. Alright already. Enough with the flirting. I want my Asuma dosage right now, said Ino. Kurenai just laughed a little and shrugged their shoulders and proceeded to enter the house. They walked into the living room where they saw a laughing Asuma Jr. and a happy Kakashi who was holding some cubes in his hands. The trio smiled at the scene, Kurenai more so than the other two. Ino noticed her smile. Her suspicions were proving to be right on target. She would have to talk with her later about their relationship. Kakashi finally noticed the additional company and turned around to come face to face with a smiling Kurenai, Ino, and Naruto. Wait, Naruto thought, a surprised Kakashi. Naruto, you're back, said a very happy and surprised Kakashi. Kakashi gave him one of his eye smiles to show him how happy he is to see him favorite student again. Hey Kakashi-sensei. It's been too long. But you've certainly been busy, quipped Naruto while sending a look towards Kurenai and the baby. Kakashi scratched his head and I smiled. That was everything Naruto needed. He understood perfectly. Asuma Jr., who was looking towards the new arrivals, recognized his favorite auntie. Auntie! Yelled Asuma Jr. in delight, who jumped into Ino's arms and hugged her. Hey there, Asuma. Miss me? I certainly missed you. Have you been good while I was away? Did you listen to your mother and Kakashi? Questioned Ino in a playful manner while untangling Asuma of her body and put him on solid ground again. Asuma nodded with a big smile, happy to see Auntie Ino again. Asuma turned towards the other blonde guest who was watching the interaction with a happy smile. Asuma pointed towards Naruto and asked, Who's that auntie? Your boy asked Asuma, who was struggling with the last word. Kurenai decided to help him. Boyfriend, Asuma. Is that you wanted to say? Helped Kurenai. Asuma nodded, which caused the blondes to blush at the boy's remark. Seriously, everywhere I go it's always the same question. Do you have Ino written on my forehead or what? Said a blushing Naruto. Ino nodded in understanding and answered Asuma's question. No, Asuma, this is not my boyfriend. This is my friend Naruto. He's a ninja like your mother and Kakashi. He's really strong, said Ino, who got rid of her blush while talking to Asuma Jr. Cool. Do you know any jutsu? Can you show me some? Said Asuma Jr. bouncing in delight and with stars in his eyes. Naruto laughed at his happy expression. He reminded of him. Always full of energy and wanting to see cool jutsus. Yes, I know a couple. I'll show them to you some other time, but only if you will be good and do whatever your mommy says. Okay? Answered Naruto while smiling towards Asuma Jr., who calmed down a bit. But not by much. I promise. I'll even eat all my vegetables. Answered Asuma. Ino, Kakashi, and Kurenai smiled at the two. They couldn't help but notice how good Naruto is with little Asuma. It's like he has this aura around him that seems to calm and relax everybody around him. Then again, this is the man who befriended all the Kages and so many other things. Naruto, would you and Kakashi mind watching Asuma for a bit while me and Ino finish making breakfast? You are welcome to join us, of course. Asked Kurenai. Naruto nodded, seeing no problem with her request. He liked the little gaki. It's no wonder Ino likes him so much, he's just so likable, mused Naruto. Kurenai nodded in appreciation. With that, the two ladies left the room to finish up breakfast. When Kurenai arrived in the kitchen, she immediately turned around and asked the question that's been plaguing her mind. Alright, talk. You two look very comfortable near each other. And I saw the blush. Don't try to avoid the question. Now speak, said Kurenai while giving a stern look, obviously wanting some information. Sheesh, talk about sneak attack. What's up with people obsessing about me and Naruto? He's right, it's like our bodies are saying that we're dating or something. But to answer your question, there's nothing between us. We met yesterday at the Memorial Stone, we talked at lunch, laughed, then had dinner with the rest of the rookies, and he walked me home after that. We met again in the morning when he helped me with my training. We talked some more after that and now we're here," answered Ino, who was panting after that long explanation. In the other room, Naruto was in the situation. He was currently being interrogated by Kakashi, who saw the same thing as Kurenai. Kurenai wasn't completely satisfied with her answer. "And? There is still something between you. I can feel it. How do you feel about him?" asked Kurenai, not wanting to drop the subject. "Man, you won't let this go, huh?" "Alright, I admit I do feel something towards him, but I don't know what it is yet. It could just be friendship or could be something more, I don't know yet. He's just so kind and considerate. He always takes the extra mile just to make you happy. And the best part, he doesn't want anything in return. I mean, for the love of God, he saved this village on countless occasions, he saved the world, and he's still so humble. Nobody could be that perfect, seriously," answered Ino honestly. Kurenai nodded, finally happy with Ino's answer. "I thought you felt like that. I could see it in your eyes. There was a small twinkle every time you looked at Naruto. I'm happy for you, Ino. It may not be love yet, but you are getting there. Just spend some more time with him and get to know him more and you'll get your answer," said Kurenai with a kind smile. "Yeah, about knowing him more. We are actually playing a little game. You see, he found out who his parents are and he won't tell me. He gave me a week to find out the identity of at least one of them. If I win, I get to learn one of his techniques, and if I lose, he gets something he wants," said Ino. Kurenai nodded, indicating that she's still following her. "So what I need from you is information. Do you happen to know who his parents were? I know they were heroes, at least to Naruto. They sacrificed their lives to save Naruto, but that's it. It's not enough to solve the puzzle," raged Ino. "I'm sorry, can't help you with that. I always thought he was just an orphan who was born at the wrong time. I think Kakashi might know more, if not the whole truth." "Wait here, I'll go get him," said a retreating Kurenai. A few moments later, Kakashi walked in with a nice smile on his face. "You wanted to talk to me about something, Ino?" said Kakashi. "Yes. I was hoping to talk to you about Naruto's parents," said Ino, surprising Kakashi a bit, not expecting that question. "Now why do you want to know about that?" questioned Kakashi, who turned very serious. Ino proceeded to explain Kakashi about the whole bet with Naruto. Kakashi nodded, liking the answer. He will tell her something, but not much, just enough to help her along. If Naruto thinks she deserves to know the truth, then so be it. "Well, actually I do know who they were, but it's not my place to tell you. That is Naruto's choice and not mine. But I can give you some clues to help you along." I smiled, Kakashi. Ino was a bit saddened to hear the first part of the answer, but contented herself with minor clues. "Well, here goes, pay attention. His father had blonde hair and was born in this village. His mother had red hair and was from a different village and from a prominent clan," answered Kakashi, who decided to end it there, not wanting to give out too much information. Ino was seen in deep thought, contemplating if she knew anybody that fit that description. She came out empty. It's still a work in progress. I'll ask around a bit or visit the register center to see if there are any Uzumakis in the village, thought Ino. Ino thanked Kakashi for his help. Kakashi said it was no problem, anything for Naruto's future girlfriend. Ino glared at him for that last remark, a small blush on her cheeks. Kakashi smiled with his one visible eye and went back to the living room. Kurenai returned a bit later, wanting to finally finish breakfast. A couple of minutes later, the company could be seen eating breakfast while conversing with each other. If anybody saw them right now, they would see a picture of a loving family. They laughed, smiled, and just enjoy life. This is what a ninja family looks like. After the meal, Ino and Naruto said their goodbyes while telling Asuma Jr. they would visit him tomorrow again. The blondes could be seen walking towards Yamanaka flower shop. Ino was helping her mom around the shop today, and Naruto, the gentleman, escorted her. They stopped in front of the shop's door. "Thanks for the company, Naruto, and thanks for the help with my training," said Ino thankfully. "Anytime, Ino." "Listen, I've been meaning to ask you something," said Naruto, who was slightly nervous. Ino waited for his answer, intrigued what has him so worked up. Would you like to go out tonight as friends, of course? I want to hear all the juicy details about the stuff that's been happening around the village, and who better to ask than the gossip queen of Konoha," said Naruto a bit shyly. Ino disregarded that remark about the gossip queen but instead focused on the real matter, the date. Is he asking me out? Thought Ino. Are you asking me on a date, Naruto? Asked Ino, who was hoping it was. If you want it to be, then yes. I'm asking you on a date. Answered a smiling Naruto. I would love to. Who knows, I might have some fun. It can't hurt to try, right? Smiled Ino. Great. I'll pick you up again, Ino. He gave her a slight peck on the cheek and ran away after that. Ino blushed, loving the feeling of Naruto's lips on her cheeks. She went inside the shop to see her mom behind the counter with a knowing smirk on her face. Ino sighed, knowing what is to come next. This is going to be a long day. And that's a wrap. I decided to end it here. I hope I'm improving with my writing, so please tell me what am I doing wrong so that I can correct in the future. Anyways, see you in a couple of days. Chapter 4. Naruto could be seen walking down the street from the Yamanaka shop. He has what people would describe as a victory smile on his face. And what did he want, you say? Money? No. Promotion? No, let me help you out a bit. He won a date with one of the most beautiful women in Konoha, if not on the entire continent. Yep, definitely a good reason to be happy. Some would also wonder what made him do it. Why did he make such a bold move? What if it doesn't work out? That could ruin their friendship. Is it worth it? Naruto thought back to his conversation with his sensei Kakashi. A single phrase was running through his mind. This is what his sensei told him. Life's short, Naruto. Cherish it while you can, said the copy ninja. Naruto took his advice to heart. Until now, Naruto took everything for granted. But you never know what might happen, even he isn't invincible. So he decided to take a leap of faith. He only hopes everything will turn out great. So do I, Naruto, so do I, thought the narrator. Only time will tell. He will do everything he can to find his happiness. Naruto was breaking out of his musing when he heard his name being called. Naruto Nikon, is that you? Boss, is that really you? Konohamaru's voice could be heard on the street. Naruto turned towards the voice and saw Konohamaru with a smile on his face. Konohamaru changed over the 2 years. He grew quite a lot. He probably reached up to Naruto's chin now. He also gained some muscles. He still wore that ridiculous scarf around his neck. Seriously, what's up with that? Naruto was beaming, happy to see his protege again. Konohamaru gave Naruto a small hug, but don't worry, it was a manly hug. They had unshed tears of joy in their eyes. It has been too long for these two. Kono, hey buddy, how you've been? Said Naruto with a smile reserved for his friend. Don't you buddy me. Where were you? You just disappeared on us. I really missed you, we all did. Said Konohamaru, who really missed his boss. Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment, which he was doing a lot lately. He told Konohamaru everything, where he was, what he did, the whole shebang. Konohamaru understood. Naruto wanted to follow in his master's footsteps. He would have done the same thing in his shoes. As long as he's happy, so was he. So what have you been up to? I've heard some interesting things. Smirked Naruto. Konohamaru didn't like that look. It meant he will be teased later. But there's nothing he can't do right now. He will deal with it later. Well, I actually made Chunin last year. I won the whole tournament. You should have seen me. I wiped the floor with the competition. You should have seen their faces when I used the Rasengan in the finals. You would be laughing your ear off. Laughed a proud Konohamaru. Naruto gave him a proud smile and ruffled his hair like a proud brother would. That's great, Kono. I'm proud of you. Sorry I couldn't be there, but I promise I'll be there when you turn Jonin. I'll need to give you a gift for the promotion. Which one do you want, lunch or a new jutsu? Asked Naruto, who already knew the answer to that question. That's a tough one. Bah, who am I kidding, jutsu it is. Answered a delighted Konohamaru. I thought so. If you want I could show it to you right now, I've got some time. Said Naruto. That's great. I'm free right now, let's go. There's a training ground nearby. Said Konohamaru, who was all giddy. Just as they were about to leave, they were stopped by a new voice, but this time Konohamaru's name was called. Konohamaru. Wait up! Yelled a running Udon. Behind him was Hyuga Hanabi, who looked irritated for some reason. Hey guys. What's up? Said Konohamaru nonchalantly. Don't pretend you don't. What's going on? You ditched us while we were talking, you idiot. That was so impolite, said an angry Hanabi. The 2 years were great for the young Hyuga. She turned into a fine young lady. She's a bit shorter than Konohamaru and has a figure that rivals her sister. Shit, sorry about that. I thought I saw someone I know, so I bailed. Sorry. But hey, it was worth it. Look who I found. Konohamaru pointed at Naruto. Udon smiled at who he saw. His boss was back. Things will finally return to normal. Boss, you're back. We missed you, said Udon, also smiling at his longtime friend. Udon changed the most out of the three. He was no longer the brat who had boogers sticking out of his nose. He is as tall as Konohamaru and just as lean as he definitely looks like a ninja now, mused Naruto. Naruto greeted him back and told him he missed him too. He turned his attention to the young Hyuga girl who was looking back at him with respect. She obviously heard of all his achievements. She bowed and said, "Hello Naruto-sama, nice to meet you." "I've heard a lot about you," said Hanabi politely. Naruto smiled at her. Konohamaru decided to say something. Hey! What did I tell you about all that politeness crap? This is Naruto, you can act normally around him, you don't need all that Hyuga attitude around him. Just say whatever comes to your mind, ranted Konohamaru. Hanabi glared at him and they started to argue. Hanabi said that Naruto was a hero and deserves to be respected, while Konohamaru said that he doesn't like all that formal crap and rules. Udon just sighed at their bickering. He was used to them by now. Naruto laughed, which caused the two to stop bickering. They blushed in embarrassment. Niji was right. You two were perfect for each other. This caused the two to blush even more and turn away from each other to hide their embarrassment. But Konohamaru is right, Hanabi. You don't have to be so formal around me. I'm no different than you, so don't treat me differently. Just be Hanabi and not Hyuga Hanabi, if you know what I mean, remarked Naruto. Hanabi nodded and said she'll try. That was good enough for Naruto. Konohamaru told them that he and Naruto are going training and that they are welcome to join them. They declined, saying that they had other obligations. They said their goodbyes and went on their way. Konohamaru and Naruto made some small talk while they were walking. Naruto found out that Moegi joined the medical corps. She joins them on missions, which makes their team the only team in Konoha with 5 members, including their sensei Ebisu. They spent an hour or so training. Naruto showed him how to do Udama Rasengan. Konohamaru realized that this version of the Rasengan is on a whole other level than the normal Rasengan. Suffice to say, it's going to take a while to perfect it. Meanwhile, Ino just finished her shift from hell. Normally working at her family's flower shop tends to be relaxing, but not today. Today that relaxation was replaced with her mother's teasing. Ino has never been so exhausted in her life. Mom can be such a pain sometimes. I just hope she doesn't tell Dad, knowing him he'll probably flip out if he hears I'm going on a date, thought an exhausted Ino. But hopefully her next destination will cheer her up. You see, she's moving towards the registry center. She is hoping to find some clues about Naruto's family, or at least someone with the last name Uzumaki. It's a long shot, but it can't hurt to try. After a couple of minutes she was in front of the building. It was quite huge. Probably one of the biggest buildings in Konoha, as it should be. A lot of information is stored here, and hopefully Naruto's heritage is among them. She entered the building and walked towards the reception. Behind it stood an elderly woman way past her retirement. "Hello, young lady. How can I help you?" asked the old lady nicely. "Hello. I'm looking for someone. I was wondering if you have any Uzumakis in your database," asked Ino. Uzumaki, huh? That's a name you don't hear very often, except for that young fellow Naruto, I think his name was. Let me take a look. It will take just a second, responded the nice old lady. You could hear the woman typing something in her computer repeatedly. Even in her old age, she is thoroughly dedicated to her work, as is shown on her face and attitude. There are some hits. There are 3 registered Uzumakis in our database. One of them is Naruto Uzumaki, still living. The next one is Mino Uzumaki, who is surprisingly the first Hokage's wife. And the last one is Uzumaki Kushina. Responded the lady. Mito is definitely out, she's too old to be Naruto's mother. This Kushina sounds interesting, thought Ino. Can I look at Uzumaki Kushina's file, please? Asked Ino politely. Sure thing, dear. Just a second. Answered the lady, who tried to click on her file but was classified and said Hokage's eyes only. That's strange. I have never seen something like this, said a confused lady. What? What happened? Asked an interested Ino. It seems the file on Uzumaki Kushina is classified and can only be opened by the current Hokage, said the lady, who was in deep thought. Hold on, let me try something. Let me try accessing the other 2 files, said the lady. It had the same result. Truly interesting, thought the lady. Remarkable. It is the same for the other 2. Everything about the Uzumakis is classified. Young lady, whatever you are looking for must be something truly interesting or something truly frightening and dangerous, remarked the perplexed lady. Naruto. What are you hiding? Just who are you? Thought Ino, who was losing hope of ever finding the truth. I see. Well, thank you anyway. I'll look somewhere else. I'm grateful for your help, said Ino with a slight bow. She bid the lady farewell and went on her way. Damn, still nowhere close to finding the truth. I'm running out of ideas. Tsunade is probably a dead end. She won't divulge classified information, especially about Naruto. I'll have to try the people who were in contact with Naruto. This means Gai-sensei. She shudders, not looking forward to that meeting. Next, Yamato Taicho aside the rest of the rookies and perhaps Shizen-sensei, thought Ino. I'll worry about that later. I need to prepare for our date tonight. Can't be late on our first date now, can I? Said Ino, who started running back home to prepare for her date. Later that evening, Naruto was walking towards Ino's house with flowers in his hands. He chose her favorites, purple irises. He wore an elegant black shirt with some golden lining and matching pants. He left his protector at home since he won't be needing it tonight. He was definitely nervous. This is his first official date with another woman. So many things could go wrong. What if he does something stupid, knowing himself he probably will? Stop squirming, you're making me dizzy, yelled an annoyed Kurama. Shut up, I'm nervous, okay? It's not every day I get to take Ino on a date. Cut me some slack here, responded Naruto in equal measure. I don't care. Just stop moving around so much. I need to get my sleep, growled Kurama. Yeah. All you care about is your sleep. Well, I don't. So shut up, bellowed Naruto. Kurama grunted. Why should he care about his host's personal life? Maybe perhaps whoever Naruto chooses to be his girlfriend, he will have to listen to her every single day. So it would be in their best interest for him to choose wisely. Look, kid. You like her, don't you? And she probably likes you. Now, I may not understand a lot about human relationship, but I watched your mother her whole life. I noticed a thing or two. You were a lot like her. So do what she did. I think she once said go with the flow. It worked for her, it might work for you, said Kurama, who gave his first advice in his long life. Naruto was shocked to death. Did you just give me advice like a human would? Asked a stunned Naruto. Shut up. I'm going back to sleep, growled Kurama, who was a bit embarrassed but also happy for his host. You were such a spoilsport. But thanks. I owe you one, said Naruto sincerely. Kurama just grumbled and went back to sleep. Naruto smiled at his lifetime companion. He was grateful for his help, it did wonders for his nervousness. It was still there, but he knew he can deal with anything that will come his way. At least he hoped so. After a couple of turns, he found himself in front of Ino's house. He knocked and gulped. This is it, thought Naruto. The door opened, but it wasn't Ino who opened it. It was someone far worse. The protector, the guardian, the interrogator, the mind-walker Yamanaka Inoichi. Not him. Why him? Thought a frightened Naruto. Inoichi gave him an appraising look which made Naruto even more nervous and scared. After a few moments of silence, Inoichi relented and gave him a small smile. Naruto wasn't entirely convinced by that smile. Hello, Naruto. Here for Ino? Asked Inoichi. Naruto nodded, not trusting his words that might come out his mouth. Relax, kid. I'm not going to bite you much, said Ino with emphasis on much. Naruto let out the breath he was holding in but still remained on guard. You never know what might happen with overprotective fathers. Inoichi invited him in where he could wait for Ino to get finished. They made some small talk while they were waiting. Ino's mom also joined them and introduced herself while offering him some coffee. Naruto thanked her and gave her a small compliment about her looks which she appreciated. Inoichi decided to speak up about something. Naruto, said Inoichi. Naruto turned towards him. I wanted to thank you, said Inoichi in a humble tone. Naruto was confused. What for? I don't remember doing something for you, answered Naruto, who wasn't sure what the topic of the conversation is. I wanted to thank you for not listening to me during Pain's invasion. I let my emotions take over. I didn't have faith in you, and I'm sorry for that, humbly said Inoichi. Ino's mom Inora smiled at Inoichi. This is the man she fell in love with. A humble, caring man who would do anything for his family. You don't have to thank me for that. You did what you had to. I understood you perfectly back then. I was in the same situation as you. I was so angry at Pain and Akatsuki. I wanted to kill them all. But then I remembered Erosenen's words from our training. He told me hate and revenge is not the right way to take in life. Forgiveness is. If anything, we should both thank him, said Naruto, who smiled at the older man. Inoichi nodded, grateful for everything the young man has done. Naruto, take good care of my little daughter. She means the world to me, said Inoichi in a fatherly tone. Inora smiled and took Inoichi's hand and leaned on his shoulder. Naruto smiled at their love, also wanting that kind of happiness. They were interrupted by the sound of someone clearing their throats. Daddy, I hope you weren't pestering Naruto. I can take care of myself, you know, said Ino, who finished dressing. And my God, was she a sight for sore eyes. Naruto was beyond stunned. I think his heart skipped a beat. He just stood there watching the blonde goddess of his dreams. Ino wore a beautiful purple dress that went down to her ankles. The dress showed quite a lot of cleavage, but in a tasteful manner. She wore purple heels that fitted with the dress perfectly. She also wore the earrings Asuma gave them when they passed the Jonin exams. Beautiful, whispered Naruto. He was at a loss of words. The ball of energy, the prankster from hell, was for the first time stunned speechless. He couldn't form a single sentence. But that one word was enough for Ino. She blushed at his compliment, liking his reaction very much so. Thank you, Naruto. You don't look bad yourself, winked Ino. Naruto scratched his head like always when he's embarrassed or nervous. He offered her his hand. Shall we, gorgeous? Said Naruto. Ino blushed at his compliment and took his hand, and they started walking towards the exit. Inoichi and Inora smiled at the young couple. They had the same thoughts running through their heads. They look just like us when we were younger, thought the parents. Well, there was one more thought running through Inora's mind. Babies, babies, lots of babies, screamed Inora in her mind. When they were outside, Ino asked Naruto where they were going. It's a surprise, he answered. Ino pouted, not wanting to be left in the dark. He asked her to close her eyes for a moment. Ino gave him a stern look. Don't worry. I won't do anything you won't like, trust me, said Naruto. Ino complied and closed her eyes. She's so beautiful, thought Naruto, who was looking at Ino while she was trying to keep her eyes closed. He embraced her and they disappeared in a shunshin and reappeared on top of the Hokage mountain, specifically on top of Yandame's head. You can open your eyes now, Ino, said Naruto, who was anxious to see her reaction. When Ino opened her eyes, she was met with the most beautiful sight she had ever seen. The sun was disappearing behind the horizon, enveloping Konoha with its light for the last time today. The image was out of a fairy tale. You could see all the different colors merging, forming a beautiful sight for all to behold if they bothered to look up. She moved her gaze towards the spot they were standing on. And she was surprised once more. On the yondame's head was a table for two with scented candles on it and their dinner. All around her were her favorite flowers, purple irises. This was Naruto's symbol of how much he cares. He went through all this trouble for me for our first date. He's such a good guy, thought Atiri Ino. No one has ever done something like this for her before. Naruto. This is amazing. You didn't have to all this just for me. I would be perfectly happy with a normal dinner, said a now smiling Ino who had tears in her eyes. Naruto took her hand and guided her towards the table while giving her his warmest smile. It was no problem. You deserve it. I would do anything to see you smile like you are now, said Naruto warmly. Ino couldn't help it, one tear escaped her eyes. But she composed herself. She didn't want to ruin their first date. Thank you, Naruto. This means a lot to me. More than you know, said Ino, who was now sitting across from Naruto. They enjoyed their meal in silence, taking glances at each other occasionally and smiling to each other the whole time. They finished their meals after a while. Naruto served dessert, which was Ino's favorite, cherry blossom pudding. She asked him how did he know this was her favorite. He responded by saying that he remembered seeing her eat it a couple of years back while drooling. He laughed and Ino pouted after that last word. But she couldn't hold that pout for long. The fact that he remembered her favorite dessert by only seeing her eat it once was beyond thoughtful. You know, I was actually really surprised when you accepted my invitation. I would have thought you were taken already. I mean, you must have the whole male population after you, smirked Naruto. Yeah, and 99% of them are pigs. Seriously, all they see in me is a trophy to brag about to their friends. Every time the girls and I go out, there is always a group of guys that try to get into our pants. It's disgusting. You should see how they look at us. We are not women to them, just a piece of meat to use and then discard after you grow tired of it, responded Ino in an angry tone. Naruto gave her a reassuring smile. Well, you are definitely not some piece of meat. You are a dear friend. You are loud, bossy, described Naruto. Ino sent him a glare at his description of her. Naruto continued, but you are also kind, loving, thoughtful, a dear friend, and the most beautiful person I have ever seen, said Naruto, blushing at his last statement. And so did Ino. She had no idea Naruto had such a good opinion of her. Truly a magnificent guy. Ino sighed. I wish more men were like you. Seriously, you should see this one guy. He came up to me about 2 months ago and said he wants me as his second wife. You can imagine my response. I told him to get out of my face and to never show his face around here again. As a sign of my seriousness, I kicked him in his jewels. Winked Ino towards the end, but was obviously disgusted with how the guy acted. Naruto winced at the image of being kicked in the nuts by Ino. The guy deserved it. He's probably some noble dude who thinks he can get anything he wants. Perhaps you kicking him in the balls will serve him some good, show him some humility, said Naruto. Ino shook her head. No, sadly, he didn't learn anything. About a week after that, he approached my father. He demanded from him that he arrange a marriage between us. Father got so angry he was 1 second away from frying his mind. If it wasn't for Chusa, he would have. The pig said that he will have me one way or another. Father threatened him that if he ever does something to me, he will personally kill him and everyone of his kin, said Ino, who took a short break to catch her breath. But not even that worked. I still see him lurking around the hospital and looking at me. It sends shivers up my spine every time I see his look, responded Ino, who felt powerless to do anything to stop this. Naruto took hold of her hand and gave a reassuring squeeze. He moved closer to her and slung a hand over her shoulder in a sign of support. Ino leaned into his shoulder and they stayed like that for a few minutes. Don't worry. I'm here. If that pig tries to do something, tell me. I know you don't need protection, but you are a ninja of Konoha and you can't attack a civilian. But I can. Being a sage has certain perks. The civilian court has no power over me. Only the Hokage can punish me, and I'm pretty sure Bakon wouldn't mind if I put a certain pig in a hospital for attacking her ninja," remarked Naruto. Ino was grateful for his words and for saying that she isn't a weak little girl. She leaned closer to him and just enjoyed his warmth for a while. She shivered a bit from the cold, which Naruto noticed. He used a bit of chakra to keep her warm. She thanked him. "Naruto, why did you bring us here for our first date?" asked Ino. Naruto smiled. "This place has a special meaning for me. As you probably know, I wasn't very popular when I was younger. This was one of the few places where I wasn't glared or spit at. This was my sanctuary. Also, Yondaime is my hero, my idol, the man I want to surpass," answered Naruto truthfully. "Do you hate the fourth for what he did for you?" asked Ino carefully. Naruto laughed a bit. "No, I don't. I did always wonder why he chose me. There were plenty of other choices beside me. I know now why he did," responded Naruto. "And why did he?" asked Ino, who truly wanted to know the answer to that question. "He told he believed in me," responded Naruto with the biggest smile while the wind ruffled his hair. Ino was confused. How would Naruto know that he believed in him? The fourth died the day Naruto was born, so he couldn't know that. What's up with Naruto and his secrets, thought Ino. How can you know that? He died the day you were born. You couldn't know what he thought, said Ino. I met him and he told me, answered Naruto, which confused and shocked Ino even further. What? How? That's impossible, he's dead, said Ino. Slow down, Ino. Let me explain. But you've got to promise me that this stays between you and me. Very few people know this, said Naruto in a serious tone. Ino nodded and waited for Naruto to continue. Naruto sighed and continued. It was during the Akatsuki's invasion after I used Kyuubi's power. Pain asked me how would I achieve peace. I didn't know the answer. I was littered with doubts about myself, my power, my belief. He said that he will use Kyuubi's power to bring peace. He was just about to take me, but Hinata intervened. She got injured and I tapped into Kyuubi's power. After that, everything is pretty much a blur until I wanted to rip the seal from Kyuubi's cage, freeing him. Someone stopped me, said Naruto, who paused for a bit to let the information sink in. Ino nodded, signifying she was still following, although barely. This was surreal. That person was the fourth Hokage, said Naruto. Ino couldn't believe what she just heard. The fourth appeared inside Naruto's mind and prevented him from freeing the fox. He told her the rest of the story, leaving out the part about the fourth being his father. He wanted her to find out that herself. He repaired my seal and told me he believed in me, finished Naruto. Ino just looked at him with wide eyes. It's not every day you hear something like this. Naruto laughed at her expression, which woke Ino. She smacked him on the arm while smiling. They stayed like that, just enjoying each other's company and looking at Konoha. Ino sighed. This was everything she ever wanted, but she always thought Sasuke would provide her with this kind of scenes. In a way, she's glad she got to see the real Sasuke on that fateful day on that battlefield, because if she didn't, she probably wouldn't be here right now. She wouldn't be this close to Naruto, and she would miss out on all the fun she had with Naruto in the last 2 days. Naruto woke her from her thoughts. It's getting late, beautiful. Don't want your dad to come after me now, do we? Quipped Naruto, who stood up with Ino following him. She nodded and they shined back to her house. I had a great time tonight, Ino, said a smiling and nervous Naruto. Me too, Naruto. I want to thank you for me giving the best date of my life and for sharing that secret with me. It really means a lot for you to trust me with such a secret, said Ino. You don't have to thank me, I would trust you with my life, beamed Naruto. If you are interested, I would love to take you to another date, said Naruto nervously. Ino giggled at his shyness, but told him she would love to go out with him again. Naruto beamed at her answer. He gave her a quick peck on her cheek and tucked her favorite flower behind her ear. "Bye, Ino. I'll see you tomorrow," said Naruto, who was walking away from her. Ino, slightly surprised, just gave him a small wave while holding a hand on her cheek. She smiled after she processed what just happened and looked forward to their next meeting. She went inside her house while cradling the flower he tucked behind her ear. She went to her room and placed the flower in the vase on her nightstand and just looked at it for a few minutes, smiling and remembering her romantic date. Ino went to bed with a happy smile on her face and couldn't wait to see what happens next. One thing was certain: being around Naruto is never boring. With that, she retired for the night. What Naruto and Ino didn't notice was a figure lurking in the shadows. "I need to report this to the boss," thought the figure while disappearing into the shadows. And that's a wrap. I kinda rushed things in the end. I lost ideas for their date, to be honest. I promise the next chapter will be better. That's it. See you in a couple of days. Chapter 5. Unknown place. Sir, reporting in, said a voice from the shadows. "Speak," said a grim voice. "As per your request, I was observing the Yamanaka residence. Everything was normal since I stationed myself there until last night, that is," said the shadow in a professional voice. "And? What happened?" asked the voice of the leader. Yamanaka Ino was seen in the company of another male whose identity I couldn't ascertain. They seemed to have been on a date, judging by the way they dressed and acted. The young male came around 8 o'clock to the Yamanaka residence, where he was invited in by Yamanaka Inoichi. He emerged from the household 10 minutes later with Yamanaka Ino. Next, they used Shunshin to go somewhere where I don't know, since I couldn't follow them. I stayed there for the night and saw them return together, sir," said the shadow. The man in charge wasn't pleased with his spy's news. His target, Yamanaka Ino, his future wife, is seeing someone else, complicating things even further than they were. No, the man was definitely not pleased with this information. This certainly complicates things. But no matter, the plans will just have to be altered a bit. Maybe we can use this unknown man to our benefit," mused the man, who could barely contain his anger at the news. "What are my orders, sir?" asked the shadow, who was waiting patiently for his master. "You are to cease observing the Yamanaka residence. I have a mission for you. Whoever this intruder is, he is probably a ninja. Yamanaka Ino wouldn't go out with a weakling, a normal civilian, that much I know. If by some off chance he decides to interfere with my plans, we will need more muscle," said the man in a professional tone. "I see. What shall you have me do, sir?" asked the shadow. The spy was no fool. He was great at staying hidden, but an all-out fight against a ninja would be suicide for him. "You are to contact any mercenary ninja you can find. Offer them whatever they want in exchange for their services. You have by the end of the week. My plan starts then." "Understood?" ordered the leader. "Understood, sir. But if I may be so bold, why are you so interested in the young Yamanaka?" asked the spy carefully, not wanting to anger the more powerful man. "Fair question, but believe you can be trusted with this information. You know what will happen to you if you betray my trust," said the leader in a dangerous tone. The spy nodded, fully aware of what would happen to him if he betrayed his master. "You see, my family was once very powerful and rich. We were one of the leading merchant families in the Fire Nation. We had ties with the daimyo himself, so powerful were we. It all went downhill when my father was in charge of our family. You see, he was searching for a wife, but not just any wife. No, my father was a very picky man. He wouldn't marry an ordinary woman, no matter how beautiful she might be," described the man. The man paused. He seemed deep in thought, probably remembering something. He continued after this short break. "And he found her right here in Konoha. He told me that she was his chosen one, his leading lady. He said that it wasn't her beauty that captured his attention, even though she was supposed to be one of the most beautiful women in Konoha at that time. No, it was her temper. She wasn't like any other women. She talked back, fought back. She even refused my father's offer to become his wife and embarrassed him in front of her friends, and I think that was the deciding thing for my father. No one refused my father, no one. Even the daimyo of the Fire Nation would think twice before refusing my father. boasted the now grinning man, clearly proud of his family and father. My father used all his tricks to try and persuade this woman. But there was one problem. Not many people knew this, but this woman was already engaged, and to the fourth Hokage no less. Everything about their engagement was kept quiet, fearing the fourth Hokage's enemies. My father used a lot of money to procure this information. I found out through his journal he kept. Everyone knew who the fourth was, someone not to be trifled with, as he demonstrated in the Third Shinobi War. But my father didn't back down. He tried everything to win her over, but nothing worked. In one last desperate attempt, he kidnapped her. He hired a bunch of missing ninjas and ordered them to kidnap her. Yes, so great was his obsession with this woman. He would go so far as to abduct her. And that's when everything collapsed on my father. Explained the man. What happened, if I may ask? Said the spy. The fourth Hokage happened, that's what happened. My father found out why he was considered the strongest man alive. He tracked the ninjas back to my father's estate, where he proceeded to rescue his fiancée and kill all the bodyguards and ninjas. He saved my father for last, but he didn't kill him. No, he did something far worse. He went to the daimyo and told him everything. My father was executed, my family dishonored, and left penniless. Ever since that day I strive to regain what my family lost. My next step is to gain power through the ninja clans of Konoha, starting with Yamanaka Ino. Finished the leader. Sir, what was the woman's name? Asked the spy, fascinated by his story. There was a short pause. No sound could be heard from the man. The spy thought he wouldn't answer, but he was rewarded with when the leader spoke. Uzumaki Kushina, said the man with unrestrained malice directed towards the woman's name. He stepped out of the shadow, and you could see a visage of a man in his 30s, about 6 feet 2 inches, and looked quite intimidating with his muscular body. This man took his training seriously. The spy wasn't familiar with the woman's name, he knew only one Uzumaki, but not personally. He decided he heard enough and excused himself and left to finish his mission. The man was left alone in the room contemplating his next move. Soon Yamanaka Ino, soon you will be mine and Konoha, and the rest of the country will follow, said the man with an evil grin. Yamanaka residents' first rays of light were penetrating through Ino's window. This was Ino's sign for her to wake up. And such a shame she was having such a pleasant dream about her blonde knucklehead. She wished she could stay in that dream for a while longer, but the sun wouldn't relent. She grudgingly opened her eyes and was immediately assaulted with sudden pain from her eyes trying to adjust to the light. She rubbed her eyes for a couple of seconds, trying to clear the sleepiness from her body. She yawned and stood up and stretched her body. She could feel and hear her joints pop back into place from a well-deserved sleep. Oh, that felt good, thought Ino on the stretching part. She did her usually morning routine, showering, combing her hair, and the rest of the things that needed to be done. After she was finished with that, she went downstairs to make herself some breakfast. When she came downstairs, she saw her parents already up, unsurprisingly. They always were early risers. Hello, sweetheart. Sleep well? Asked Inora, Ino's mom. Ino nodded, still half asleep. Inoichi asked a question that was keeping him up all night. How was your date with Naruto last night? He didn't try anything, did he? Asked Inoichi, who was already preparing to go and murder Naruto if he did anything inappropriate with his daughter. Relax, Daddy, he didn't do anything. He was a perfect gentleman all night. He took me to his favorite place on top of Yondame's head, said Ino, dreamily remembering where she was last night. Inora smiled at Ino's expression. Her date must have been fantastic, thought Inora. Inoichi also smiled, but for a different reason. He also noticed her daughter's expression, but he was focused on something else. How fitting. His favorite place is on his father's head, mused Inoichi in his mind. Ino continued to tell her parents all about her date last night, but left out Naruto's secret, not wanting to betray Naruto's trust he placed in her. At the end of Ino's recollection, there were different reactions to her story. Ino was playing the date over and over again in her mind and was sighing dreamily. Inoichi smiled at his daughter's happiness and noted to himself to thank Naruto later for taking good care of his daughter. While Inora had a very different reaction to her story. She was obviously very happy for her daughter, but also very pissed off at her husband, which she demonstrated. Inoichi yelled at frustrated Inora. Inoichi turned towards his wife, who sounded offended for some reason. He didn't like that voice. There is always pain involved whenever that voice surfaces. "How come you didn't prepare such a romantic date for me, huh?" said Inora in a disappointed and angry tone. Inoichi started sweating bullets and his mind was working in overdrive to try and find a solution. His mind failed on him now at all times. This is going to hurt, thought Inoichi, preparing for what was coming next. Inora produced her ninja killer, the husband beater, the almighty frying pan. Ino smiled at the scene of her parents. Even though they bickered a lot, they loved each other to death. She wanted that kind of relationship with someone. It was her dream to find a husband that would love her forever and have little blonde kids running around the house annoying the hell out of her and her husband. Ino sighed. That's still a long way from here, thought Ino, a bit saddened. But she bounced back quickly, saying that she's got time and that the right man will come eventually. Perhaps she was already dating him. Ino giggled at the prospect of marrying Naruto. If someone asked her that a couple of years before, she would have beaten the hell out of them for insinuating that, but people change and so does their opinion on people. Who knows what will happen? I'll worry about that later, thought Ino. After that long and exhausting mind-storming, she waved her parents goodbye, who were still in the middle of their bickering. The scene was absolutely hilarious for anyone to behold. Inora was chasing the screaming Inoichi around the house, trying to hit him with her ninja killer. Ino sighed at the scene. They can be such childish at times, thought Ino, who was walking out of the house to go train her water affinity, and after that she would go and visit her favorite nephew. A couple of hours later, Ino was walking towards Kurenai's house after making good progress on mastering her water affinity. All those tips from Naruto were really helpful. Say what you want about Naruto, he can be dense about some things. But when it comes to ninja stuff, he's a genius, muttered Ino to herself, who was proud of the progress she made today. After a couple of minutes of walking, Ino arrived in front of Kurenai's house. She knocked, not wanting to just barge in uninvited. The door opened and Naruto could be seen standing there with a smile on his face, happy to see Ino again. "Hey gorgeous," winked Naruto. Ino smiled at him and gave him a small hug in response for his compliment. Naruto returned the hug and invited her in. Ino realized that she wanted to ask Naruto something before he distracted her with his compliment. "What are you doing here, Naruto?" "Not that I mind or anything. I just thought you would have other things to do in the morning," asked Ino. "Oh, Ino doesn't want me near her. I'm hurt," teased Naruto. Ino smacked him on the arm and muttered "idiot" in a playful manner. Naruto laughed and told her that he and Kakashi were training together earlier. Kakashi invited him to come along to Kurenai and he accepted, not having any plans in the morning. Naruto Ino walked into the living room where Kakashi was reading a story to Asuma while Kurenai was sitting in the chair watching them with a content smile. Ino saw this smile and remembered that she wanted to talk to Kurenai about Kakashi. Kakashi noticed Ino and said hello to her, but didn't let that distract him from his reading. "Naruto, I'm going to talk to Kurenai about something, okay?" said Ino. Naruto nodded and went to join Kakashi and help him with the story reading by using funny mimicry, which elicited a laughter from little Asuma. Kurenai nodded at Ino's request and they went to the kitchen where they could talk in peace. "Yes, Ino. Need something?" asked Kurenai. "Well, I decided to return the favor. You interrogated me about Naruto yesterday and I think it's time we talk about Kakashi, don't you think?" grinned Ino. Kurenai sighed. She had a feeling this was coming. She was surprised it took so long. "I guess it's fair. You did tell me about your feelings towards Naruto, so I guess it's my turn," said Kurenai. She took a seat and motioned for Ino to do the same. When they were both seated, Kurenai began. "To be honest with you, I have no idea what to do with Kakashi. He is so different from before, or I just didn't know the real him. After the war he changed, or at least showed his other side to me. He was by my side through the whole pregnancy and birth and the months after that. He became my confidant, my closest friend. He helped me with Asuma, guided me. Without him I would be lost. I had no idea what to do with a baby. It was frustrating for me. I mean, what kind of mother can't take care of her own child? But Kakashi was there," said Kurenai a bit sadly towards the end, but smiled after the Kakashi remark. "He was there every step of the way. He brought me books to read about being a single mother. He even read some things about babies himself. At times I didn't feel like a single mother, you know. Kakashi did that to me with his presence and support," said Kurina, happy to have Kakashi by her side. Ino smiled at their history. They sounded like a real family. "You sound like a real family, Kurina," said a smiling Ino. "I guess we do, huh? I think that's why I have mixed feelings about Kakashi. I mean, I do feel a certain towards him, but I don't want to risk what we have now if we don't make it as a couple," responded Kurina, unsure about the whole situation. Ino was thinking that this is similar to her situation with Naruto. "You know, this sounds just like my situation with Naruto. I was also unsure how to act on my feelings. Do I follow my heart or do I play it safe? It was bugging the hell out of me, and Naruto was in the same situation. But he did something about it. He asked me out yesterday," said a beaming Ino. Kurina perked up at this information. A date with Naruto, how did this happen, thought Kurina. Ino told her about last night, how romantic Naruto was, how thoughtful, caring, loving. "I think you should risk it, Kurina. The reward outweighs the risk," said Ino, speaking from experience. "That's what Anko and Yagugo told me as well." "Perhaps you're right," said Kurina solemnly. Ino nodded and told her she's there if she needs any help. Kurina thanked her for everything and was glad to have her as a friend. After a couple of moments of silence, each woman was in deep thought about their own relationship. Kurina said something that surprised Ino, but understood why she asked the question. "Ino, do you think it's too soon? Am I dishonoring Asuma's memory?" said Kurina while looking down at her lap, obviously concerned. Ino smiled at the older woman. "Kurina, loyal to the end even after death. No, I think this is what Asuma would have wanted for you. Your happiness was his last thought before he passed away. He would want you to move on and live life for little Asuma, live for yourself and live for him," responded Ino kindly. Kurina smiled, more confident after Ino's words. "Thank you, Ino." Kurina gave Ino a small hug for her help. After that, Ino dragged a squirming Naruto out of the house so that the two could have some privacy. They had a lot to talk about. They took little Asuma with them. They went for a little walk, hoping that by the time they came back they would finish with their private conversation. Naruto proposed to get some ice cream, which made Asuma Jr. very happy. He was bouncing the whole way. He was holding both Ino and Naruto's hand, and they looked perfect together. The people around them gave Ino and Naruto confusing looks, thinking if there is something going on between the two. The duo paid them no mind and minded their own business. After ice cream, they went to the park where they played for a little while. They took turns on the swing, each laughing and having the time of their lives. After an hour or so, they turned back towards the house. When they arrived in the living room, they could see the couple sitting on the couch, Kurina leaning against Kakashi's shoulder and watching TV. Both Ino and Naruto smiled at their friends, happy that they decided to take the next step. They hoped everything turns out fine. Naruto and Ino excused themselves and left the family alone. Outside the house, Naruto asked Ino if she wanted to meet up tonight for a simple walk around Konoha, nothing special, just some casual conversation to get to know each other better and maybe to gossip a little. Ino accepted and kissed him on cheek, making Naruto blush, who wasn't used to this kind of closeness. Ino laughed at his bewildered look and teased him a bit, but said her goodbyes and went on her way while telling Naruto to pick her up at 9. Ino and the girls gather every other day so that they don't lose touch with each other. With all the things that are going in their lives, it can happen pretty easily, so they agreed to meet every other day to just sit down, have a drink, and just tell each other what they have been up to in the meantime. Naruto looked at Ino's retreating back and contemplated his next move. Naruto wanted to do something for a while now, but didn't have the time to do it. Something's been bugging him ever since he came back and was reminded of it constantly. He needed to climb in rank. He was sick of being a genin. He achieved what most Jonin wouldn't even dream of achieving. He deserves to get a promotion, and he would get one way or another. While he was walking towards the tower, he saw someone he had unfinished business to discuss. He saw Hinata and Kiba walking down the street, with Kiba vividly describing something to Hinata, and she shyly laughed at his storytelling. Naruto smiled at the couple, happy for the two to have found each other. Hinata deserved to be happy after what he did to her. The couple waved at him after they saw him and walked towards him. "Hey Naruto, what's up? Where are you going?" asked Kiba in his usual loud tone. Hinata gave him a small shy smile. Hey guys. How you've been? I'm actually going to see Bakon. I have something important to discuss with her. I was on my way there when I spotted you two lovebirds, remarked Naruto with a wink at the end. Kiba scratched his nose, proud to be dating Hinata, while Hinata was fidgeting and looking down. You know what she does 90% of the time. I see. What's so important for you to visit the Hokage directly? Said Kiba, a little bit confused. Naruto sighed. I'll tell you later. You would probably laugh at me right now, so I'll wait until I talk to Bakon before telling you, responded Naruto. Kiba wasn't happy with his answer, but he let it go. He did say he'll tell him later. He can laugh at him later. Kiba told Naruto that he's picking Akamaru up from the vet and he's escorting Hinata to the ladies' gathering. He explained to Naruto that this gathering is something the women thought out so that they can talk about guys and gossip about the latest news. Naruto understood. All ninjas need some sort of vice to forget about all the ninja stuff and just relax. Kiba excused himself and gave a small kiss on Hinata's lips and went on his way. That just left Naruto and Hinata alone on the street. It's now or never, thought Naruto. Hinata, can I talk to you for a bit? Asked Naruto. Hinata nodded and they took a seat at the nearby bench. They just sat there for a while in an awkward silence, both not wanting to start the conversation. Naruto eventually mustered enough courage to begin. I wanted to talk to you about what happened during Pain's attack, said Naruto a bit nervously. Hinata nodded. She knew this conversation would come eventually. Naruto took her nod as a sign to continue. It's about what you said when you came to my rescue. I realize I've been unfair to you. I could have talked to you about it after the invasion, but I couldn't. I didn't want to break your heart. My heart belonged to Sakura-chan and I didn't want to reject you. You have always been there for me, rooting for me from the background. I've just been too blind to realize that. What I meant to say is that I'm sorry and thank you for always believing in me and sticking with me even though I didn't return your feelings. Spoke Naruto from his heart. Hinata took some time to process everything. This was on her mind for a while now. She wanted to know why Naruto ignored even after she confessed her love to him. She wanted to at least get her answer to her question. Does he love me back? Well, she got it now. Couple of years before she might have been angry and saddened by his answer, but now that she's with Kiba she realizes it's the opposite. She finally found closure and she can move on with her life. I understand, Naruto-kun. Don't worry, I'm not mad at you. You did what you had to do. I could never resent you for that. In fact, you did more for me than you know. You helped me become the woman I am today. I looked up at you when I was younger. You were my source of strength. You gave me confidence. You believed in me when I didn't believe in myself, and for that I am grateful. I admit I was feeling down when you didn't talk to me after that event, but then Kiba came. He was there for me when I needed him. It was he who helped me get over you, and I couldn't help but to fall in love with him. He became my everything. Announced Hinata with confidence she normally didn't have. Naruto smiled and thanked her and said if she needed anything he will be there for her. She thanked him. He wished the couple good luck and hoped that they find happiness in each other. With that they each went their own way and Hinata to the gathering while Naruto continued his trek towards the Hokage Tower. He used his usual means of entering the building, the window. Tsunade wasn't happy with his entrance and showed by throwing the stapler at him. Naruto shrugged at her aggressive response to his entrance. He knew she didn't mean it. This was her way of showing she cared for him. He decided to just say what he wanted to say and hope for the best. Bakon, I want a promotion. I've been Jonin for 6 years now and frankly, I'm tired of it. I refuse to stay at Jonin for a minute longer and I'm not leaving this office until you promise I'll get a promotion, said Naruto in a commanding tone. He expected Tsunade to react violently towards him for demanding a promotion from her. Or at least to have a long heated discussion with him which would end with him being thrown towards the village's gates or something like that. He definitely didn't expect this sort of reaction. Tsunade took out some file and took her stamp from her drawer and stamped and checked over for any mistakes. After checking it she gave it to Naruto and said congratulations. I hereby promote Jonin Uzumaki Naruto to Jonin, said Tsunade with a smile on her face, proud of her son. Naruto was flabbergasted. It couldn't be that easy to get a promotion. I mean, he came in the office and demanded to be promoted, and she did it without a second thought. He decided to voice his confusion. Just like that? I get promoted with a simple stamp on the paper. No screaming, yelling, hitting me, or throwing me through the door or something like that, said Naruto. Tsunade shrugged. If you ask me, your promotion has been long overdue. You should have been promoted as soon as you came back from your training trip. The only reason you weren't is because so much stuff was going on which caused for your promotion to have slipped my mind. And you didn't mention anything, so the matter was left forgotten, answered Tsunade. He should be mad at her for forgetting about his promotion, but she was right. Back then things were hectic with the whole Akatsuki Orochimaru Sasuke business. His promotion was the last thing on people's minds. Well, everything is okay now. He's a Jonin, which means nobody can laugh at his rank. This will shut Kiba up, thought a proud Naruto. He gave his Bakon a hug and said he will go out and celebrate his promotion. And there is only place that comes to his mind, Ichiraku. He said his goodbyes to Tsunade and left in a shunshin, but not before he thanked her again. She just waved him off and told him to get out of here. Meanwhile, in a bar reserved for ninjas only, there was a small group of women sitting at a booth at the back of the bar, giving them more privacy. They could be heard laughing, screaming, giggling, the usual women stuff. These women were the village's strongest kunoichis. And they could currently be heard talking about a certain blonde. So I've heard you had a pleasant evening with Naruto last night, Ino. Care to share? Grinned Temari. The other girls just looked at her, some in confusion and some with a knowing look. Ino blushed, surprised that she already knew about her date with Naruto. But it's nothing to be embarrassed about. She likes him, he likes her. They had a fantastic first date and she's going to see him again. Ino grinned happily at them, at peace with the whole situation, proud of herself and happy that she accepted Naruto's offer. Ino told them the whole story. At the end of the story, some of the girls had tears in their eyes, some were jealous at the blonde for nagging such a thoughtful guy, and there was one who had a smile on her face. It was Hinata who had a smile on her face. It wasn't a bitter smile, no, it was a joyful smile. Yeah, that sounds like Naruto-kun. He must really care about you to have gone through all that trouble just to make you smile, said Hinata without a stutter. Everyone was surprised at the exclamation and the fact that it came from Hinata no less. Ino smiled at her lavender friend, thankful that there is no resentment and no ill feelings between them. Hinata smiled back, understanding the message that conveyed the smile. Temari decided to lighten the mood a bit. Did you do it? Teased Temari. Her statement caused Hinata to choke on her drinks. Others weren't faring better. Tenten had a massive blush on her face. Her face was as cherry as a tomato. Ino blushed, but not as much as Tenten, used to Temari's teasing by now. She leveled a glare at her. Of course we didn't. It was our first date. We're not ready. Our first time will be special and we'll do it when we're both ready, proclaimed Ino. Temari snorted at Ino, saying she's a prude, which caused the two to start arguing again. The women just laughed at the two and proceeded to chat amongst themselves and wait for the two sisters to calm down. They did eventually, and they continued their discussion about men, their men specifically. Temari wanted to know every detail of their sex lives and compare it to her own, which the other girls vehemently refused. Temari said they'll buckle eventually and reveal how good their lovers are. She's got time. They talked about some normal things, about missions, about the war, and about Ino's stalker. Ino told them that she still sees him from time to time and that she sees him occasionally in the hospital lurking. He didn't make any move towards her so far, so she just leaves him be. She can deal with him being around as long as he doesn't try anything. If he crosses the boundary, then the gloves are off. Civilian council and court be damned. The girls all volunteered to help when that time comes, and Ino told them they will be the first to know. After that, they decided to call it a day and went about their own business and promising to meet up again in a few days. Ino went home to prepare for her nightly walk with Naruto. Later on, Naruto picked her up for their casual walk. They were both dressed more casually, nothing too fancy. They dressed for comfort and not for turning heads. But that doesn't mean that Naruto thought Ino wasn't beautiful. Far from it, actually, as he demonstrated with all the compliments he gave her throughout the night, which made her blush every single time. Naruto told her about his promotion, which prompted Ino to give him a massive hug. Naruto was in a state of bliss when that happened. He could feel her womanly assets pressing against his chest, and he loved the feeling every single moment of it. He was a bit disappointed when she let go of him, but at least he still got the memory of the feeling. And that's how they spend their days for the rest of the week. Ino would train in the morning, and sometimes Naruto would join her and help her. Then Ino would either work in the hospital or if she was free spend time with Kurenai and talk about girl stuff and about Kurenai and Kakashi's blooming relationship. In the afternoon Ino would continue to look for information regarding Naruto's heritage. She would visit Gai-sensei, which definitely wasn't a pleasant experience, and also Sai, which was very tough to get hold of because of his duties as the leader of the route. She also tried her luck with Anko and Yugugo, but came out empty, just some theories and rumors, nothing substantial. She also visited Shizen and Tsunade, even though she knew they likely wouldn't say anything, but it was worth a shot. She would first ask each person that she visited if they knew anything about Naruto's mother and father. If they didn't know anything or didn't want to say anything, she would then ask them something about the Uzumakis and about Uzumaki Kushina specifically. At the end of her quest she managed to procure quite a lot of information, but it was still not enough. She found out in the library, which Tsunade recommended to her, that the Uzumakis were once a very respected and powerful clan but were destroyed in the Second Shinobi War and the survivors scattered around the world. She also found out from Guy that Uzumaki Kushina was a very youthful person, shudders, and had a temper that matched a demon's. She also found out that she had red hair, which was pretty common among the Uzumakis. She surmised that Naruto must have inherited his hair from his father and not mother, since his are blonde and not the red which they were known for. Sai didn't know anything about the Uzumakis or Kushina for that matter, but Ino had a feeling Sai knew more than he let on. She checked her mental list of what she knew about Naruto's mother. She didn't focus on Naruto's father, since his father was a complete unknown, nobody knew anything about him. Kakashi said that Naruto's mother had red hair and was from a prominent clan. Both of these things match what she knew about Uzumaki Kushina. He also said that she was from a different village. Ino didn't know if Kushina was born here or somewhere else, so she dismissed this information from Kakashi. Since everything about Kushina is classified, this information isn't likely to be discovered. Everything so far pointed to Uzumaki Kushina, but Ino still had doubts about the whole situation. She'll take her chances with Uzumaki Kushina and hope for the best. Hopefully Naruto will tell her the truth and fill in the blanks. It was the final day of the bet. Ino had a morning shift in the hospital. After that she will find Naruto and confront him, and hopefully everything will turn out great for her. Somewhere else, is everything ready? Asked the leader. Yes, the mercenaries are in position and are waiting your orders, sir. Answered his second in command. Good, the conquest begins now. Ordered the leader. The second in command nodded and left to fulfill his master's command. The leader stayed behind and grinned maniacally. And cut. The story is coming to an end. A chapter or two and then it's all over. After that I'm gonna start writing my other story. Anyway, hope you like this chapter and thank you again for reading my first story. Chapter 6: The Hospital. Ino sighed. She was tired. These morning shifts always take a lot out of her. It's bad enough she's in charge of the whole psychiatric wing, now she's got new recruits coming in and they are all greenhorns and need to be properly mentored. That's where she comes in. And she hates it. Sometimes she wishes just to resign and live a normal ninja life, take a mission completed and go home to your family. But life is never that simple. There is good news though. With her shift over, this means she gets to confront Naruto now and hopefully learn about his parents. She picked up her pace towards the exit. She was walking towards the exit when she heard the receptionist call her name. Miss Yamanaka, called the receptionist. Ino made her way over there, wondering what she wanted. Can't she see that she's in a hurry? Yes? Can I help you? Questioned Ino, who was constantly looking towards the exit, hoping that this conversation will be short. Receptionist picked something from the floor, a package of some sort neatly wrapped in paper. These just came in for you by anonymous sender. There is a note attached though, said the receptionist politely. Oh, thank you. Did you see the guy who brought them? Said Ino while taking the package from the receptionist. The young girl behind the counter shook her head negatively. No, well, not exactly. It was a delivery boy from one of the local companies. He didn't say who sent them, he was just told to bring them here. Answered the girl. I see, thank you. If anything comes up, let me know. Bye. Said Ino, who continued on her way. She stopped at a nearby bench and looked at the package. It reminded her of flowers, but she wasn't certain. Her ninja sense kicked in and inspected the package for any traps. Satisfied that there are none, she carefully opened the package. She was right, they were flowers. Purple irises to be exact. Only one name came to her mind. Naruto. It must be him, only he buys me my favorite flowers, thought Ino. A note fell off the flowers and Ino picked it up. It said, meet me at Konoha Lake at 11 a.m. Your mystery blonde. Ino smiled at the letter and at Naruto's gesture. Well, at least I don't have to find him, thought Ino, who started walking towards Konoha Lake, flowers in her hand. She arrived at the lake a couple of minutes earlier than it said on the letter. The lake was empty, no one was around, which was odd. He better not be thinking about pranking me, thought Ino, who was scanning her surroundings. Seeing no one, she sat down and looked at the purple flowers in her hands. She took a whiff of their scent and she remembered why she loved them so much. The scent was addicting, so alluring, so fresh. She was too engrossed in her thoughts that she didn't notice figures moving around her, surrounding her. By the time she did, it was too late. Laughter erupted from around her. Ino sprang on her feet, flowers forgotten, assuming her bow stance, ready for anything. Who's there? Yelled a serious Ino. Why am I so feisty? Have you forgotten me already? I'm hurt, said the voice in a fake hurt tone. The figure emerged from the forest, surrounded by what seemed ninja bodyguards. 2 on his left, 2 on his right, and 8 ninjas behind him, ready to do their master's bidding. The 4 ninjas surrounding the man on both sides dressed similarly and had the same symbol on their jackets, indicating they were part of the same group. They seemed to be independent ninjas and not missing ninjas. The others had different clothes and looked young, very young. Probably some inexperienced ninjas who didn't make the cut in their own villages. You! Yelled a surprised and disgusted Ino. What do you want, bastard? I told you I'm not interested in you, get that into your thick, ugly skull. Remarked Ino, who narrowed her gaze at the taller man and was paying attention to any movement made around her. Bastard is such an ugly word. I preferred being called Ruga. I think you'll change your mind after you hear me out, said Ruga while grinning, obviously confident in his plan. Ino snorted. I doubt that. Whatever you say won't convince to marry a scumbag like you. Now leave before I make you, threatened Ino. Feisty indeed, you'll make a perfect wife. But I think I can convince you. What if I said that I have people watching your house, your mother, your father, and your friends? Said the evil man in his evil manner. Ino's eyes widened in shock, obviously not expecting that. You're bluffing, I would have sensed them, or my friends for that matter, said Ino, who was racking her brain for any memories of being followed. Ruga laughed, amused by this situation. Then you are not as good as you think you are, but by all means leave and check it out, but it will be too late by then. With one flick of my wrist, your friends, your family, that kid you love so much will die, said Ruga in his twisted way. Damn it. I can't risk it. He probably has some men watching them, but not on all of them. Niji would notice them in a heartbeat, and so would Shikamaru. I'm pretty sure others wouldn't have too much difficulty finding them. That leaves Kurenai and my family, thought Ino, who felt slightly dizzy, but she shook it off. What's wrong? You don't look so well, honey, said the man in a taunting manner. And he was right. Ino looked pale and was sweating a lot. He's right. I'm not feeling too good. What did he do to me and when? Thought Ino, who was becoming worried. This is definitely not a good situation for her. Surrounded by a dozen men and at the mercy of this bastard. What did you do to me? Accused Ino. I didn't do anything. I just gave you the flowers you so adore, smirked Ruga. Ino's eyes widened and looked towards the flowers. Poison, thought Ino frantically. How could I miss that? Unless it was odorless, which means it's undetectable, figured out Ino. Ino growled at the man. She focused some chakra to her hands and green chakra emerged. Ruga smirked at her action. Ino paid him no mind and continued what she was doing. One hand went over her lung, the other on her forehead. She was trying to prevent the poison from spreading any further. She didn't know what kind of poison it was, but whatever it is, it definitely isn't good for her in this situation. Ruga laughed to himself again. He didn't do anything, he just stood there with his entourage watching Ino. Ino knew something was wrong. Ruga was just standing there letting her heal herself, which bothered her for some reason. He should have attacked her by now. The other thing that was wrong to her is the fact that she wasn't feeling any better. Her medical chakra wasn't working for some reason. I'm sure you are wondering what's happening. Would you like to find out? Inquired Ruga, who was wearing a taunting smile on his face. Ino didn't respond and just growled at the man with all the hate she had for this sick man. Ruga grinned and said, I'm sure you figured out that you were poisoned. You inhaled it by sniffing on those flowers of yours. It has no odor, which makes it undetectable, perfect for sabotage missions. Which also makes it very expensive. What it does, it attacks your bodily functions. In short, it paralyzes you. Grinned Ruga at Ino, pausing for a bit for the information to hit Ino. Ino ignored his taunting and doubled her effort on trying to clear the poison from her body. Here comes the best. Once inside your body, you cannot remove it. Don't worry, it's not lethal or anything. Can't have my wife dead before I marry her now, can I? It will leave your body on your own in an hour, so which gives me plenty of time to make you mine. A demented smile could be seen on Ruga, already tasting the victory. Ino refused to give up. She will not be taken by this sick bastard. She willed all her strength to try and move to put up a fight against this guy. But it was hopeless. By now the poison was already spread throughout all her body. Just standing there was becoming very difficult. Her body started shaking, exhausted from battling the poison. Her hands went limp, her knees buckled from her weight, and she fell on the ground. Ruga grinned. You finally gave up. You lasted longer than I expected. You really are strong. You will give me many strong babies. The hell I will. I would rather die than give birth to your kids. Yelled Ino defiantly, but she could feel the last of her strength leaving her body. It was futile. Ruga laughed like a maniac. And what will you do about it? You are powerless to stop me. If you hurt me, I hurt your family. If you try to run or get help, your family and nephew die. You are alone, all alone. Nobody will come to save you now. You are mine forever. Yelled victoriously Ruga. Wrong, yelled a voice from above. Ruga and his guards looked up at the sky and saw a figure falling from great distance. They couldn't make out who it was, but it was approaching fast. The figure landed in front of Ino, making a dent in the ground. His blue eyes were as cold as ice and staring at Ruga. These are the eyes of a pissed of Uzumaki Naruto. The eyes of the man you don't want to mess with. Ino felt relief wash over her. She was safe, she knew it. The moment she heard her voice, she knew everything is going to be all right. Naruto, she whispered, tears forming in her eyes. Naruto was by her side in a heartbeat, holding her, preventing her from falling. It's okay now, Ino. You are safe. He can't hurt you anymore, said Naruto, filling Ino with hope, and happy tears started escaping from her eyes. It looks like I can't do anything right, huh? Everything I do, I need to be rescued. I'm so weak, said Ino, who felt ashamed to be in this situation. Naruto silenced her by placing a loving kiss on her lips. Ino was stunned by his actions momentarily, but she returned the kiss, loving the feeling, loving the sense of love and security it brought on her. Naruto parted his lips from her and smiled at her. You are definitely not weak, trust me, I felt your monstrous power, said Naruto teasingly. Even in this situation, Ino couldn't say anything. She just giggled at his joke, momentarily forgetting about the people around her, boring a hole through her and Naruto. They were interrupted by a yell from Ruga. Hey you! Get away from my wife! Yelled Ruga. Naruto turned towards him, but not before giving Ino a kiss on the lips and telling her that everything is going to be okay. Ino smiled at him fondly and told him to kick some ass. Naruto set his sight on the man that was responsible for all of this. The 4 guards, who were the strongest of the group standing beside him, flinched when they saw Naruto's face. The moment they saw Naruto's face, they knew this plan was doomed to fail. The apparent leader of these mercenary ninjas recognized the intruder. Who wouldn't recognize him? This was the man that changed the ninja world. How the hell did I get in this situation, thought the frantic ninja. His 3 companions weren't faring any better. They were all scared shitless. They heard stories about this man. It is said that he fought against the Bijus and the mastermind behind the war and came out victorious. His speed is said to be on the same level of that of the 4th Hokage and many other unbelievable things. The leader turned towards the client. You idiot. You didn't tell us the hero of elemental nations is going to be here. Do you realize the situation you are in, huh? Do you? Yelled the leader of the ninjas, anger and fear evident in his voice. Ruga ignored his comment about the man not fully aware in what kind of danger he is. It's just one man, you coward. What can one man do against a dozen? Said Ruga, still thinking he's got everything under control. You fucking idiot. Don't you recognize him? This is the man who brought victory to the Alliance 2 years ago. This is the man that defeated the tailed beasts. This is the man that defeated both Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke in combat. This is Uzumaki Naruto, declared the ninja leader. Recognition flashed through Ruga's eyes. Uzumaki ran through his mind. The name that ruined his life. The leader of the ninjas growled at his client and turned towards Naruto, who was standing there calmly waiting to see what will happen. The ninja bowed his head and said, "My deepest apologies, Lord Uzumaki. I was not aware that you were involved in this guy's plan. Had I known that I was targeting your friend, I would have declined immediately. Please accept my apology and allow us to leave peacefully," said the ninja in a polite and diplomatic manner. His 3 partners did the same and bowed their heads in apology. Naruto nodded at them. "No harm done. Just leave and don't come back," responded Naruto while smiling in his head, happy that he won't have to kill them. Killing was never his thing. He tried to avoid killing as much as possible. The 4 ninjas nodded back and turned to leave the clearing as soon as possible. The inexperienced ninjas ignored their warning and stayed there, which was very stupid and foolish of them. All because they wanted their taste of glory. They would risk their lives for someone they don't know. Naruto frowned at their stubbornness. He was hoping to avoid any unnecessary bloodshed, but it looks like it wasn't meant to be. Finally, after several moments of just standing there, his fist clenched and shaking uncontrollably, Ruga spoke. "Uzumaki, how dare you show your face to me after everything you've done to my family?" yelled an enraged Ruga, who was barely restraining himself from attacking Naruto. Naruto looked at him quizzically, racking his brain if he ever met this man. He stroked his chin leisurely, not even sparing the man a glance, which infuriated the man even further. "I'm sorry. Have we met before?" asked Naruto, who was confused. "Don't play dumb with me, Uzumaki. You destroyed my family, you killed my father, you are the reason my family is all gone. If it weren't for you Uzumakis, I would have lived a normal, comfortable life in my mansion, but no, you just had to destroy everything," yelled Ruga. Naruto looked at him funnily. He really didn't know what this guy was talking about. "I'm sorry. I didn't do that. You must have confused me with someone else," said a confused Naruto, who was scratching his head. "I know it wasn't you, you idiot. It was that whore of a woman, Uzumaki Kushina. How I would love to get my hands on that slut, pay her back for everything she's done," shouted Ruga, but didn't notice Naruto narrowing his eyes and clenching his fist. Something else stirred inside Naruto. A pair of eyes opened up. Ino noticed him tense at the name Kushina, and her theory was starting to prove itself. The man continued with his monologue. "That filthy bitch took away everything from me, my land, my money, everything. I was left with nothing, all because she wouldn't become my father's wife. That whore thought she was better than my father, how dare she? She was nothing more than dirt on my father's shoes. She was born to serve my father and nothing more. Curse you, Uzumaki Kushina and 4th Hokage," yelled Ruga. Meanwhile, Naruto was clenching his fist so hard blood started to seep out. He heard everything. This man, this bastard, dared to insult Uzumaki Kushina, his mother, his beloved mother. The one that sacrificed everything so that her baby son could live. But I got my revenge on that bitch. I was ecstatic when I heard that she and that idiot of a husband of hers died in the Kyuubi's attack. Good riddance, huh? I hope you burn in hell," laughed Ruga maniacally, but was interrupted by Naruto's voice. "Are you done?" asked Naruto, seemingly calm but was raging inside. Ino was glaring at the man that planned this whole thing. She looked towards Naruto when he spoke. He was shaking, blood was flowing out of his hands. He was angry, no piss. Naruto, whispered Ino. Ruga stopped laughing to look at Naruto. His eyes were hidden by his hair. He was tense and he was shaking. He heard him continue speaking. Naruto didn't hear Ino's voice and continued. You poisoned Ino. You tried to kidnap her. You tried to force yourself on her. You threatened her friend, my friends. You threatened her family, but worst of all, you insulted Uzumaki Kushina and Minato Namikaze. He looked up and towards Ruga. His eyes slitted. The earth started to shake. Cracks appeared in the ground. The birds were leaving the forest like they were afraid of something. Ruga was startled. He frantically looked around him, wondering what was happening. He looked towards Naruto, who was changing. Yellow chakras started to form around him. His whiskers became more defined, a chakra cloak formed behind him, and weird markings appeared all over his body. Ruga flinched when he saw his eyes. He could swear he could see his own death playing in them. He started to breathe heavily like something was suffocating him, something heavy and evil. Then it happened. Ruga blinked, but Naruto was already gone. He was in front of him, holding him by his collar and slowly lifting him in the air. Ruga's black eyes were looking into Naruto's slitted ones. Ruga could feel the power behind those eyes staring at him, judging him. One thought ran through his mind: what have I done? You dare insult my mother and father? You, a lowlife, dares to insult the greatest heroes this planet has ever seen. Let me show you what happens to people who insult my family, whispered Naruto in a dangerous tone so that only Ruga could hear him. Ruga was trying to break free from his grasp, but this man, no, this god was too strong. He looked into Naruto's eyes. He blinked. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer outside, no longer at Konoha's lake. No, he was somewhere dark, somewhere that he wasn't supposed to be. The room was dimly lit by candles on the wall. And then he saw someone, or rather something. A pair of red slitted eyes were staring down at him, judging him. He experienced fear in its purest form. He was on his knees, breathing heavily. The air was suffocating him. He was cornered, and he knew it. Foolish mortal, bellowed a great rumbling voice. Ruga looked up and saw a massive fox with 9 tails swishing behind him, boring a hole through his skull. On his head stood a human Uzumaki, Naruto to be exact, with his arms crossed, waiting for the massive fox to pass his judgment. I have never met such a foolish human being before. You kidnapped my partner's woman, you tried to kill his friends, and you insulted his reason for living. You insulted his mother, father, his family, and for that you shall pay. Rumbled Kurama, his voice carrying so much killer intent that the man started to grasp at his throat, desperate for some air. Begone, mortal, judged Kurama. Kurama roared and used his chakra to blow away Ruga's presence from his mind. Outside, only a second passed. In a second, a hellish scream could be heard. Ruga was screaming with all his might. Naruto let him go and Ruga dropped to the ground, holding his head and screaming. This was the signal for the other ninjas to start running. They couldn't even see him move, and whatever he did to their client, they didn't want to be on the receiving end of whatever that was. Naruto looked at the man with pity. This man was the worst of the worst. If it weren't for Naruto, this man would have taken Ino, and God knows what he would have done with her. He deserved every second of his punishment. Meanwhile, Ruga was rolling on the ground, trying to stop the pain. He was screaming like a madman. Finally, after a minute, he stopped. He succumbed to unconsciousness, his mind too exhausted to stay awake. In that moment, Umbu arrived at the scene. The one with the tiger-shaped mask stepped forward and spoke. My apologies. We came as soon as we could. But it looks like you didn't need any help. Smirked the Umbu, who Naruto immediately recognized. Naruto smiled at his old teacher. It's been too long since they last saw each other. He missed the charismatic and sometimes very scary teacher. No problem, nothing I couldn't handle. Where's Kakashi, though? Responded Naruto, who started walking towards Ino to see if she has any injuries besides the poisoning. Umbu escorted him. He went back to Kurenai just in case something happened, said Yamato. Thank you for not killing the man. It would have brought more bad than good, not to mention the paperwork. Shuddered Yamato. Don't thank me. Every fiber of my being wanted him dead for what he has done and wanted to do. I still don't know why I left him alive. snorted Naruto. Because you are a good man, Naruto. That is why people like you so much. You are not an ordinary ninja. Don't worry about the man, he'll get what he deserves. We've already had suspicions about the guy, now he gave us legitimate cause to send him to Ibiki for some therapy," said Yamato, who had a smirk under his mask. Naruto liked the sound of that. Some therapy with Ibiki should do him some good. They stopped in front of Ino. Naruto knelt down towards her level. "Are you okay, gorgeous?" "He didn't do anything, right?" asked a worried Naruto. Ino smiled at his concern for her. She could get used to that. "No, he didn't. Besides the poisoning, I'm fine. The poison will wear soon. About half an hour and it will leave my system," responded with a dazzling smile at her hero. Naruto smiled back at her, pleased with the news. Yamato tapped Naruto on the shoulder and said, "Well, my work here is done. I'm no longer needed here. I trust you can take care of Miss Yamanaka, Naruto. I have some interrogating to do. Oh, we arrested some scared ninjas running away from this location. Would you know anything about that?" "Grin, Umbu, but you couldn't see that." Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. "I might have overdone it a little bit." Umbu smirked and nodded at his one-time student. Naruto nodded at his friend and said goodbye and thanked him for his assistance. The Umbu left with their prisoner and the couple was left alone. Naruto took a seat beside Ino and used his arm to hug her around the waist and pulled her closer to himself. Ino made herself comfortable and just enjoyed Naruto's warmth and company. They sat there, Ino leaning on Naruto, looking at the scenery before them, and just relaxed and rested a bit from that ordeal that just happened. Ino was in heaven. Apart from the poison, this was perfect. With Naruto, this sort of scenes just happened. They weren't planned or anything, they just came. Just an hour ago she was in a fight for her life, and now she was enjoying herself with her boyfriend, which reminded her of a question she wanted to ask him. "Hey Naruto, how did you find me?" asked Ino, who completely forgot about that momentarily. Naruto laughed a bit and scratched his head. He told her the story of what happened before the incident. Flashback: he was returning from his training with Kakashi. They were walking towards Kurenai's house. Kakashi was going there to help Kurenai and Naruto was escorting Kakashi. Naruto was going to find Ino after that and invite her to a picnic where they could talk about his parents. When they arrived at Kurenai's house, the duo could feel someone was watching the two. They spotted two intruders, one on each house near Kurenai's house. With some hand signs, Kakashi and Naruto communicated with each other. Kakashi would take the one on the left and Naruto the one on the right. In a second they disappeared and appeared behind the unsuspecting spies. They were unconscious before they even knew it. They tied them up and discussed what to do next. "Who the hell are these guys? They don't look like any ninjas I know," asked a bit angry Naruto. "I have no idea. More importantly, why would they be watching Kurenai's house? Kurenai is no longer an active Konoha ninja. It makes no sense unless someone else was the target, meaning either the two of us or someone important to Kurenai," said Kakashi, analyzing everything to perfection. "I doubt we were the targets. They would have sent someone more capable to deal with us. They were basically normal grunts with good stealth skills. They were probably here on someone else's behalf as a guarantee if something went wrong or something. Someone we know is in danger, I'm sure of it," responded Naruto sagely. Kakashi nodded and made the hand sign for Shadow Clone, who will stay here and defend Kurenai and the baby. Naruto told him that he will check out the rookies and Ino, and Kakashi said that he will check the older Jounins and notify the Umbu. Naruto checked the other rookies' houses and found nothing. That left Ino. He pushed more chakra into his legs to reach Ino's house as fast as he could. When he arrived there, he entered Sage mode to use his sensory skills to see if anyone is there that shouldn't be. He found someone on the house opposite from Ino's. He was concealing his chakra and using some sort of camouflage jutsu. But he couldn't hide from Naruto's senses. In a flash, Naruto was behind the man, and with a solid chop to the neck the man was down for the count. Using some ropes he tied the man behind a chimney and left him there for Umbu to pick up. Naruto was sure of it now. Ino or her family was the target. Ino's in danger. "I need to find her as quick as possible," thought Naruto, who sat down into the lotus position and started drawing as much natural energy as he could. With the increase of energy from nature, Naruto's sensory skills expanded, easily increasing threefold. He scanned Konoha and its surroundings. It was difficult to find a single energy among thousands, but spending the last week with Ino made him very familiar with her energy signal. After a minute or so he found her near the Konoha lake, and she wasn't alone. He focused his remaining natural chakra into his legs for one big leap. "Hang on, Ino, I'm coming," thought a flying Naruto. And that's it. "Piece of cake, really," grinned Naruto. Ino sighed. "What would I do without you?" sighed Ino. Naruto smiled teasingly at her. "You would miss me too much." Ino smiled at the joke, but he was right, she would miss him a lot. We still haven't settled our bet. The 7 days period is up." "So did you find out?" asked Naruto, genuinely interested. Ino sighed yet again. She wasn't sure what to say. Did she tell him about Kushina and take her chances, or does she let him tell her everything? "Either way I learn the truth, the only difference is I lose the bet," thought Ino. "Oh, what the hell, let him have this victory," thought a smirking Ino. "I found something about the Uzumaki clan, but nothing specific about your family. I found about Uzumaki Mito, first Hokage's wife, and about Uzumaki Kushina. The weird thing is I couldn't access their files, or yours for that matter. Everything about you guys is classified. It was driving me crazy," said a disappointed Ino. She proceeded to tell Naruto what else she found from the talks with Kakashi guy and other people. Naruto was impressed. She found a lot of information, she only needed that final piece to link everything together. He decided to end her suffering and tell her everything. Besides, he was going to tell her whether or not she found anything. If he can't tell his own girlfriend and possibly his love, then who can he tell? I'm genuinely impressed. As you said, a lot about the Uzumaki clan is classified. Very few people knew anything about them, either from personal experience or rumors," explained Naruto to Ino. He told her about the Uzumaki clan and about its destruction. Ino knew some of these things from the reading she did in the library, but she allowed Naruto tell the whole story. A survivor from the clan arrived to Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina. She was brought here for a special reason, to become a Jinchuriki. "She is also my mother," said Naruto, shocking Ino. Ino tried to say something, but Naruto wouldn't let her. "As you are aware, during the fight between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Kyuubi appeared and was under the control of Madara. Hashirama won the battle with the help of his wife Uzumaki Mito. She used her advanced sealing techniques and sealed the Kyuubi inside herself, becoming the first Kyuubi Jinchuriki," preached Naruto, continuously shocking Ino, who wasn't aware of any of this. Time passed and Mito got older, which meant that she would die soon and Kyuubi would be free. That is why a new container needed to be found, and that is where Kushina, my mother, came in. Her chakra was special even among the Uzumaki clan. She would be the perfect host," said Naruto, sadness evident in his voice when spoke about those events. Ino was starting to fill in the blanks. Naruto's story confirmed a lot of things for Ino. A bit more and everything will be known. And so it happened. The Kyuubi was sealed inside of her, and she grew up without anyone knowing about it. But Kumo found out. They kidnapped her, and they were nearing the Fire Country's border. But then a man came and defeated them all and rescued Kushina. That man was known as Minato Namikaze, or as he was primarily known, the fourth Hokage, my father. That was the last straw for Ino. She couldn't believe it. The fourth Hokage, the man who saved them all from Kyuubi and the one who sealed Kyuubi into Naruto, is Naruto's father, no less. Unreal, thought Ino. Naruto told her the rest of the story about his mother's birth and Tobi's intervention. My father had no choice but to seal the Kyuubi into me. He believed I could use its power to defeat Tobi. They died so that I could live. They gave up their lives so that their baby boy could live on," said a teary-eyed Naruto. Ino enveloped him in a hug, the poison already gone. She let him cry on her shoulders, he needed this. Naruto hugged her tighter, not wanting to let her go ever. After a while Naruto withdrew from the hug and washed away his tears and smiled. You were a lot like her, my mother, I mean. She would have loved you," said a smiling Naruto. Ino smiled at his compliment. She leaned in closer to his face, feeling his hot breath on her lips. She couldn't wait anymore. She smashed her lips against his and let the passion take over. Naruto was in heaven yet again. The feeling was like nothing he ever experienced before. Their tongues clashing, dueling, their saliva mixing, it was perfect. Ino was feeling butterflies in her stomach, and so was Naruto. Whatever that feeling was, it felt great. And they wanted more of it. After a couple of minutes of intense make-out session, the couple regained their breath and smiled lovingly at each other. I think for both of them this changed something in them. Their feelings towards each other grew deeper, stronger, and they liked it. "Tell me about them, please," said Ino, who rested her head on his chest, listening to the sound of his heartbeat and waiting for him to continue. They spent the afternoon talking about Naruto's parents, their adventures, how were they like, and so on. Naruto looked down and saw Ino comfortably nested in his lap. He remembered his conversation with his mother. Naruto couldn't find a woman that will see you for who you are and that will make you the happiest person in the world. The woman that can bring out your true smile is the one for you, remember that, said Uzumaki Kushina in her brief encounter with her son. When Naruto looked at Ino, he saw a strong, beautiful woman. A woman that cares for him and makes him smile. "Are you the one, Ino?" pondered Naruto while looking at the sky. "I'm going to finish it here. Hope you like it and see you in a couple of days." Chapter 7, Flower Shop. It was a boring day for Ino. A day passed since that fiasco with her stalker. Everything turned out well thanks to the local hero and her 1-week-old boyfriend Uzumaki Naruto, or should she say Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Ino still couldn't believe the fact that Naruto, the once dead last of the academy, the one that people hated with all their spirit, is the son of two heroes. Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, was secretly married to Uzumaki Kushina, who was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, and had a son with her. And that son was used for the sealing of the Kyuubi, in which the couple lost their lives. Ino wondered what would have changed if people knew of Naruto's heritage. Would people have treated him differently? Would our friends have treated him differently in the past? Would I have treated him differently? Pondered Ino. She still remembers her childhood. She was a popular girl, always in the spotlight, always in the center of the attention. She had everything, she was the princess. On the other hand, there was Naruto, the village outcast and punching bag. He had nothing, no family, no friends, no place to call home. He was alone. And yet he survived despite all odds and achieved the impossible. He brought peace and stability to the land, and not once did he hold hatred for his village for what they did to him, what she did to him. Ino knew she wasn't the best of friends to Naruto. She knew he was alone but didn't bother with approaching him. She was a spoiled child. She didn't know the pain of loneliness, pain of betrayal. She didn't know how much it hurt Naruto every day to wake up alone, hungry, and surrounded by hatred. Would I have treated him differently? Would I have befriended him? Pondered Ino while tending on the flowers in her family shop. Would his life have been better if I had shown a minuscule of kindness to him? Went through Ino's mind. Ino sighed. Frankly, she still doesn't know what changed with her. If someone told her 5 or 6 years ago that she would be dating Uzumaki Naruto, she would strangle the person and feed them to the wolves. What changed? Thought Ino. Was it the war? Was it seeing the death of someone I cared about? Was it Sakura Sasuke? What was it? Questioned Ino. This was bothering her for the past week, hell, the past 2 years. She would take care of Naruto's apartment, listen for any news of his return. She would pester Tsunade about any information regarding Naruto. And now she spent the entire week searching for information about his heritage, and she's dating him for a week now. Why did she do this, all of this, you ask? The million-dollar question. I wish I knew, thought Ino. She was broken from her thoughts by the sound of the bell ringing, indicating that someone entered the shop. Hey, Ino, waved Temari. Ino smiled at her friend, happy to see her. People always wondered how the hell these two became friends, and so did they. Hey Temari, what's up? Responded Ino with a friendly wave. Oh, nothing, I was in the neighborhood and wanted to ask you if you wanted to have lunch with me, said Temari, who was a bit bored today. Sure thing, let me just tell my mom I'm taking a lunch break, beamed Ino, happy to have something to keep herself occupied so that she doesn't think too much about Naruto. 10 minutes later, they were seated at the local restaurant. They ordered and started talking about things that happened recently. The topic eventually became Naruto. Ino sighed. Temari, what do you think of Naruto? Asked a slightly down Ino. Temari raised an eyebrow at her question, not expecting it at all. Definitely didn't see that coming. Well, I think he is one of the greatest people I know. He's strong, caring, a good friend to me and my brothers. If it weren't for him, I don't think I would be here today. Why do you ask? Did something happen? Asked Temari. No, nothing happened. I've just been thinking recently. His life was so messed up, and yet he continued to look forward, and look what he accomplished. You know what kind of lives Jinchuriki lived? Your brother was once one. He was surrounded by hatred all his life, and yet look at him. By my account, he should be hating all of our guts for what we did to him, for what I did to him. Said Ino, sadly, not happy with what she did in the past. Temari smiled sadly. She did know what Jinchurikis go through. To be honest with herself, if she was made one, she would hate everyone and everything, just like Gaara was before he met Naruto. I don't know how Naruto came to be as he is now, but I do know what kind of hardships Jinchurikis face in their lives. I was once in the same situation as you are now. I always wondered if I could have changed something by being a better sister to my brother. I still think that was my biggest mistake I made in my life. My brother was all alone, and I was too scared to approach him. Said Temari, remembering her childhood. Ino was listening intently to what Temari is saying. Maybe she can get her answer from her. After Gaara changed, I asked him if he hates me and Kankuro. He said no. He said that he understood our actions, or should I say inaction. But I still think he feels bitter about that whole thing, and I don't blame him. We treated him like a disease, a monster. Imagine how he felt every day and how Naruto felt every day. It must have been awful. Said Temari, a tear escaping her eyes. Ino had a sad look. They were in the same situation. Ino was never a good friend to Naruto. She ignored him for the majority of her life. He was nothing to her, a nobody. I feel the same. I was the same to Naruto, we all were. But now I'm seeing him. What is up with that? I mean, what changed? Can he really forget what happened and move on? Can I do the same? After the war something changed and I don't know what. Naruto was suddenly interesting. He was no longer the nobody, he was someone to me. A friend, a dear friend, in fact. Was I blind my whole life and just chose to pretend that Naruto didn't exist? You know how I was like in the past. I was always after Sasuke. My ninja Kara was non-existent. All I cared about was how to impress Sasuke. Even after he left, I always had hope that he will return and we will be together. How silly was that, huh? Said Ino, disgusted with her actions in the past. Temari smiled at her friend. She really is beating herself up over this, thought Temari. Yeah, I remember what you were like. You were weak, a princess and a fangirl, remarked Temari, which earned a scowl from Ino, who obviously doesn't like to be called that. But look at you now. You were one of the strongest kunoichis in the village, on the continent actually. You said what changed? You changed, Ino. We all did. We are no longer kids, we are grown-ups now. We are ninjas. We are the ones that will lead the next generation. Don't beat yourself up for what you did in the past. We were kids back then. We all had foolish fantasies back then, yours was Sasuke. Let the past stay in the past, Ino. Advised Temari. Can I really do that? I mean, what if the war never happened? What if Sasuke came back? Would I have noticed Naruto then, or would I have ignored him? Asked Ino. Temari sighed. This was troublesome. I have no idea, Ino. Only you know the answer to that question. But I do know one thing. Sasuke would have never changed. The Sasuke we all knew when he was a boy never truly existed. The real Sasuke only cared about power and revenge. I saw the true Sasuke when he attacked the Kages. He was evil, pure evil. I have never seen anything like that. Even if he did return, he would have never noticed you, never acknowledged you. And I think you realize that. Ino, Sasuke never knew what love was, and he could have never loved you. Said Temari, hoping this answered Ino's question. I know what you mean, Temari. I saw what Sasuke became that day on the battlefield. He was, I don't know what he was. He was no longer the boy I used to chase. I was scared of him, petrified. When I looked at his eyes, I saw darkness, pure darkness. I think seeing him like that triggered something in me. I think I finally faced reality. After the war I looked back at my life and I thought, what have I been doing so far? I was living in a dream, a fantasy. I never really appreciated the things I had. Family, friends, Naruto, said Ino, smiling at the end. Naruto was always there for me, for everyone. Naruto, the one who was in pain every single day, was helping us with our pain. Did you know he consoled me after Asuma-sensei died? He helped me move on. And did you know what I did when Lord Jiraiya died? Nothing, absolutely nothing. I left him to deal with the pain all by himself. I'm such an idiot, said Ino, holding her face with her hands and sobbing quietly. Temari moved to sit next to her and placed a hand on her shoulder. Hey, it's okay, said Temari, trying to help her friend. Ino shook her head. No, it's not okay. I was so selfish, so blind all the time. I couldn't even do one good thing with Naruto. I wasn't there for him when he was for me. Shikamaru went to visit him when his master died. He told he looked beaten. For the first time, Uzumaki Naruto looked beaten, and I wasn't there to help him. I'm the worst, said Ino, still sobbing. That's not true. I'm sure Naruto would disagree with you. I mean, he wouldn't go out with you if he thought of you like that. But if he does, then prove to him that you changed. Prove to him that you are no longer the girl that fawned over Sasuke. Show Naruto who you really are. You are Ino Yamanaka, the golden flower of Konoha, declared Temari loudly. Ino looked up with renewed vigor. Her friend was right. She has changed. And she will make up for her past mistakes. Ino hugged her friend tightly and thanked her from the bottom of her heart. You are a good friend, Temari. Thank you, said Ino happily. Temari grinned at her best friend. No problem. That's what friends are for. Now go. Find Naruto and show him the real you, said Temari, pushing Ino out of the restaurant. Wait. I can't do it now. I still have work to do. I'll tell him after work, said Ino, who thankfully remembered that she has to go back to work or her mother would kill her. Temari sighed. Fine. Then tell him later, just don't chicken out, you wuss, teased Temari with a smile. Ino stuck out her tongue at Temari but started laughing after that. It was all good fun. After that little scuffle, she said her goodbyes and went back to the flower shop with a clearer head thanks to Temari. Ichiraku, we can see a blonde figure devouring bowl after bowl of ramen while conversing with the owners of the stand. The owners were laughing at something the figure said. They were happy that the blonde enigma came back. It was boring without him. And then he was caught by all those women. I swear he was limping for a week after that, laughed Naruto, who just told a story about his late master and his many adventures at the hot springs. The couple laughed wholeheartedly. It was always enjoyable to listen to one of Naruto's many adventures. It was amazing what he went through in his short life. Serves him right, that pervert. I was always afraid to go to the hot springs when he was in town. I swear he ruined the hot springs for me, laughed Ayam with a tick on her forehead. Haha, I'm sure you are not the only one. He had a gift for doing that, added Naruto, who got a faraway look on his face at the end. The couple noticed that. You miss him, don't you? Said old man Ichiraku. Dearly. He made me what I am today. If it wasn't for him, I don't think I would be here today. He meant so much to me. Being around him, it felt like I had a father. He was always watching over me, helping me. I wish I could have told him that, said Naruto sadly. I think he knew. I'm sure he's proud of you wherever he is. I saw how he looked at you whenever you two came here. His smile told me everything. You were his family, said Ichiraku while giving Naruto another bowl of ramen. Naruto smiled at the man. He was the best, added Naruto with a big smile. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was seen walking down the street near the Ichiraku stand. He saw a blonde figure sitting there and decided to join him. When he was nearing them, he could hear them talking about Jiraiya. He moved away the flaps of the stand and sat down next to Naruto. They sure are, said Shikamaru with a smile which earned the attention of Naruto, who looked towards him. Hey Shikamaru, didn't see you there. You were saying something? said Naruto to his friend. Shikamaru smiled. I heard you talking about Lord Jiraiya and I was thinking how similar Asuma-sensei and he were. Naruto smiled back at his longtime friend. Yeah, I know what you mean. They were the greatest each in their own way. But as you said to me back then, now it's our turn to be great. It's our turn to lead the next generation. Shikamaru nodded at his friend and then ordered a bowl of pork ramen. While waiting for his ramen, Shikamaru did something very unlike him. He started a conversation and he didn't say troublesome. How's Ino? Smirked Shikamaru. I guess word got around, huh? Responded Naruto while giving him a blank look. Shikamaru smiled in response. Naruto sighed. Well, she's great. Honestly, she surprised me. She is nothing like I thought she would be. I thought that I could never have a decent conversation with her, and yet now I told her some of my biggest secrets, said Naruto, surprised by his actions. And that bothers you? Asked Shikamaru. I don't know. Ino was the last person I would tell my secrets. We were never really close, you know. We were total opposites. She was popular, I was a nobody. We didn't really hang out only when I was with you guys. What made me do it? What made me tell her all that stuff? Asked a confused Naruto. Well, as much as I hate to say this, but I have no answer for you. It is up to you to find that out. I can tell you this though. Ino is different than she was before. Finished Shikamaru cryptically. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Shikamaru continued. I'm sure you remember how she was like in the past. I don't have to tell you that. It was Sasuke then and Sasuke this. It was annoying to say the least. But things started to change after you went on your trip with Lord Jiraiya. She started to take things seriously. I don't know what triggered that change. It could have been Sasuke, maybe she wanted to prove herself to him, or it could be something else, said Shikamaru, who was already thinking how tired he's going to be after this conversation. Naruto nodded, understanding everything so far. I think she still loved Sasuke, or at least felt something towards him even after he left the village. I don't know when that changed, but if I were to guess, it was the day Sakura died, said Shikamaru. Naruto winced at that particular memory. We all saw things differently after that day. I think Ino learned the truth about Sasuke, about life itself. Her childish love she had for Sasuke evaporated that day. The death of Sakura restarted her life, said Shikamaru, who didn't like to relive that day. Naruto stared at his empty bowl, thinking about the things Shikamaru said. Naruto knew Ino changed. She showed that in the last week they'd been going out together. He only wanted to know what triggered the change. He had his theories and Shikamaru had the same thoughts, but he wanted to hear the answer from Ino herself. I thought the same as you. I noticed the change in Ino the moment I came back. She acted nothing like before. Imagine my surprise when I come back to my apartment and I find out that Ino was taking care of it for the last 2 years. It blew my mind away. It made me want to find out more about Ino because this sole action made me reconsider my whole image about her. I wanted to find out what kind of person she really is, stated Naruto. Shikamaru nodded in understanding. You know what to do now, said Shikamaru with a smile. Naruto nodded. Yes, thanks for your help. Now enough about me. What's going on between you and Temari? Any juicy news? Winked Naruto. Shikamaru smiled at his friend's antics. Some things never change. Shikamaru looked around to confirm that they are alone. He reached into his pocket and picked up a small black box. Naruto's breath was caught in his throat. Is that what I think it is? Asked a shocked Naruto. Shikamaru nodded. Yes, it's an engagement ring. I've been carrying it around for a while now. I just don't know how to ask her. Every time I want to ask her, I chicken out. I know I want to do this, but I'm afraid to do it, said Shikamaru, not knowing how to approach this subject. Man, that's a big step. Of course you are afraid. Who wouldn't be? I would be scared shitless. But you said it yourself, you want to do this, and I know Temari feels the same way. You two were meant for each other, everyone can see that. So just do what you think feels right and what your heart is telling you. I'm sure everything will turn out fine, advised Naruto to his friend. Yeah, you are right, said Shikamaru, smiling. Good. Now how many people know this? Asked Naruto. Just you and Shuji. I don't want to tell Ino because she will blabber everything to Temari. You know how she's like. When she starts talking she never stops, smirked Shikamaru. Yeah, that sounds like her. Hey, I just realized something. For the last 5 minutes or so you didn't say the word troublesome. Remarked Naruto playfully. Troublesome, smiled Shikamaru. Naruto laughed and patted his friend on his back. The duo talked for a bit and then went their separate ways. Naruto started walking towards the flower shop hoping that Ino was there. He entered the shop and saw Ino behind the counter tending to some flour. Hey Ino. I hope I'm not interrupting something, said Naruto while walking towards her. Hey Naruto, or should I say Namikaze? No, just looking out for some flowers. What are you doing here? Miss me? Replied Ino, who brightened up a bit after Naruto arrived. Naruto laughed at her comment. You could say that. I was wondering if you would like to go out with me tonight? Ino smiled. This was perfect. She could talk with Naruto about the things she was thinking about. Sure, I would love to. I finish my shift at 6. You can pick me up at 8. Said Ino happily. Great, can't wait. Said Naruto. Do you need some help around the shop? Ino shook her head. No, today's a slow day. I already did most of the stuff. I just have to clean the shop before I close it for the day. Thanks for the offer though, said Ino. Naruto nodded at her. He picked up her favorite flower and tucked it behind her ear and gave her a small kiss on the cheek and said his goodbye and told her they'll meet up tonight. Ino sighed dreamily. She really loves it when Naruto does these small gestures of affection. She looked at the clock and saw it was still only 4 o'clock. She willed it to go faster, but no luck. Meanwhile, Naruto started walking towards the Hokage Tower, wanting to visit his grandma and hopefully annoy her a bit. Can't have her thinking that she can relax and start drinking, thought Naruto while smirking. He jumped on her window, but this time Tsunade was ready and reacted accordingly. She threw her empty bottle of sake but sadly missed. Damn it. One of these days I won't miss, said Tsunade, annoyed by his antics which he inherited from his perverted master. Ha, in your dreams, Grandma. I'm too good for you, admit it. You're too old to tango with me, grinned Naruto. Tsunade gained a tick mark on her forehead, but she knew she couldn't hit him unless he let her. She sighed. What do you want, brat? Can't you see I'm busy? Oh, come on. Can't I visit my favorite grandma? Pouted Naruto. I'm your only grandma. Now spill, what are you here for? Responded Tsunade, secretly happy that he called her favorite grandma. Nothing special, just came to visit you in Shizun. I haven't been here for a few days. Didn't want you to let your guard down. You never know, I'll do something crazy. Shined Naruto. I've got enough paperwork without your crazy actions. But as much as I hate to say it, it's good to see you. What have you been up to? I read an interesting report from one of my Ombu team. Something about a crazy noble trying to kidnap Ino. What was that all about? Asked a genuinely curious Tsunade. She knew what happened from the report she read, but she wanted to hear the whole story from the source. Naruto looked slightly annoyed, clearly not happy about that particular incident. He told her the whole story. About Ruga's vendetta against his mother and father and about his plans for Ino. Tsunade was seething towards the end. If it weren't for Ibiki's therapy sessions, she would have personally involved herself in the re-education of the man. Nobody messes with Uzumaki Kushina and Minato Namikaze and gets away with it. Not on her watch. Man, I would have loved to have seen his face when you were done with him. That would be priceless. But thank God you were there to save the day again, said Tsunade with emphasis on again. Seriously, this was becoming a regular occurrence. Yeah, I haven't been angry like that for a long time. When he started insulting Mom and Dad, I kinda lost it. And when I thought about what he would have done to Ino, I think that pushed me over the edge, said Naruto. Tsunade wondered what was up with Naruto and Ino. He seems very protective of her. Yeah, about you and Ino. Something I should know, brat? Asked Tsunade. Naruto scratched his cheek and blushed a bit. Tsunade grinned. Shizune, come in here and bring sake. We've got some celebrating to do, shouted Tsunade. Shizune stumbled into the office holding a bottle of sake in her hands. What? What happened? Asked Shizune, who for some reason didn't object to bringing sake into the office. The brat over her finally got a girlfriend, grinned Tsunade. Shizune looked shocked, judging from her face. Seriously? When did that happen? Who is she? Asked a stunned Shizune. Tsunade decided to answer that. It's Ino. Don't just stand there. Give me my sake. The brat can tell us the story while we drink, ordered Tsunade. Shizune sighed at her master's behavior, but she will allow it since it is a special occasion. It's not every day Naruto gets a girlfriend. They spend the afternoon talking about Naruto and Ino. When they finished, there were 4 bottles empty lying on the table, 4 of which Tsunade drank herself. Naruto had a few glasses, but the rest was all Shizune. Tsunade was drunk, so Shizune decided to help her home while Naruto went home to prepare for his date with Ino. Later, Naruto knocked on the door of Ino's house and was greeted by Inora, Ino's mom. She invited him in where he could wait for Ino to finish getting ready. Make yourself at home, dear. Ino will be ready in a couple of minutes, said Inora while walking to the kitchen to get some tea and cookies. She came back with a plate of cookies and some green tea, and in the company of Ino's father. Inoichi smiled at the young man. He thought he was perfect for his little princess. He proved that time and time again. Inoichi greeted Naruto and Naruto did the same. They all took a seat and talked for a bit. I heard what you did yesterday, Naruto. Thank you, said Inora sincerely. Thankful that he saved your daughter. Ah, it was nothing. That scumbag deserved it, responded Naruto while scratching his head, not used to receiving praise. Same here. If it weren't for you, who knows what would have happened. I regret not putting that bastard in his place when I had the chance. Ragged Inoichi. Inora intertwined her fingers with his and leaned into him. Naruto smiled at the husband and wife loving what they have with each other. He heard footsteps and saw Ino walking down wearing a beautiful black dress that went down to her thighs, showing of her long firm legs. The dress hugged her body perfectly, showing all of her womanly curves. Naruto was filled with joy. Can you blame him? He is going to spend an entire evening in the company of this gorgeous lady. Ino smiled at her date and took his hand in hers. They walked out of the house saying goodbyes at the smiling parents. They walked towards that new restaurant that just opened. They approached the maitre d' and Naruto told them they had a reservation under the name Uzumaki. The waiter nodded and led them to their table and took their orders. Ino looked towards Naruto. This a pretty fancy restaurant. It must have been hard to get a reservation. No, not really. I guess being famous has its perks besides all the ladies. Grinned Naruto. Yeah, you should be lucky for catching my attention, laughed Ino. Naruto joined her. They both wanted to use this date to ask all of their questions and clear some of the doubts that are filling their heads. But they both didn't know how to start the conversation. Luckily, they were interrupted by the waiter bringing their food and drinks. They ate their meals while talking about some trivial stuff. They were done after 20 or so minutes. They paid for their meal and left the place. They took a stroll through the park next. They spotted a bench and decided to sit there and just relax a bit. Naruto was leaning against the railing of the bench while looking at the stars. Ino was leaning against him while his arm was around her. I guess it's now or never, thought Ino. Naruto, said Ino. Naruto hummed, indicating that he heard her. Do you hate me? Asked Ino shyly while looking down. Naruto looked down, surprised with her question. Of course I don't hate you. Why would you think that? Remarked Naruto. She sighed, because I deserve it. I was never a good friend to you when you were the best to me, said Ino sadly, but still holding on to Naruto, not wanting to lose him. Naruto smiled kindly at her, understanding why she thought like that. I could never hate you. We may have never been good friends, but at least you noticed me. That was more than enough for me. As long as you saw me, I was happy, said Naruto. Why is that enough for you? That is nothing compared to what you did for me. You helped me when Asuma-sensei died. You were there to hold me when I was crying. You inspired me to get stronger, and what did I do when Lord Jiraiya died? Nothing, absolutely nothing. Sobbed Ino, angry at herself. Naruto lifted her chin so that she could look at him. Hey, that's not true. You did more than enough. You smiled at me after the pain invasion. You gave me a smile, and that was all that I needed. I don't need big words to make me happy. All I need is my friends. And you did that. You were my friend, you fought for me in the war, and that is something I can never repay. Answered Naruto truthfully while giving Ino his true smile. Ino smiled back in return and leaned back against the crook of his neck. Thank you, Naruto. I have no idea what made you who you are now, but I'm grateful for that. Responded Ino while nuzzling further into him. You are welcome. Responded Naruto, holding her tightly, keeping her warm. They stayed like that for a few moments until Naruto decided to voice his question. You know, Ino, I wanted to ask you something ever since I came back. Said Naruto, earning Ino's attention. You are nothing like I thought you were. Don't get me wrong, I love spending time with you, but you are so different from what I thought you were like. I mean, you were always chasing after Sasuke. You dedicated most of your time trying to impress him. But now you are so different. What made you so different? Or did I never know the real you? Asked Naruto, hoping that he didn't offend Ino. Ino smiled sadly. She understood why he asked this question. She did the same thing for the last couple of years. Thank God for Temari, thought Ino. You know, I was asking myself the same thing lately. After I found out about your parents, I did some thinking. I asked myself if things would have changed if people knew about your heritage, if I knew about your parents. I admit I was a fangirl back then. I did what the majority of my generation did just to stay popular. But things started to change as I grew up. I started to take my training seriously. Maybe on some level I did it to impress Sasuke if he ever came back, but on the other hand I did it for myself and my friends. I realized that I was weak and I wanted to do something about it. Said Ino while looking at the stars. Naruto was listening intently on what she was saying. This was her moment. Truthfully, I had hoped that Sasuke will return and we would fall in love and all that fairy tale stuff. That's why I didn't want to believe all the stuff I heard about him joining Akatsuki, attacking the Kages, and wanting to attack the village. I was blind to the truth. My eyes opened that day, the day I lost my sister. I saw Sasuke for who he really was. My dreamy life shattered that day. And I'm thankful for that to some degree. I only wish Sakura didn't have to die for me to realize that. I was such an idiot. Sobbed Ino, tears rolling down her face. Naruto shushed her and hugged her, trying to comfort her. Ino thanked him and stopped crying for the moment. I understand what you mean. But what made you notice me? I'm grateful and everything, but why me? Asked Naruto, who really wanted to know. Why not? Said Ino, stunning Naruto. You were always there in my time of need. You, the embodiment of pain, were helping me with my own pain. No matter what happened to you, no matter how much hatred you faced, you were always there for me. It took me a while to notice you, but I'm thankful that I did. Responded Ino, giving Naruto a loving smile. Naruto smiled back at her and kissed her on the forehead. They both blushed a bit, but the dark from the night concealed their faces. They stayed on that bench for a while, just enjoying themselves. They were both happier now that they got their answer. Naruto looked down at the relaxing Ino. Are you the one, Ino? Asked Naruto himself. I guess it's up to me to find that out, huh? But I'm looking forward to it, smiled Naruto. Hey, it's time to go. It's getting late. Don't want you to catch a cold. Said Naruto. Ino nodded a bit disappointingly. She was enjoying herself and the damn clock just had to ruin it. They walked back towards Ino's house, Ino's hand in his. They were happy to be together and they looked forward to get to know each other better and to see where their relationship would go. They stopped in front of Ino's house and looked towards each other, both smiling. I had a good time tonight, Naruto. And thank you again for everything. Said Ino, moving a bit closer to Naruto. Anytime, Ino, anytime. Responded Naruto, also moving a bit closer to her. Naruto's hands went on Ino's hips and Ino's hands went around Naruto's neck. Their lips met. It was the start of a passionate kissing. They both explored each other's mouth, loving the feeling. Ino moaned a bit, which earned a smile from Naruto. They heard someone clearing their throat, but they didn't let that bother them. They continued kissing each other until they were interrupted again by a much noisier voice from the same owner. The couple looked towards the owner of the voice. Standing there in front of the door with his arms crossed and his eyes closed was Inoichi, none too happy with the situation. "Daddy! Can't we have some privacy, geez?" said Ino, annoyed with her father. Naruto smiled at Inoichi, expecting something like this from him, and he can't blame him. If Naruto was in his place, he would have done the same. Ino, realizing that this was it for tonight, turned towards Naruto and gave him another long loving kiss, which Naruto happily returned. They separated after a few moments and said their goodbyes, promising to see each other tomorrow. Ino went back inside while Inoichi and Naruto stayed outside. Inoichi smiled fatherly and nodded at Naruto. Naruto understood what he meant and said his goodbye. "Can't wait for tomorrow," beamed Naruto. Chapter 8. The next day, Ino yawned and got up from her bed. It was her day off today from work. She decided to spend some time training her affinity and hopefully make some progress. She's really close to finishing her elemental manipulation. She is working on controlling the flow of water and forming whirlpools. It was tough in the beginning, but with some practice she got the hang of it. Now she just has to perfect so that it becomes second nature to her. She did her morning routine: shower, brush her teeth, fix her hair, and the rest of the womanly stuff. She went down and saw her mother preparing breakfast. She took a whiff of the smell and smiled. "Pancakes!" yelled a delighted Ino. She also saw her father sitting at the table half asleep. She giggled at him. He looked so funny. One hand was on his cheek supporting his head so that he doesn't fall back asleep. He definitely wasn't a morning person. She took a seat next to her father and slapped him on the face playfully, of course. That definitely woke Inoichi up. The weird thing is that he wasn't angry at Ino for slapping him. He just yawned and stretched his body and waited for breakfast. It must be something of a habit for them, thought the narrator. Inora served the breakfast and took a seat herself. They said their prayers and started to enjoy this delicious meal. Inora, the mother of the gossip queen, wanted to find out some details about last night, so she pestered her daughter for any juicy details. Ino knew her mother wouldn't stop, so she told her what they did last night and the conversation they had. Inora smiled, happy to hear that her daughter is in a wonderful relationship with a guy that appreciates for who she is. That's all she wants, for her daughter to be happy no matter who she dates. Inoichi was thinking the same thing. He may be a little by little, a lot overprotective at times, but he only wants to see his daughter smiling. As long as Naruto does that, then that's fine by him. Inoichi always taught that Naruto was a great guy. Strong in spirit and in body, and a guy with the greatest heart. The village just didn't give him a chance to prove that, to show his true colors. Yep, he was definitely a good choice. I really think we took a big step yesterday. We found out a lot about each other. We both had doubts about each other and about this relationship. But after our talk, I really can't wait to see where life takes us. All I know is being with him really brightens my day. Smiled Ino, finishing her recollection of last night. That's lovely, dear. I'm happy for you. Remember, if you need help with anything, don't be afraid to ask for some help. Just avoid your father, he can be an idiot sometimes. Smirked Inora. Ino laughed at her mother's teasing. Hey. I'll have you know, my friends tell me I'm a great listener and I give good advice. Returned Inoichi, who was offended by his wife's statement. They say that because they are drunk and don't know what they are saying. Responded Inora with a teasing grin. Inoichi turned away and pouted. It's always like this. He always gets picked on by his wife and daughter. Inora smiled at her husband and proceeded to hug him from behind and whispered something in his ear. Inoichi blushed at her words, definitely liking the sound of that. Ino caught that blush on her father's face and knew what they were talking about. She blushed a bit and shook her head while sighing. She excused herself and left the two lovebirds alone. Seriously, they sometimes act like they are 20 years old again, thought Ino. Ino put on all of her ninja gear and turned her gaze towards the direction of her training ground. She arrived there a couple of minutes later, but the training ground was already occupied by no other than her blonde idiot. The sight was majestic. Why, you ask? Well, for one, Naruto was shirtless. 2, he had the body of a god. 3, Ino was having fantasies while watching him. I think there was a bit of saliva dripping from her mouth. Naruto smirked. He was hoping that Ino will come this morning. This way he could spend some time together after last night. Last night really cleared a lot of things for him. He still wasn't completely satisfied, but he will get the answers eventually. Right now this was more than enough for him. She was honest with him and he appreciated that. She is trying to change her life and he respects that. In his opinion, she's already a different person. A person he actually really likes and enjoys hanging out with. Not to mention that kiss, man, that was really something. He got a little carried away there. He shook his head and tried to clear the scene from last night out of his head and tried to focus on the katas he was performing. He sensed Ino watching him from the trees and decided to prank her a bit. He used a seal-less shunshin and appeared behind her. He whispered lovingly into her ear, "I see something beautiful." Ino reacted accordingly to his teasing. Her entire body shivered and had goosebumps all over her body. She loved the feeling of his breath on her body. Naruto smiled at her, hoping for this kind of reaction. He enjoyed teasing her. It was his favorite pastime. Naruto surprised Ino with what he did next. He swooped her up and carried her bridal style. Ino let out a slight eep, surprised by his bold move. Naruto grinned at her and jumped down from the tree. Ino moved her hands around his neck, making herself more comfortable. She loved the feeling of Naruto's bare chest on her skin. He was so warm, so delicious, yummy, thought Ino. You know, if I didn't know better, I would have thought you were trying to take advantage of me. Smirked Ino. Who knows, I just might. Responded with an equal smirk. Baka. Smiled Ino. Naruto took a seat by the ride and moved Ino into a bit so that she was a bit more comfortable in his lap. What are you doing here anyway? I thought your training grounds were somewhere else. Asked Ino, not that she didn't enjoy his company or anything like that. I was waiting for you. Why do you think I put on that show? Grinned Naruto. Men. Always with the showing off. You just can't contain yourself, huh? Smirked Ino. Ed, just admit it. You loved it. Said Naruto with a smile. Idiot. She smacked him on his chest playfully. Naruto just laughed slightly and held her closer to him. They sat there for a few moments, both enjoying the silence. Naruto decided to say something. Do you want to do some training, Ino? Asked Naruto, who was really comfortable right now. She shook her head, not yet. Let's just stay like this for a while. He smiled back at her. He lied down on the ground and Ino did the same, her head on his chest. You know you still haven't put a shirt on. Grinned Ino. Meh, don't need it. But if you want I can put it on. Grinned back Naruto. Ino laughed slightly. Nah, this feels great. They both just lay there, each lost in their own thoughts. Ino was so comfortable that she started to doze off. After a few moments, a light snoring could be heard. Naruto smiled at his blonde partner. He thought she looked cute while sleeping. He didn't want to wake her up, so he stayed like that until she woke up. She looked tired, and who was he to wake her up for no reason? Having nothing to do, Naruto also started to feel tired and sleepy. Not wanting to fight that sensation, he closed his eyes and let the slumber take him. It was noon when Ino started to stir. She felt great, re-energized. One of the best naps of her life. She looked up and saw Naruto sleeping with a serene smile on his face. He looked so peaceful, thought Ino while stroking his whisker marks. Naruto grumbled something about ramen and kisses, which earned a giggle from Ino. This also woke Naruto up. He cleared his eyes and saw Ino giggling at him. What's so funny? Asked Naruto. You dummy. You were talking in your sleep. Responded Ino. Oh yeah. As I recall, you were snoring while you slept. Grinned Naruto. I did not. That's called breathing, you idiot. Glared Ino. Nope, definitely snoring. You looked cute though. Remarked Naruto. A blush formed on Ino's face and she looked away, not wanting to see Naruto's grinning face. She took a glance at him after a while and saw him still grinning at her. Not wanting to be outdone by the blonde, she jumped on him and straddled him. Now what you are going to do? I have you completely under my control. Smiled wickedly Ino. Naruto smiled and said this. He took her completely by surprise. 1 second she was looking down at him, the next Naruto was kissing her. But hey, who was she to skip on kissing? She returned the kiss. Her tongue was battling it out with his, both exploring each other. The session lasted for a while, both really not wanting it to end. They parted their lips and both smiled at one another. That was a bold move, Namikaze, said Ino smiling. I heard you liked that Yamanaka, replied Naruto. Ino didn't reply, she just captured his lips again. They separated after a few moments and Ino leaned on his chest listening to his heartbeat. Ino asked Naruto, where's this relationship going? Who knows? I like what we have now. If it evolves into something more, then that's fine by me, responded Naruto truthfully. Ino nodded on his chest. You know you still didn't do any training. If you have any troubles, I would be happy to help you with them, said Naruto. Actually, that advice you gave me a while ago really helped me. After that, all it took was some time and hard work. I'm close to perfecting the exercise actually, boasted Ino. Really? That's fast, really fast. Definitely faster than when I did it. Can you show me please? Said Naruto, proud of her. Ino nodded and took her position over the lake. She closed her eyes and started concentrating. Be water, feel the current flow, calm your chakra and explode, thought Ino. The effect could be seen immediately. In front of Ino, a small whirlpool started to form. It was gradually increasing in size. Naruto looked at her and was impressed. It wasn't perfect, but it was damn close. Ino let go of the technique and wiped her forehead of some sweat. Not having monstrous chakra capacity means you get quite exhausted doing this training. How was that? Turned Ino towards Naruto, eagerly awaiting his answer. Naruto gave her a proud smile. Awesome, Ino. It was not perfect, but you are definitely getting there. A few more days and you'll be done. If you want, I can show you a jutsu for your affinity. Think of it as a reward for a job well done. Ino gave him a crushing hug in answer, catching him off guard, but he recovered fast and returned it. Ino was squealing in happiness. Yes, yes. Please show me, said Ino with stars in her eyes. Never knew you were a jutsu freak, Ino, smirked Naruto. Ino scratched her head in embarrassment. Not many people know of her addictions. No worries, that makes two of us. The technique I'm going to show is a simple clone jutsu, water clone jutsu to be exact, said Naruto. Ino wasn't exactly pleased with Naruto's choice of jutsu. She was expecting something more in the line of a big dragon or a big tornado of water or something like that. Naruto saw what she was thinking and decided to elaborate on his decision. I know what you were thinking. You probably are thinking, why the clone jutsu? Well, that's an easy one. Ero Sennin always told me to start with something small. I could show you some of the more flashier jutsus, but you may hurt yourselves practicing it. You still don't have any experience molding water chakra, so it's best to start with something simple. Besides, water clone can be extremely useful. It can be used for distraction substitution or just to overwhelm your opponent, elaborated Naruto. Ino nodded after his explanation. She may not like it, but she understands. Besides, it was sweet of him to take her safety in mind. All right, show it to me. But you'll have to teach me another after I learn this one, glared Ino, not taking no for an answer. Naruto relented. He knew he can't win this battle. He nodded at her and Ino eased up on the glaring. He showed her how to properly mold water chakra to make a solid clone. After that, he left her to her own devices and took a seat next to the lake, watching Ino trying to do the jutsu. Ino was cursing every time her technique failed, which meant a lot. Patience wasn't her strong suit, apparently. Naruto smiled at his girlfriend. He will help if she asks him. But knowing how stubborn she can be, that won't likely happen. To battle his boredom, Naruto took a book out of his pouch and started reading it. You may be thinking, what's Naruto doing reading a book? You see, this isn't just any book. This was his master's first ever novel, the one where he got his name from. Naruto loved reading this book over and over again. It always somehow makes him smile. He guessed this is how Kakashi felt reading the same book 100 times over, except his was porn and Naruto's wasn't. Meanwhile, Ino cried out in anger. She was soaked to the bone. The jutsu sounded simple, but it just isn't happening for her. And her anger wasn't helping things at all. She was in battle whether or not to ask Naruto for some tips again. She wanted to do this on her own, but it was really bugging the hell out of her. She decided to squeeze some information out of him without losing her pride as a ninja. She turned around and saw something peculiar. In Naruto's hands was a book. A book? What the hell? Thought a flabbergasted Ino. She strolled towards him and took a peek at what he was reading. She read something about a battle between two ninjas. An assassin and a leader were fighting it out. Naruto. What's that? Pointed Ino towards the book. Naruto looked up and saw an interested Ino looking towards his book. Oh, this. A copy of a book called The Tales of the Utterly Gutsy Ninja Erosenen's first book. Boasted Naruto. Ino's face suddenly turned dark. She was thinking something in the lines of this: Jiraiya equals super pervert, Jiraiya's books equals porn, Naruto reading Jiraiya's books equals pervert. She had a murderous look on her face. Naruto wondered what was happening to Ino. He got the answer soon enough. Naruto, are you reading porn in front of me? Said Ino while crackling her knuckles. Naruto suddenly turned pale, figuring out why Ino was behaving like that. He waved his hands dismissively. No. Ino, this isn't porn, this is a heroic story, I swear. Please don't hit me. Explain. Ordered Ino, not letting him off the hook that easily. Naruto let out the breath he didn't know he was holding, happy to have escaped Ino's wrath at least for the moment. You see, this was Erosenen's way of changing the world. He wanted to bring peace through his work. This was his first try at it. He wrote this while taking care of his 3 students during the Second Shinobi World War. One of his students inspired him to write this novel. It didn't sell very good, so he switched to something more appealing to men. Explained Naruto. Ino's glare vanished. She was happy to hear that her boyfriend wasn't like his old master. What's it about? Asked Ino. It's about changing the ninja world. He talks about how to end the hatred that plagues the world. I've read it at least 100 times, but I still can't get enough of it. Oh, sounds like my type of book. Plenty of adventure and mysticism. Replied Ino, interested in reading the book. Yeah, it's a great story. It holds a special meaning for me, though. Said Naruto. Why's that? Asked Ino curiously. Did I ever tell you I have a godfather? Smiled proudly Naruto. Ino was shocked yet again. Of course, having a godfather is a regular occurrence, but if Ino's assumption was correct, then I got my name from this book. The main character, the hero, is called Naruto. My mother and father liked the main character and asked Erosenen if they could use it for me when I was born. And so the pervy sage became my godfather. Pretty cool, huh? Smiled Naruto. Ino's jaw was on the ground literally. What's up with Naruto and his famous family? I mean, first there's Uzumaki Kushina, while not famous itself, but was the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi, and then there's the 4th Hokage, and now one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Who's next? Tsunade. Ino picked her jaw from the floor. What's wrong with your family? Every single one of your relatives was some kind of a freakishly powerful ninja. Naruto scratched his head. I know, it's so cool. Who would have thought that me, the dropout, had such an awesome family? Smiled Naruto proudly. Ino sighed and shook her head. She should have learned by now nothing concerning Naruto is normal. You certainly are special, that's for sure. Smiled Ino. Naruto smiled back, happy to have his girlfriend's support. Ino, I want to show you something. Said Naruto vaguely. What? Asked Ino. Just come with me. You'll know soon enough. Answered Naruto. Ino nodded and took hold of his hand. They took off into the forest. Ino didn't know where she was going. She never went this way before. They stopped jumping over the trees and descended to the ground and started walking leisurely. Where are we going, Naruto? Asked a confused Ino. We're almost there, said Naruto. After a few hundred meters, they stopped in front of what looked like a memorial. There was a stone, and in front of it was a bouquet of paper flowers, but they seemed to have withered, and a book was next to it. Whose grave is this? Asked Ino. This is my shrine to my hero Jiraiya of the Toads, answered Naruto solemnly. Ino squeezed his hand in support. He squeezed back. You know, I always thought of him like my father. Back then I didn't know who my parents were, and I didn't know how it felt like to have a parent. But being around Pervy's age really felt like I had a family, you know. He was there for me, cared for me, took care of me. He was way more than just a teacher, he was my idol, my inspiration. Those 3 years I spent training with him were the best 3 years of my life. I remember after each training he would go to a local store and buy us those frozen popsicles we both enjoyed. It made me happy every time he did that. For some that may not be much, but for me it meant the world. Reminisced Naruto. Ino listened intently at his story. Ino only knew the pervert Jiraiya and not the father Jiraiya. And she must admit he was definitely a good person. Her respect for him rose tenfold after hearing Naruto talk about him. He sounds like a wonderful man, said Ino, smiling kindly. Naruto nodded solemnly. I miss him so much. He meant so much to me. The day he died, a part of me died with him. I was lost without him. He was always there for me when I needed guidance and help. He may have acted like a big pervert, but he was one of the kindest people I knew. I know I said this before, but I'm sorry for not being there for you when he died. It was selfish of me and idiotic, revealed Ino. Naruto squeezed her hand tightly. You know I don't care about that. You and the rest of my friends did more than enough for me. Fighting a war for my sake is something I can never repay. You risked your life so that me and Kyuubi could live on. Well, somebody had to look out for you too. Without us you would probably do something stupid like that time when you farted in Kiba's face, chuckled Ino. And I opened in the darkness after Ino's remark, but it closed soon afterwards. Naruto laughed at her joke. He was really fond of that memory. Yeah, that was pretty stupid. But hey, I won because of that, so kudos for my butt, smiled Naruto. Yeah, your stupidness saved you plenty of times, grinned Ino. They both turned back towards the grave. Ino saw the dead paper flowers and wondered what happened to them and whose were they. Naruto, what happened to those flowers? And where did you get them? Inquired Ino. Naruto had a sad smile on his face, obviously because of a particular memory. They are the flowers of hope I received from my fellow student, answered Naruto cryptically. Ino raised an eyebrow at his answer, confused at what he was saying. Naruto continued, they were given to me as a sign of trust and hope from Konan of the Rain. You may remember her as the paper lady that attacked Konoha along with Nagato, which you know as Pain. Ino had a surprised look on her face. Why did she give them to you? We were enemies, why would she do that? This isn't exactly public knowledge, but Nagato and Konan, the 2 Akatsuki members plus Yahiko, were all once students of Eros and Nin. He found them during the war and took them in. He taught them the way of the ninjas. They were his inspiration for writing his first book. He believed that they would be able to change this world. He especially had faith in Nagato, who was the wielder of the Rinnegan, told Naruto. Unreal. To think that Lord Jiraiya changed so many lives. If he didn't meet these kinds back then, who knows where we would be today? Said Ino, who had no idea that Jiraiya was so busy in his life. Yeah, he was like that, always trying to help. He was a big softy when it came to kids, chuckled Naruto. Ino joined him. What happened afterwards? You know, no one actually knows what happened between you, Pain, and this Konan lady back then. How did you achieve that miracle? Asked Ino, who really wanted to know how Naruto changes people around him, even enemies. I learned what true pain is that day. I found Nagato and Konan in their hideout and confronted them. Nagato was nothing like I expected. He was stuck to this wheelchair and rods were sticking out of his body. He looked so weak and vulnerable, nothing like the monster I fought moments before. I wanted to talk to him to get to know him. We studied under the same teacher, and so I wanted to know what made him the man he was. You know, I thought I had it bad, but after hearing the story of Nagato, Konan, Yahiko, I felt pathetic. They were orphans like me, but they watched their family dying in the war. Nagato watched as his parents were killed by Konoha ninjas. Shocked Naruto. That's awful. Nobody deserves that, said Ino sadly. Yeah. But he persevered and looked onwards until that fateful day. It all went downhill one day. The day they confronted Hanzo the salamander, the day when he had to watch his best friend die in front of him. Yahiko died because of Hanzo, and Nagato lost himself in the pain, and that is what made him the way he was, said Naruto. But why are the flowers dead? Asked Ino, who felt sorry for the Akatsuki trio. They truly had sad lives. I found out why in the war when I fought Tobi. He taunted me saying that I was weak and couldn't protect anyone. He told me he killed Konan because he wanted the Rinnegan from Nagato. He told me she died protecting me. He actually complimented her by saying that her faith in me never wavered. I was proud of my friend, my comrade from AIM. I regret not spending more time with her. There is so much I wanted to ask her. I regret not asking her to join Konoha back then. If she did, she would be alive today, said Naruto while clenching his fist. That man was a monster. He deserved his fate. He ruined too many lives, exclaimed Ino in support of Naruto. Yeah, I'm glad we won, replied Naruto, who moved closer to the memorial and knelt down. Ino joined him and they prayed in silence before leaving. They were walking through the forest hand in hand, enjoying in their company. You know, you've told me a lot of your secrets and showed me a lot of your special places. I think it's only fair I show you some of my own, smirked Ino. I trust you, so why not? You don't have to show me anything if you don't want to, replied Naruto. No, I want to. I trust you too, and it's a good way for you to find out more about me, don't you think? Smiled Ino. Naruto nodded at her and thanked her for her trust. How about I show it to you tonight? Asked Ino. Naruto wanted to, but remembered he already promised Shikamaru to help him with his situation. He scratched his head. I would love to, but I kinda promised Shikamaru to help him with something. I forgot to ask you about this earlier, but Temari and Shikamaru invited us over for a dinner at their place. Do you want to go? Asked Naruto. Sure, it's going to be like a double date. We can visit my special place some other day, said Ino, excited about this date. Actually, it's going to be a triple date apparently. Chuji is bringing his mystery girl, grinned Naruto. Ino's eyes lit up. After months of hiding his girlfriend, Ino's finally going to find out who captured his heart. It's about time. I was planning on following him if he didn't fess up who the girl is, smirked Ino evilly. Naruto shook his head at his girlfriend's antics. The length she would go just to find some material for her to gossip about. You know, you're also being awfully mysterious about this thing you were helping Shikamaru with. Anything I should know about? Grinned Ino mischievously. Naruto was a bit nervous. He knew she can be quite stubborn. Nothing special, just some guy stuff. I could tell you, but you would probably hit me in response, lied Naruto. It better not be something your old master would think of. Otherwise me and Temari are going to have our way with you, glared Ino. Naruto gulped in response. He didn't like the sound of that. He tried to steer away from this topic of the conversation by distracting her. So how about that jutsu? Want to try again? Smiled Naruto nervously. Ino gave him a calculating glaze, not liking how he changed the subject. But the prospect of perfecting her new jutsu made her forget all about that. Fine, but don't think I forgot about what we just talked. Remember, perverseness equals a beating. Smiled happily Ino. Yes. I understand. Now back to training, said Naruto. After the training and a friendly spar which Ino won by teasing Naruto during the fight, the couple went for a short lunch, and after that they went their own way. Ino went home to spend some time with her family and then prepare for the triple date. Naruto had different plans. It's been a while since he saw his favorite teacher. He was walking towards the academy hoping that Ichiraku is still there. He opened the door to his once-upon-a-time classroom. And there he was. The most dedicated teacher in history was grading the tests while smiling. Man, this brings back memories, grinned Naruto. Iruka turned towards the voice and saw his favorite student. Suffice to say he was ecstatic. Naruto. I heard you were back. How you've been? Asked Iruka, pleasantly surprised by his visit. I've been great. Sorry for not visiting you right away. I've been kinda busy, said Naruto. Nah, it's okay. I knew you would come eventually. Please take a seat. I want to hear all about your journey. Smiled Iruka at his little brother. Naruto told him everything he has been doing so far about his training promotion and so on. Inoha. Smiled kindly Iruka. Naruto beamed back, yeah. Don't ask me how that happened because I still have no idea. But I don't regret a second of it. I truly like her. That's good, Naruto. I'm happy for you too. You deserve some happiness in your life, retorted Iruka, who had a fond look on his face. Thanks, Iruka-sensei. How about you? What happened with you while I was gone? I see you are still not giving up your teacher career, replied Naruto. I'm a teacher for life. I can't see myself doing anything else. Besides, somebody has to take care of rascals like you. Grinned Iruka. Yeah, that's true. But hey, at least there's only one me in the village, so you don't have to live your life in fear of being pranked. Smiled Naruto. Iruka laughed and agreed with him. Any lady friends I should know about? Said Naruto while wiggling his eyebrows. Iruka scratched his head in embarrassment. Not many people know about his relationship with his unorthodox girlfriend. Well, I'm actually seeing someone. You know her actually, said Iruka, slightly embarrassed. I do? Who is she? Asked Naruto, interested in finding out. Mitarashi Anko, answered Iruka. The bomb was dropped. What? The Mitarashi Anko? The one that scares the crap out of 99% of the male population in the world? Shouted Naruto in surprise. Yep, that's the one, answered Iruka joyfully. Holy cow. Never saw that bomb coming. But if you were happy, so am I, smiled Naruto in acceptance. Thank you, Naruto. But she isn't the person everyone thinks she is. She is a lot like you, actually, replied Iruka, gaining Naruto's full attention. Like me? Pain-ha, thought Naruto. I'm sure you figured out in what way she resembles you. She lived a hard life. I'm not in the liberty of telling you her life story, that's her choice and hers only. But I can tell you this personality of hers is her defense mechanism, as is your happy attitude, replied Iruka. I see. I always thought I saw something in her eyes, something very familiar. Pain. Betrayal, said Naruto seriously. Iruka nodded at his conclusion. You know, I would love to meet the real Anko. If you like, we can go on a double date, said Naruto. You know, I would like that, and so would she. She doesn't have many friends, and I think she would appreciate a few more cherished friends, even if she won't admit it, replied Iruka caringly. Naruto nodded. How about I cook dinner and we can all enjoy a home-cooked meal? How about that? Proposed Iruka. Sure, that sounds great. We can do it tomorrow if you want. Me and Ino have obligations this evening, retorted Naruto. Iruka agreed, and with that they finished their little trip down memory lane. Naruto went home to prepare for his date. Iruka stayed behind and continued to grade the tests. He got a surprise visit from his lady friend. Hello, handsome. Miss me? Purred Anko into his ear. Iruka spun around and gave his girlfriend a loving kiss, which she happily returned. Definitely, grinned Iruka while tasting his lips after that kiss. Anko took a seat in his lap and smiled at her man. How did I ever get so lucky to have found you? Smiled Iruka. Anko smirked. Well, you had help from Sasuke. Maybe. Or it could be my irresistible charm, teased Iruka. Not likely, responded Anko while kissing him. They parted after a few heated moments. We've got a date tomorrow with Naruto and his girlfriend, said Iruka lovingly, hoping that his girlfriend wouldn't mind. Anko stared at Iruka, revealing no emotions to Iruka, which made him a bit nervous. You told him? Said Anko seriously. Yes, answered Iruka in an equal serious tone. Anko smiled at his boyfriend. Great. I would love to meet that Gaki. I still need to thank him for saving me from that Askabuto. I hope he likes sake. Iruka was confused. One minute she's serious about this whole situation, the next she's perfectly fine with it. You don't mind? I mean, I did tell him our secret. Asked a stunned Iruka. Should I be? I mean, I told Kurenai, so it's only normal that you told your brother. Grinned Anko. Thank you. It means a lot to me that you understand. You know, Naruto is really excited to get to know you. He always thought you were different than you made yourself out to be. Smiled Iruka. Oh? How did he found that out? Asked Anko. He told me he saw your eyes. Replied Iruka. Anko smiled sadly, understanding how the squirt found out. You know what they say, the eyes are the windows to your souls. I guess there's some truth to that, huh? Smiled Anko fondly. Iruka hugged his girlfriend, knowing that she's in pain right now. Anko leaned into his embrace and they stayed like that for a while. Later, Naruto and Ino are walking down the street towards Shikamaru and Tamari's apartment. They bought a place of their own when Tamari moved to Konoha. They arrived there after a few moments. The apartment was actually quite spacious. They bought the entire second floor, making this apartment a semi-house. They knocked on the door and were greeted by a gorgeous-looking Tamari. She wore a long black dress that really showed of her feral beauty. Shikamaru was a lucky bastard. She invited them in and seated them in the living room. Shikamaru came out looking elegant, totally different from what he normally wears. Naruto smirked at his friend. He's really going for it, huh? Thought a happy Naruto. Thanks for inviting us, guys. We appreciate it. Said Ino kindly. No problem. It was this lazy bastard here who told me that he invited you two plus Chuji and his date. Does anyone know who the lucky lady is? Replied a curious Tamari. They all shook their heads in negative. Well, we'll find out tonight, so no use worrying about it. Responded Tamari. They were interrupted by the sound of knocking. Tamari hopped to her feet with more enthusiasm than usual, showing how interested she is in finding out who this girl is. She opened the door and was pleasantly surprised. She would have never thought that they were dating. But if she thought about it, they did kind of fit together. She smiled at the couple and invited them in. All eyes were glued at the door. In came a strappy-looking Chuji and a young woman wearing a beautiful purple dress with a gorgeous necklace that went along nicely with her outfit. They recognized her immediately, and none was more shocked than Naruto. I am Nekken. You are the mystery girl. Shouted a shocked Naruto, but also secretly happy for his adopted family. I am scratched her cheek and blushed, a bit embarrassed to be in this situation. Chuji was holding her hand and squeezed it in support, which she appreciated. Hey Naruto. Yep, that's me. Sorry for not telling you. I promised to keep it a secret. Responded Ayam while she and Chuji took a seat on the couch. Don't worry. It's no problem. I'm happy for you. You couldn't have found a better guy. Smiled Naruto while sending a happy look towards Chuji. Chuji nodded in appreciation. Thanks Naruto-kun. Blushed Ayam. It was Ino who decided to voice the question worth $1 million or whatever their currency is. How did this happen? Asked Ino while waving her hands pointing at the couple. Others nodded and leaned in to listen to their story. The couple in question scratched their head and both had tinge of red on their cheeks. It was Ayam who started the story. Well, it all started when I issued a mission to the Hokage. I needed some protection while going to the capital to attend a seminar for cooking. Started Ayam. And it was my team who got the mission. Continued Chuji. It was a simple C-rank mission, or at least it was supposed to be. Said Chuji mysteriously. We were attacked by bandits on the way there. Said Ayam. Fear still lingered in her heart after that encounter. At least most of them were. One of them was a ninja, a high chunin to be exact. I was caught by surprise. I didn't realize that there was a ninja hiding among the bandits. While me and my team were fighting the bandits, this ninja tried to sneak up on Ayam-chan. said Chuji, anger evident in his voice. Naruto also clenched his fists, angry at the man who tried to hurt his sister. He came in behind me and whispered something in my ear. He said you were going to last a while, said Ayam, who was shaking a bit but was calmed down by Chuji. I saw him and proceeded to engage him and killed him, said Chuji. The company nodded in relief, happy that Slime got taken care of. After that we continued our trek towards the capital. We talked on the way and got to know each other. When we were in the capital we went on our first date and I had such a good time I wanted more of them, smirked Ayam. After that everything just fell into place, finished Chuji. Well, I'm glad you found each other. And thank you, Chuji, for protecting Ayam Nachon, said Naruto honestly. Chuji nodded at his friend and told him it was his pleasure while giving his girlfriend a loving hug. The other smiled at the scene and at the couple. Shikamaru was happy that his best friend found himself a girlfriend that really liked him. Naruto was also happy for Ayam and also happy for himself because he's got some teasing material against Ayam. Well, I think I'm saying for all of us here, Ayam, welcome to the family, smiled Temari. Ayam blushed, thank you. I look forward to get to know you all. After that little introduction they all sat down at the table and had dinner. They conversed while eating, making some jokes, telling some stories about their many adventures as ninjas. Towards the end of the dinner Shikamaru was getting more and more nervous. The girls thankfully didn't notice, but Naruto and Chuji did, and they couldn't blame him. It was a big step to make. After dinner the girls grouped together and had some girl talk while the guys went out into the balcony. Are you ready? Asked both Chuji and Naruto. I think so, replied Shikamaru nervously. Don't worry. Everything will turn out great, trust me, said Naruto in a calming manner. Chuji patted Shikamaru on the shoulder and smiled in support. Shikamaru sighed. Well, here goes nothing. This is so troublesome. Naruto and Chuji went to get their girlfriends and led them out to the balcony in pretense they wanted to watch the stars with them. Shikamaru led Temari to the living room where he will make the biggest decision of his life. It's so beautiful, said Ino while looking at the stars. Ayam nodded in agreement while the girls leaned on their boyfriends. After a minute or so they heard a scream coming from the living room. They boys knew what was happening so they didn't react like ninjas, but the girls did. Well, Ino did. Ayam summoned her frying pan, don't ask me how, and took her stance of a cook. They bolted towards the living room, guys in tow, and came upon an interesting sight. Shikamaru was being strangled by Temari's womanly assets while Temari was crying apparently tears of joy. The girls raised their eyebrow at the scene while the boys gave Shikamaru a thumbs up, both for the position he was in and for the engagement. Temari saw the look she was getting from the girls and decided to end their guessing. She raised her hand and showed them her engagement ring. I'm getting married, yelled Temari happily, tears still flowing down her face. What followed was an onslaught of girlish screams. Ino and Ayam bolted towards Temari and started to inspect the ring while congratulating Temari. Shikamaru walked towards his two guy friends and smiled at them. You see, everything turned out great. I'm happy for you guys, replied Naruto caringly. Me too. I can't wait for the wedding. Imagine all that food, drooled Chuji. The guys laughed at Chuji and his bottomless stomach. Shikamaru looked at his soon-to-be wife and smiled his biggest and most loving smile he could. Temari responded in the same manner, her eyes tearing up. I love you, mouthed both Temari and Shikamaru. Yep, the best decision of my life, thought a teary Shikamaru. Chapter 9. The Nara apartment. Kailash screamed a swarm of delighted girls. These being Ino Yamanaka, Ayam Ichiraku, and Temari Nara. I can't believe that lazy ass proposed to you, yelled Ino, still euphoric. Me too. But I don't care. I'm Temari Nara now, grinned a teary Temari. Look at how shiny the ring is. It must have cost a fortune, exclaimed Ayam. The girls all turned their focus on the ring and started evaluating it. Meanwhile, the boys were having a discussion of their own. Man, who would have thought that you out of all of us would be the first to get married, huh? Chuji, we need to get our asses in gear. Can't have the world's laziest man beat us, smiled Naruto. Chuji chuckled. It seems even the laziest guys have their own moments of brilliance. Yeah. Don't be troublesome. Smirked Shikamaru, happiness etched all over his face. They turned their attention towards the screaming girls. Man, look at them go. As soon as they hear the word wedding or marriage, they turn into that pointed Naruto at the girls who were drooling at the sight of the gorgeous ring. Women, sighed Shikamaru. We all have our perks. We aren't any different. They have weddings and we have our vices. By the way, Shikamaru, where did you get that ring? I think I've seen it somewhere before. Asked Chuji. Shika smiled. My mother and father gave it to me. It belonged to my grandmother. They wanted Temari to have it. That's Yoshino and Shikaku for you. It was probably all Yoshino. She probably beat Shikaku so that he got off his lazy ass. Smirked Chuji. I still can't believe it. How do you make a decision like that? Inquired Naruto. Shika smiled. You'll know when the time comes. When I look at Temari, I see my future, my family. I know that I want to spend the rest of my life with her, no matter how short it may be. I see, said Naruto, who looked towards his girlfriend. He saw Ino smiling, shedding tears of joy for her best friend. He saw the woman he is starting to really care about. The woman who surprises him every single day. Are you the one? Ino pondered yet again. Naruto. Shikamaru saw him in deep thought. You will know eventually. Let time do its magic. Naruto nodded at his friend's wisdom. In the meantime, the rush of the wedding just wore off, at least partially, and the girls scurried over to each of their partners. Temari went and hugged her soon-to-be husband, gave him the biggest kiss she could muster. Shikamaru happily returned the affection and whispered, I love you, Temari Nara, in her ear. I love you too, Shikamaru Nara, responded Temari lovingly. Chuji received a loving kiss from Ayam. Chuji was putting from that kiss. He always is after each kiss from his beloved. Ino strolled happily towards Naruto. Can you believe it? They are getting married. Naruto smiled lovingly back at his girlfriend. I know. It's unbelievable. But look at them. They look so happy together. The couple turned towards the happy couple and saw Shikamaru holding a crying Temari while whispering into her ear. I'm happy for them. They deserve it, said Ino, letting a tear fall out of her eye. Naruto enveloped her in a hug. Me too. You know, we can't let them beat us. How about it? Want to get married? Smirked Ino, which got its deserved reaction. Naruto started sputtering and blushed darkly, which caused others to laugh at his predicament. Relax, dummy. I'm just kidding, grinned Ino. Naruto let out the breath he was holding, glad to be out of that situation. One of these days you are going to give me a heart attack and then you'll be all alone, responded Naruto, who had still a tinge of red on his cheeks. Oh, that means I wouldn't be able to play with my Naruto, grinned Ino. Naruto blushed at what she was insinuating, which earned a giggle from Ino. He was saved by Chuji. Okay, you two lovebirds. It's time for the toast, said Chuji, who was holding Ayam in his arms. The blonde duo nodded and joined the other two couples. They raised their glasses to my best friend and his wife, the greatest people I know. May happiness bless you in your life together. Cheers, toasted Chuji to his best friend. And a lot of little brats running around your house, interjected Ino in an Ino-like way. The newly engaged couple smiled at their friends and toasted with them. They couldn't ask for better friends to celebrate this with. They spend the rest of the evening talking and celebrating the engagement. Eventually they decided to end the night, but not before promising to meet up tomorrow with the rest of their friends where they could tell the happy news. Chuji escorted Ayam home while Naruto did the same with Ino. Ino and Naruto were walking towards Ino's house holding their hands. I visited Ichiraku-sensei today. You won't believe what I found out, said Naruto to Ino. What? Asked a curious Ino. He's dating Anko Mitarashi, announced Naruto, which surprised Ino very much. No way. Those two? How did that happen? Asked a stunned Ino. Naruto shrugged in response. No idea. But he looks happy with her, so I don't really care. Oh, that reminds me. I kinda organized another double date for us with them. It looks like I'm doing a lot of that lately, smirked Naruto. Ino-san, I was really looking forward to showing you my special place, but it looks like we'll have to postpone it to another day. I sure hope you won't make this a regular occurrence, said Ino, but smiled towards the end. She really didn't mind going on these double dates. She always learned something new about her boyfriend and herself. I promise this is the last one for a while. At least I hope so, retorted Naruto, who barely whispered the last part. Ino leaned against his shoulder and they continued walking towards her house. Ino wanted to ask something regarding her boyfriend. Naruto, is your dream still to be a Hokage? Asked Ino. Naruto looked down at her, wondering why she asked that particular question. Partially yes. Why? Asked Naruto. No reason. Just wondering something, asked Ino. The real reason for her question was to see if he ever wanted to settle down and have a normal life with a family of his own. Naruto wasn't fooled by her answer. He knew she wanted to find out something, just not what. What about you? What are your dreams? Asked Naruto. Ino smiled. That's easy. I want a family and a bunch of kids annoying me and my husband. Naruto smiled at his girlfriend. A wonderful dream. I hope it comes true to you. You said becoming Hokage is only part of your dream? How come? Asked Ino. Well, the reason I wanted to become Hokage is to become someone. I thought by becoming Hokage I would gain everyone's recognition and acknowledgement. But I realize I already am someone. I am no longer the demon child, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Right now the title of Hokage is only a bonus for me. Now I want something else, something I wanted since I was a child. Responded Naruto. And what is that? Asked Ino, truly interested in the answer. Naruto smirked at his beautiful girlfriend. Who knows? Hey, I told you my dream. Now you have to tell me yours. Ordered Ino. Naruto just grinned back at his bossy blonde partner and responded in a cheeky manner. Nope. Ino was fuming with rage. Naruto laughed at her and started running away from her. You'll have to beat it out of me if you want to find out, taunted a running Naruto, which got the desired result. Get back here, Baka. I want to know now. Yelled Ino, who was running after her stupid boyfriend. Naruto smiled at the running blonde. He loved it when she was flustered. Naruto slowed down, which allowed Ino to tackle him to the ground. They rolled a few times and then stopped with Ino on top of him, smiling at their foolishness. I guess you got me, huh? Said Naruto, smirking. I guess so. Now will you tell me? Asked Ino kindly. Naruto stroked his chin like he was thinking deeply, taunting Ino even further. I don't know. Give me one good reason why I should. Grinned Naruto. Ino's eyebrows started twitching, annoyed with Naruto's secretness. Well, if you don't tell me, I'm going to hit you. Grinned Ino back dangerously. Naruto wasn't fazed by her threat. Kyuubi can take of my injuries. You'll have to do better than that, Ino, said Naruto with a smug smile on his face. Ino pouted at him. How about no more kisses from me? Now that got Naruto's attention. He did like the feeling when they kiss. He'll have to think about this. I don't know. I don't see why I should agree to that. Smirked Naruto. Ino grinned at her lover. Let me show you why. Ino leaned in closer until she could feel his musky breath against her lips. She could smell his wonderful aroma that attacked her sense, driving her wild. She approached his lips carefully and gently, wanting to savor this. She brushed against his lips, teasing him, taunting him. Naruto couldn't take it anymore and forcefully took her lips with his own. He didn't care that they were kissing in the middle of the street or that they could be seen by other people. He just wanted to feel Ino's lips against his own. Ino was thinking the same thing. She loved it when Naruto took the initiative. It was so alluring, so wonderful. Her entire body shook with excitement. They parted after a few heated moments and looked into each other's eyes. Both were panting and out of breath. Give up? Asked a smiling Ino. Naruto smiled lovingly back at her. He didn't respond, he just kissed her again. The kiss was much shorter, but it conveyed the message. I'll take that as a yes. Smiled Ino. Naruto gently lifted Ino into his arms, carrying her bridal style. Ino didn't mind being in that position. She was comfortable in Naruto's arms. If it were any other man, she would object wholeheartedly. But this was Naruto, the most wonderful man she ever met, and he was hers. She rested comfortable in his chest, listening to his caring heart beat strongly. Naruto ended the silence between them. Family was his only answer. Ino looked up at him and smiled gently. Naruto continued, all my life I wanted a family. When I was a kid, I wanted to meet my parents, to experience what other kids experience. To be engulfed by their love and warmth. I never got that until I actually met them through the course of my life. After experiencing that feeling, I want to share that with my own family. Ino was still smiling at him and used her free hand to caress his cheek. You'll be a wonderful father someday. You'll make someone very happy. Naruto gave her a warm and loving smile. You think so? Definitely. You experienced a life without the love of a family, and yet you are the greatest person I know. Yes, you'll definitely become a great father, no doubt about that. Smiled affectionately Ino. Thank you, Ino. I think you'll also be a great mother. A bossy mother, but still a wonderful mother. Smirked Naruto. She hit him on the chest playfully, but smiled in return for his compliment. They arrived in front of Ino's house. Naruto gave her a chaste kiss for goodbye, which she relished with all her might. With one move he makes her feel all giddy inside, which baffles her to no end. He owns her in a way. But she loves that about him. I had a wonderful time tonight again. Smiled Ino. I aim to please. Grinned back Naruto. Ino kissed him in response. It was a small kiss of gratitude for everything he has done for her tonight. I'll see you tomorrow. If you want, you can join me for training in the morning, said Ino. I might come by. I still owe you another jutsu, answered Naruto. That you do. And it better be a good one, said Ino with a dangerous glint in her eyes. Naruto smiled nervously back at her. Sure thing, Ino. Whatever you say. Good. Now scram. I need my beauty sleep, said a smiling Ino. Naruto chuckled slightly but said his goodbye and left towards his apartment to spend the night dreaming about his wonderful girlfriend. Mourning Ino could be seen practicing her water affinity and the jutsu shown to her by Naruto. She was doing a lot better than yesterday. Naruto was watching her from the sidelines, still confused how fast she gets things. Whatever she did so far, she did way faster than him. Ino, tired a little, decided to take a break and went to sit next to Naruto. How was I? Asked Ino for Naruto's opinion. You were great. I still don't know how you can pick things up so fast. When I tried to master my affinity, it took me way longer. It could be because of your perfect chakra control, or you just might be a genius, mused Naruto. Ino was beaming from his compliment and praise. No one has ever told her that she was a genius. And coming that from a man who is her boyfriend and also one of the strongest guys in the world is definitely morale boosting. Really? Thanks, Naruto. Smiled Ino. No need for thanks. Just keep on improving. At the rate you are going now, you just might pose a challenge to me, smirked mischievously Naruto. Ino hit him on the arm and pouted at him. That's not fair. I can't compare to you. No one in Konoha can compare to you, pouted Ino. Yeah. I'm just that awesome, grinned Naruto. Yeah. Don't think too highly of yourselves. I'm still more beautiful than you, chuckled Ino. Says who? Grinned back Naruto. You, smiled back Ino. True. Can't argue with that, smiled Naruto. Good. Glad we agree, smiled Ino. Naruto chuckled at her childish behavior. He loved that about her. She can be a serious and caring person while at the same time she can transform into this funny and carefree person. She is a mystery to him. A mystery which he intends to unravel. Naruto, I have a question for you, said Ino. Naruto turned towards her. Shoot, how strong are you actually? I mean, no one really knows how powerful you are. It's been a while since anyone saw you fight. Even during the war you were on a different battlefield than the rest of us. Have you surpassed your father and your master? Asked a curious Ino. She wasn't the only one. The rest of her classmates also wondered on what level Naruto is, especially Lee. "What brought that up?" asked a mildly curious Naruto. "I don't know. If you look back at your life, you grew from the dead last to the most powerful man in Konoha. I'm just genuinely interested on how strong you really are. And I'm not alone. The rest of our friends are thinking the same thing." Lee can barely control himself in excitement and finding out, and so does Niji, answered Ino. "Never knew I was such a hot topic lately," smirked Naruto. "To be honest, I have no idea how strong I really am. It depends if I use my own power or if I use Kyuubi's power," said Naruto. "My power is as much yours as is it mine. Remember that," said Kurama in a tone definitely not befitting a huge demon fox. "It's not the same. You have your power and I have mine. It's true when I use your power that our chakras combine, but it is still different. I worked hard for the past 2 years so that I can be recognized for my own power and not yours. I want to find my own way in life," answered Naruto humbly. "Which I understand. But we are linked whether we like it or not. We live and we will die together. That is our fate," said Kurama. "I know that and I don't mind that. I might have not realized that before, but living with you wasn't so bad. True, there were some downsides which we both know what they were, but if it weren't for you I would have died 1,000 times over. Peace wouldn't be achieved and Madara would have ruled the world. But I would also like to be known for my power and not because I have you inside of me, you know," answered back Naruto. "I understand. The time will come." "I know it," answered Kurama, who went back to his slumber. "Thanks, Kurama. Glad to have you around," smiled Naruto in his mind. Ino was waiting for Naruto to finish up with his conversation with his tenant. She was used to Naruto spacing out sometimes. It's all part of his charm, she guessed. "Finished?" asked Ino. Naruto opened his eyes and nodded. "Yeah, just something needed to be taken care of. To answer your question, I think if I use Kyuubi's power I am probably one of the strongest person on this planet. I'm not trying to gloat or anything, but people don't actually really realize how powerful he really is. They heard legends of him in stories, but when you actually feel and use his power it's so different. I can't really explain it. It feels so majestic, so powerful. You feel like you can do anything," answered an excited Naruto. Ino nodded. She felt the power of Kyuubi, and she had to say it was nothing she had ever felt before. And to actually be able to use that power, it must be indescribable. "And without his power?" continued Ino. "I know I'm stronger than Kakashi-sensei now. I fought and beat him in our previous spars. But other than that I have no idea. I would need to fight someone as strong as Ero Sanin to really know. I know I'm definitely not as strong as my father was. He was on a whole other level from the rest of the world. I still have a long way to go until I reach his level," answered Naruto, showing how proud of his father he is. "I see. Can you show me your power?" asked Ino kindly. Naruto stared at her, wondering why is she so fascinating with his strength. He shrugged his shoulder. "I guess I could. I see no harm in showing you my strength," responded Naruto. He stood up and stood a few meters away from Ino. "How do you want to do this?" "Just build up your chakra. I'm part sensor. I can feel how powerful you are by feeling your chakra," retorted Ino. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He didn't know that she was a sensor. He knew that her father was one, so he guessed it must be a family thing. "All right, here goes," said Naruto, who clenched his fists and tensed his muscles. He focused on bringing out his chakra as much as he could. The wind started to pick up, shaking the trees around them. A light quake could be felt surrounding them. Blue chakra swirled around Naruto, enveloping him. The force from the chakra actually started to push Ino away from Naruto. Ino was amazed. She knew he had enormous chakra pool because of his status as a Jinchuriki, but this was unbelievable. It was enormous, perhaps on the level of a tailed beast itself. After a minute or so, Naruto stopped his chakra flow, sweating a bit, but nothing he couldn't handle. The gust of wind subsided and the animals came out of hiding. "Was that good enough?" asked Naruto. Ino could only nod dumbly. Her eyes were wide in fascination and surprise. Naruto chuckled at her expression and scratched his head a bit embarrassed by her staring. Ino managed to recover and she giggled sheepishly. "That was awesome," yelled Ino vigorously. "I don't know how powerful your father really was, but you can't be far off. I have never seen a ninja with so much power inside of them." Naruto smiled widely at his girlfriend proclamation. It felt good to be praised, and by Ino no less. "Thanks, Ino. I guess my training worked out, huh?" chuckled Naruto sheepishly while starching the back of his head. "More than you know," answered a proud Ino. Proud of her boyfriend and all he accomplished so far. "Can you show me Kyuubi's power now? Please? Pretty please?" pleaded Ino. Naruto was a bit nervous. He didn't like to flaunt Kyuubi's power, and neither did Kurama. "Just this once, kid," answered Kurama for him. "Are you sure?" asked Naruto again. Yeah. Do it before I change my mind. And for the love of God, put up a barrier unless you want to scare the whole village," bellowed Kurama in his strong voice. Naruto sighed. If Kurama doesn't mind, then why not? Naruto took out a few kunais out of his pouch and threw them in all directions. The kunais all had special seals inscribed on them, allowing Naruto to form a strong barrier which masks all chakra used inside the barrier, even chakra as powerful as Kyuubi's. Ino was confused at Naruto's actions, and Naruto noticed this. "Don't worry. I'm just setting up a barrier so that I don't give the village and Grandma a heart attack," grinned Naruto. Ino nodded and prepared herself for the show that's about to come. Naruto took a deep breath and established a mental link with the Kyuubi. Kyuubi started channeling his chakra to Naruto, who was merging it with his own. Nothing happened for a few moments. Ino was starting to get impatient. Then it happened. Yellow chakras started pouring out of Naruto's body, spreading through the field. If Ino didn't use chakra to ground herself, she would have been blown away. Even with chakra, she was having difficulties holding on. The onslaught of chakra crashed against a few trees, destroying them in the process. The chakra avoided Ino, it went around her. It seems Naruto was somehow in control of this gigantic chakra. Naruto started to transform. Strange tribal markings appeared on his body. His whisker marks became much more defined. Around his neck was a necklace of some sort with 6 magatama. A cloak of chakra formed on Naruto's back. Demon was inscribed on it in kanji. His eyes became that of the fox he holds, indicating that he was using his power. It seems this chakra formed a protective shroud of sword around Naruto, seemingly protecting him. Ino was in awe. She saw this form before when he fought that pig of a man, but that was only for a few seconds. Now she can truly appreciate the power in front of her. Naruto smiled. "This is it. My Kyuubi mode." Ino rushed towards him, inspecting him from all angles. Naruto felt a bit weird being evaluated by Ino. Definitely wasn't what he had in mind for today, but truthfully he didn't mind that much. "Amazing," whispered Ino. "This is incredible. No wonder you beat Toby. It feels so warm and beautiful. It was nothing like I expected." Naruto grinned a bit. "I know. I felt the same way when I first used it. But why doesn't it feel evil? When you used Kyuubi's chakra before, it always felt so full of malice and anger, but now it feels so full of light and love," asked a stunned Ino. "Kyuubi's chakra is full of life force. Before it fed on my anger, now it feeds on my love," responded a smiling Naruto. He took a deep breath and the chakra receded back, much to the disappointment of Ino. Ino whined, "I wanted to see more," pouted Ino. Naruto chuckled at her whining face. "That's enough for now. This power isn't for showing off. You should thank Kyuubi for even agreeing to it in the first place." Ino sighed, definitely not happy, but at least she got a glimpse of it. "I know. But it was so awesome. I really wanted to see your full transformation. Another time maybe. I think it's time for us to go. We have to meet up with Shikamaru and Temari and the rest of the gang," reminded Naruto Ino. "Right," perked up Ino. Naruto dropped the barrier and they left the clearing and went to prepare themselves for the happy announcement. Later the rookies were gathered at their usual spot in the Akimichi restaurant. They were currently chatting away, catching up, gossiping about recent rumors while waiting for Temari and Shikamaru. All except the blonde couple and Shuji and Ayam were wondering the reason for this gathering. Ayam was feeling a bit nervous in the company of Chuji's and Naruto's friends. She knew them all before. She met them all when they came to eat at her family's ramen stand, but this was different. She felt like she didn't belong here. But the rookies quickly eased her doubts and nervousness. They welcomed her into their little group with open arms, which Chuji really appreciated. After a while, Ayam started to relax and tell her own stories and adventures. It did help that she had a lot of embarrassing things to say about Chuji and especially Naruto. 10 minutes later, the anxiously awaited couple arrived, walking hand in hand, both wearing huge grins on their faces. The group greeted the lazy couple. Temari turned towards her fiancé and smiled at him. Shikamaru nodded and took a deep breath. "Everyone, there is something we have to tell you all," started Shika. The group listened in closely. The two couples that already knew smiled happily at the engaged couple and couldn't wait to see everyone's response. Temari continued where Shika left off. She raised her hand and showed her beautiful diamond ring. "We're getting married." And then chaos broke loose. Tenten and surprisingly also Hinata jumped from their seats and were upon Temari in a flash, hugging her and eyeing the ring while crying tears of joy. The guys' jaws were on the floor, all stunned, speechless by the news. They couldn't believe that Shikamaru got out of his lazy ass and proposed to Temari. It was so unlike him to do anything like that. Nonetheless, they were happy for them and went on to congratulate the soon-to-be husband and wife. Niji shook Shika's hand and congratulated him. Kiba was as loud as ever in his congratulations. Lee was a bit different. He was crying. Naruto asked him if he was okay. He got his response soon enough and he wished he didn't ask. "Yash, your fires of youth are burning brightly. Your love can ignite the entire village. I'm so happy," cried Lee in his exuberant manner. Others' sweat dropped at his usual reaction, but knew that was his way of showing that he was really happy. The group celebrated the happy news. The girls started planning the wedding while the guys were talking about the bachelor party. Kiba came up with some crazy ideas that the guys thought would be really great and fun to do. Shikamaru asked Chuji to be his best man, which he happily agreed to. The ladies were having an interesting conversation, at least for them it was. They were talking about all the different wedding things like the band, the caterer, the location, the priest, and so on. The topic eventually switched to bridesmaids. "Ino, would you be my maid of honor?" asked a smiling Temari. Ino beamed at her blonde friend. "Yes. God, yes. It would be my pleasure." "Good. I'm counting on you," responded a happy Temari. She also made Tenten and Hinata her other bridesmaids, which made them very happy and honored. "Did you set the date yet?" asked Ino. "We did actually. 1st of October, the day my mother was born," smiled Temari. Ino nodded and smiled caringly at her friend. Temari's mom was a touchy subject for her. She died giving birth to her brother, which made it that more sensitive. Ino knew Temari would love for her mother and father to be on her wedding, but alas, that won't be able to happen. "Did you tell your brothers yet?" said Ino, trying to switch the topic. "I sent a messenger hawk this morning. I should get a response by the end of the week," answered Temari. "Man, I bet they'll flip out." "Well, at least Kankuro will. Not too sure about Gaara though. He is very protective of me after he underwent that change," said Temari, smiling at the thought of her brothers finding out. "You don't have to worry about that. I'm sure he'll be thrilled. He knows Shikamaru is the right one for you." "You'll see," responded Ino. Tenten and Hinata nodded in agreement. The group continued to make light chatter until they decided to part ways. The girls promised to meet every day to start preparing for the wedding. Shikamaru was glad to hear that. He definitely didn't want to be part of the preparation process, too much work. Ino told Naruto to pick her up at 8 for their double date. Naruto nodded and went to the training ground 15 where he was supposed to meet Konohamaru and his team for some training. Ino went to her family's shop. She promised to help with the new shipment of flowers that came in today. "Training ground, hey boss," yelled Konohamaru and the rest of the group. "Hey guys. I hope you didn't wait too long. I had some important stuff to take care of, responded Naruto. They all shook their heads. They just got there themselves and were just warming up for their training session. What will we be doing today? Asked a hyper Konohamaru. Udon, Hanabi, and Moegi, who joined them for today's special training with Naruto, all leaned in closer to hear all about the awesome training they will be doing. Well, I thought we could do some teamwork exercises, mused Naruto with a grin. The young ninjas deflated at the news. Naruto laughed out loud at their response. It reminded him of his childhood. I'm just kidding. Ebisu can take care of that. We'll be working our taijutsu for the next hour. The hour after that will be spent on your individual training, said Naruto, still chuckling a bit. They all perked up at Naruto's idea. It sounded great to them. Even Hanabi had a cheerful smile on her face instead of her stoic one. Naruto made 4 clones and had them spar with them while he would watch them and correct their faults and help them with their stances. He may not be a taijutsu master, but he knew a thing or two about fighting hand-to-hand. He fought against several Hyuga ninjas, so he knew how to help Hanabi. Moegi had a similar style to Sakura, may she rest in peace, so that area was covered. Konohamaru was using his grandpa's monkey style, which Naruto had no idea about. He would show him what he was doing wrong and how to correct so that he doesn't leave too many gaps in his defense. Udon was primarily a mid to long-range fighter, so his taijutsu was below his teammates. Naruto focused primarily on his defense since he isn't a frontline fighter. After an hour of intense sparring with Naruto's clones left them exhausted. They were panting and sweating like never before. They pushed themselves too far trying to impress Naruto. Naruto knew they were trying their best and was proud of them. They were evolving into amazing ninjas. They all had potential to become top-tier shinobi. Great job. You did well. Take 10 minutes to rest a bit and then we'll continue with your individual training, said a smiling Naruto. After that, Naruto made another 4 clones. Moegi worked on evasion since that is essential for a medical ninja. Udon worked on long-range techniques and weapon throwing. Hanabi worked on improving her reflexes without the use of Byakugan. Kono continued to work on the Udama Rasengan, which so far yielded no results whatsoever. Naruto told him that it will take quite some time before he manages to master this upgraded version of the Rasengan. After that, Naruto decided to have a 4-on-1 fight to improve their teamwork a bit. He thought it would be a great exercise for them, especially because all 4 of them would be highly motivated to beat him. Suffice to say, they didn't manage to land a single hit. They tried everything on him: sneak attacks, traps, genjutsu, and nothing. They realized how much stronger Naruto is than them. They weren't depressed by that, instead it made them even more determined to get stronger. Naruto told them he was proud of them and if they want to do this again to let him know. They bid goodbye to each other and Naruto left towards his apartment to prepare for the double date. Time of the date, the blonde couple knocked on the door, both looking devilishly handsome. Ino more than Naruto, obviously. They were greeted by Ichiraku wearing his formal ninja attire, which the couple agreed on that it looked good on him. Come in, please, invited Ichiraku with a smile, happy to see his protege happy with his gorgeous-looking girlfriend. Naruto and Ino smiled at the man and proceeded to walk into his humble abode. Ichiraku showed them the way to the living room where they would wait for the dinner to be ready. They took a seat at the couch and chatted away. After a while, someone joined them. In came someone very different from what Naruto and Ino expected. It was Anko, but she looked so different. Gone were the mesh shirt and her beige coat. Instead, she wore a short black dress that actually looked very good on her. She was a very beautiful woman, if only she showed it more often. Anko-sensei? Is that really you? You look beautiful, said a stunned Naruto. Ino nodded in agreement. She too was surprised by the new look. Hey Gaki. Thanks. You better not tell anyone you saw me like this, or there will be hell to pay. Understood? Threatened Anko in all her glory. Gone was the moment of awestruck from Naruto. It was replaced by fear, pure fear. Naruto gulped and said nervously, yeah, no problem. Good. Grinned Anko, who went and sat in Ichiraku's lap. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, judging from your look, so shoot. Chuckled Ichiraku, holding Anko tenderly. Ino went first. How long have you two been together? How long is it now, honey? asked Iruka, turning towards his stunning girlfriend. Anko shrugged her shoulder. Who knows? I don't really care. It could be a couple of months, maybe more. Iruka nodded. How? Asked Naruto next. Anko wanted to say something, but Iruka spoke first. I found her eating dango and drinking sake, you know, the usual. Smirked Iruka, which got an elbow in the ribs for a response from Anko. Iruka continued. Despite the punishment from his girlfriend, I took a seat next to her. She promptly told me to take a hike. This got a few laughs from Ino, Naruto, and Anko. I refused and ordered sake for myself. We didn't really talk until we both got very drunk. After a few drinks, our tongues got loose and we started talking about our lives as ninjas. We actually had a good time. We laughed, shouted, bickered, you know, the regular things. Grinned Iruka. Naruto nodded at his friend, following so far. After that we had a few similar nights like that, nothing special. We mostly just talked and got to know each other. Said Iruka. And then I bagged him. Smirked Anko, licking her lips. Naruto and Ino both blushed while Iruka just chuckled at her girlfriend. She didn't mean that way. Said Iruka, trying hard not to laugh at the young and inexperienced couple. She kidnapped me, sort of. One night she put a bag over my head and led me to her secret place. We had our first date there, and that was the true start of our relationship. Said a smiling Iruka. Anko snorted at the blonde duo. What? You think I have sex with every guy I see? Of course not. I tend to ignore the people trying to spread rumors about you. They're just jealous or in some cases hurt because you rejected them. I have a few of those too, so I know at least partially how it feels like. Responded Ino truthfully. Anko looked towards Ino and analyzed her, searching for any signs of deception. She found none, which pleased her somewhat. At least she isn't one of those people. Good. Because I'll have you know Iruka was my second ever. Proclaimed Anko loudly, which earned another blush from the younger ninja, while Iruka just shook his head. Honey, that's supposed to be private. Said Iruka, sighing. I don't care. Huffed Anko. Iruka just chuckled and enveloped her in a hug from behind, which she appreciated. Well, I for one am glad you two are dating. Beamed Naruto, smiling all the way. Anko turned towards the young blonde and gave him a small smile. You know, Iruka thinks highly of you, which means I mean highly of you. Thanks, Gaki. Anytime. Just keep making him smile. That is my wish. Smiled Naruto. Anko nodded at him and grinned at him. What about you too? Ino told them their stories, leaving out some parts that she considered to be too personal. Iruka was smiling happily throughout the story, happy to hear that Naruto found someone that made him happy. Man, you were one lucky girl, you know that. Just imagine all that stamina, he must be a monster in the sack. Teased and grinned Anko. Iruka laughed at his partner and her teasing. Ino and Naruto were both feeling very embarrassed and their faces were heating up more than ever before. Ino took a step further. Images assaulted her mind, Naruto's body over hers, both sweating and panting. Ino shook her head, desperately trying to rid herself of those thoughts. Anko laughed even harder, seeing Ino shaking her head, knowing full well what was happening to her. Iruka saved the blondes from further embarrassment. Honey, give them a break. There will be time for teasing later. Anko pouted. She was just starting to have some fun with the young couple. This was her drug. Come on, Iruka. Fine. I'll stop for now. Grinned Anko. The blonde sighed but chuckled at her childish antics. You know, Brad, I still have to thank you for saving me during the war. Said Anko kindly and in a very caring tone. Naruto noticed this and saw a new side of Anko. A side hidden by that mask of hers, just like his. He smiled at her. No need for thanks. You would have done the same for me. Ino was a bit confused. She didn't know that Naruto saved her. I'm guessing there is a story behind all of this. Anko nodded and started to explain. Yeah, the Gaki found me while I was unconscious from battling Kabuto. I was on my way to find and battle Sasuke when I felt Anko's chakra nearby. I found her in some sort of cave which was basically almost destroyed completely. I'm guessing that is where Kabuto fought Sasuke and Itachi, at least that's what I learned from Sasuke. I found Anko in the middle of the cave surrounded by her snakes, which seemed to have protected her from any damage. Continued Naruto, who got sad during the Sasuke part, which Ino noticed and took hold of his hand and caressed it gently. Anko and Ichiraku smiled at their affection. They looked good together in their opinion. I woke up in the medical tent in the HQ. The nurse told me who brought me in and told me I was lucky. If I were brought an hour later, I would have probably died from that poison. Finished Anko. As I said, nothing special, said Naruto humbly. No, I owe you my life. And for that I'm in your debt for the rest of my life, said Anko seriously. And me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met this wonderful woman, smiled Ichiraku happily. Anko gave him a loving kiss in return and smiled at him. No thanks needed. I would do that for any of my friends, responded Naruto. Anko turned towards him and was a bit surprised at his words. You think of me as one of your friends? We barely know each other. Naruto smiled. I know enough. You were like me, and that's more than enough for me. You have a friend in me as long as I live. Me too, chirped in happily Ino. Anko's heart felt warm. This is love, huh? Thought Anko, a tear falling out of her eyes. Ichiraku mouthed a thank you to both Ino and Anko, happy that they see Anko as their friend. She needs more friends in her life. Thank you both, smiled Anko. After that, the dinner was ready and they made their way to the dining room. They enjoyed their meal while telling each other little about themselves and about their relationships. They spoke about Kurenai and Kakashi and their relationship and how happy they were together. Anko smiled approvingly at their relationship, obviously very happy that her sister found such a good man. She was worried for her that she will stay alone after Asuma's death. Ino told them about Temari and Shika's marriage. The older ninjas were happy to hear that those two found each other and that they were enjoying life to the fullest. The evening eventually ended. Ino and Naruto went towards Ino's house while the other couple went to bed together. Naruto and Ino were kissing in front of Ino's house. Neither wanted to let the other go, both enjoying this too much. Eventually they had to part simply because they had to breathe. They rested their foreheads together and looked each other in the eyes, both smiling lovingly. You get more beautiful every day, smiled Naruto. Ino blushed. You know you are spoiling me with your compliments. I can't help it if they are true, beamed Naruto. Ino kissed him again, no longer able to resist him. Naruto happily returned it. After a few moments they parted once again. Do you want to come in? We can watch a movie or something. If you want, you can also sleep at my house tonight, proposed a nervous Ino. She never had a man stay over her house before. She didn't plan on doing anything she isn't ready for, but still it was quite a huge step. Are you sure? I don't want to make you uncomfortable or anything, asked Naruto, who was also very nervous. Here he was being asked to sleep over at a girl's house. He had no idea what to do. Yes. Besides, we already slept together that day on the field, so this won't be that different, right? Smiled Ino. Naruto nodded a bit more surely than before. What about your parents? Don't worry about them. They won't mind. If they do, I'll talk to them, said Ino. All right. Let's give it a go. Shall we? Smiled Naruto. They took a seat on the couch in the living room. Ino put in a Princess Gale movie. Naruto made some popcorn and some drinks for them to enjoy during the movie. They huddled up together under a blanket and watched the movie in silence. Ino got another surprise that night. She saw Naruto in the movie alongside the princess. Naruto smiled sheepishly and told her about that mission in the snow country. Ino sighed. She just found out that her boyfriend was a hero to yet another country. Seriously, he was more famous than their own Kage, for Christ's sakes. Eventually they both fell asleep, both very tired from the today's events. In the morning, Inora and Inoichi both came upon this lovely scene. Ino was sleeping against Naruto's chest, her legs intertwined with his. Naruto's head was on hers and he had a small smile on his face, and so did Ino. Inora smiled at her daughter and her boyfriend. They looked so cute together. Inoichi wasn't exactly thrilled to see Naruto sleeping over, but he trusted his daughter to make the right decision. Besides, he didn't have the heart to ruin this moment for them. Ino was her own woman, and it is up to her to decide how she will live her life. The parents retreated into the garden, leaving the couple alone to enjoy themselves a while longer. Ino snuggled deeper into Naruto, smiling all the way. Far away, a small crack formed on a strange mountain, perhaps a sign of bad things to come.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.